Chapter 100, Hidden Danger. Chapter 100, Hidden Danger. News of Han Jin's rash advance made its way back to Kudu, causing quite the stir. Because the only surviving imperial bodyguard brought back a sack of human heads, making it clear to all that Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie had completely split from Kudu. There was no longer a glimmer of possibility that both sides could sit down for negotiation. Han Jin's capture threw Han Cheng into a rage. When Shen Zichuan left Kudu, the imperial bodyguards were already falling apart. The imperial bodyguards led by Ji Qingqing were still in Jueshi looking after the Shi clan, and Fei Sheng had gone into hiding with his own trusted men. Han Cheng did not have much manpower left on hand. The imperial bodyguards were at the height of power and the peak of glory under Ji Wufan's command. By the time the command fell to Ji Lei, it was already on the decline. And now, in Han Cheng's hands, it had thoroughly turned into an utterly fractured squad of ceremonial guards. The batch of men under Fei Sheng's command were all capable men, but Han Cheng's premature exposure of his intent to kill Fei Sheng had consequently caused him to miss the chance to win Fei Sheng over to his side. Once the overall situation has stabilized, the 12 offices of the imperial bodyguards will have to be reorganized. Our lack of current manpower is really a disgrace, and we can't get anything done with this few people. Han Cheng sat at the right-hand seat below the Empress Dowager and said in a steady voice, "I noticed that the noble clan's descendants are mostly in positions with practically no obligations lately. Giving them a place to go would also prevent them from recklessly stirring up trouble at this crucial juncture." The Empress Dowager wore a crown of jade, with her hair tidily worn in a bun and her sideburns trimmed. Pendant earrings inlaid with gold and gems dangled at the sides of her ears. She was really suited to dressing in such an elegant and poised manner, just like how a peony ought to be grown in the main halls of the nobles. Only gold and jade in its glorious splendor was worthy enough for a divine beauty of this caliber. She was already beyond her prime, yet her graceful demeanor was far from diminished. At present, she was holding a wooden spoon, teasing the parrot. Without even looking at Han Cheng, she said, "The imperial bodyguards is a place where serious work is done. It's already providing for many hereditary descendants of the noble clans. Keep stuffing more people inside, and it will be rendered useless sooner or later." The 8 great training divisions suffered a defeat in the battle outside Dancheng. If you ask me, it not only needs an infusion of new blood, but also a dismissal of some old-timers. It was precisely at the behest of someone else that Han Cheng was thinking of finding decent posts for the young masters of the noble clans. On hearing this, he said, "I have the same intent. I'll discuss it over with the Ministry of War tomorrow and write a memorial to submit to the Grand Secretariat. Your Majesty, that Hai Liangyi is so sick that he can't even straighten his back. He has been toiling hard his entire lifetime for state affairs. At the very least, we mustn't let him exhaust himself to death while on the job. We need to come up with an arrangement for him." By this, he meant for Hai Liangyi to be relieved of his post and sent back to his hometown. With a smile on her face, the Empress Dowager tapped the wooden spoon and handed it over to Matron Liuxiang, who was serving at the side. She said to Han Cheng with an amicable countenance, "What he has is an affliction of the heart for which he has yet to regain his footing. He's still the one who understands many of the 6 ministries' affairs best. How can we rashly dismiss him back to his hometown at such a crucial time? Let's wait for a few more days." Han Cheng, having been tactfully rebuffed, gnashed his teeth inwardly, although he kept his expression unchanged on his face and said, "Your Majesty is the one leading the administration now, so naturally, Your Majesty is the one who decides. Since the 8 great training divisions have been defeated before the city of Dancheng, and Xiao Qie has already fled to Zhongbua, then it'd be better for the Ministry of War to mobilize the Chidong garrison troops to stop them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Libei armored cavalry would have a 20,000 men strong reinforcement by the time he returns to Libei." The Empress Dowager cleaned her hands and said, "If you had been able to stop him in Kudu, we would not have all these subsequent worries now. That prefectural prefect, Zhu Gui, knows how to do his job, and he is also caught in a tight spot. He still has to come into contact with Libei in the future, so he will definitely not offend Libei. Xiao Qie's return to Libei is already a foregone conclusion. Even if we get Qi Zhuyin to go, she'll be just fighting the Libei armored cavalry in a head-on attack. It's easy for us to talk about deploying troops here. But where are the military provisions to sustain the army as they head north? Hezhou can't bear this extra burden. Then are we just going to let Xiao Qie return to Libei just like this? Han Cheng stood up in astonishment. This will make Libei even more powerful, like a tiger that has been given wings. The Empress Dowager let matron Liuxiang hold her for support as she stood at the entrance of the front yard to look at the beautiful flowers in a multitude of vivid colors. She asked, Han Cheng, do you think that Xiao Qie will definitely be of assistance when he returns to Libei? Han Cheng put on a look as if he was listening attentively and said deferentially, I do not understand. Please enlighten me. From the time Xiao Jiming took over military power of the Libei armored cavalry from Xiao Fengshu, he used 10 years to get to where he is today. He is the heart of the Libei's military forces, one the soldiers look up to. The Empress Dowager watched as Hua Xiangyi pounced on butterflies in the garden with the maidservants and could not help but reveal a smile. She watched for a while longer before she continued, Xiao Qie has left Libei for 6 years. His return now makes him look like a wolf pup intruding into someone else's territory. He said Kudu is not the hometown in his dreams, but he is too young to understand the implied meaning of the phrase circumstances change with the passage of time. Leading that 20,000-strong imperial army of his, he will gradually come to realize how out of element he is in Libei. Xiao Fengshu has always taken the hard line in setting up the Libei armored cavalry under one command. This is the reason why he is still standing, but it's also going to be the reason why it will be hard for Xiao Qie to fit in. In a pack of wolves feeding on meat, Xiao Qie, in order to kill his way out of the encirclement to become the alpha wolf, must first have the determination to bite the former king of wolf to death. The Empress Dowager looked back and smiled at Han Cheng. The Xiao clan can't bear the sight of internal strife among the other clans. But sometimes, there is no other choice. The Xiao clan has always been a paragon of brotherly love and respect, but how long can this brotherhood last in the face of military power? The battlefield is a cruel place. It is where the blood of millions of battered soldiers is shed. But the combat zone for power is even more brutal. A change of hands often means infighting and fratricide. Han Cheng indistinctly shrank under the Empress Dowager's gaze. He hurriedly lowered his head in agreement and said, Your Majesty is wise. But Xiao Jiming is already seriously injured. It's entirely justifiable for Xiao Qie to stand in for him. The Empress Dowager asked, Did Xiao Jiming die? Han Cheng shook his head. The Empress Dowager said, Xiao Jiming didn't die. He can still assist and coordinate military affairs from the back, while Xiao Fengshu, with his re-emergence, can command the soldiers from the front. This pair of father and son controls the Libei armored cavalry. There are many matters in which they have to show mutual understanding in order to keep it up. But Xiao Qie has both the ability to unify and coordinate military affairs and the ability to charge into battle and kill the enemies. If he barges into this equilibrium, among that extremely unified military leadership, then he will be the unforeseen event that hinders the Libei armored cavalry from having only one commander-in-chief. Maybe he doesn't have the intent to take his father and elder brother's place. But very soon, he will understand that Libei isn't as indivisible as we see it. His return is the hidden danger that will bring about Libei's split. The trajectory of such a situation was not something anyone can deliberately direct. It was something that took shape in passing based on the opportunities present. The seed had been sown the day Xiao Fengshu led the Libei armored cavalry in an attempt to take a stand against Kudu. But as for what fruit it would reap, no one knew. One in this world, the common man has the worries of the common men to bear, while a talented one has the agony of the talented to endure. The Empress Dowager said calmly, Since there is already a Xiao Jiming, then why beget another Xiao Qie? 6 years is not a long time, nor is it a short time, yet it's enough to change many things. The source of Xiao Qie's agony in Kudu comes from the fact that he is not a man of mediocre ability. But after he returns to Libei, he will still continue to be tormented by this kind of suffering. Once this pair of role models for brotherhood realizes that killing each other is the only way out, the anguish will intensify. Whether it is Xiao Jiming who gives up his position to Xiao Qie, or if it is Xiao Qie who excuses himself to avoid suspicion, even brothers who were once loyal and devoted to each other will grow estranged. Under the warmth of this 5th month, Han Cheng felt a chill, followed by a tingle of thrill. The former emperor has already been buried. There ought to be some signs of progress for the preparation of the new ruler. The Empress Dowager said, "You said you found the imperial heir. When are you going to bring the imperial heir out for me to have a look?" Han Cheng said with a slight bow, "I've already sent men to bring the imperial heir to Kudu at top speed. Your Majesty will be able to see the imperial heir in 5 days at the latest." The Empress Dowager looked at him and said, "Since you're so sure he is the imperial heir, you must have credible proof that will convince the others. The civil officials led by Hai Liangyi aren't that easy to dismiss. Han Cheng, you should go and make preparations." Han Cheng kept her company for a while longer, then said his farewell and left. The moment he left, Hua Xiangyi approached the Empress Dowager with a flower branch in her arms. Han Cheng has never climbed this high before. Just let him in on it a little, and he lost all sense of propriety. The Empress Dowager looked in the direction in which Han Cheng had left and pulled Hua Xiangyi along to stroll a few steps. What a fool that Han Jin is to be defeated in Dancheng. He has the timing, location, and manpower all in his favor, and he still ended up being taken captive. How can such a person take on heavy responsibilities? Han Cheng's words in the palace today are all hints for me to dispatch men to save him. Little would he imagine that they only kept Han Jin alive to threaten him with. I noticed that the commander-in-chief has been looking good lately. He doesn't even address himself as this subject when he enters the palace to pay his respects. Hua Xiangyi leaned on the Empress Dowager. "Auntie, he's up to no good. Going by how early his preparation of the so-called imperial heir is, I fear he's already no longer satisfied with being the imperial bodyguard's commander-in-chief. He wants to be the prince regent." The Empress Dowager took away the flowers in Hua Xiangyi's arms. "I've already made inquiries into the child he has chosen. How is that an orphan of the late emperor? It's merely a child he found from a distant relative in his native hometown. It's a tad delusional for such a lowly thing to dream of occupying the Li clan's empire, isn't it?" The Empress Dowager thought for a moment. "But there's really no one else at present." While both of them were conversing, they suddenly saw Fuman hurrying over. He paid his obeisance and said in an obsequious manner, "His Excellency the Assistant Minister Shui requests an audience." Tan Tai who distributed the food that night. Just as Shun Zichuan expected, Han Jin had traveled light when he led the troops in pursuit of them and did not bring that much food. The imperial army, however, had gone hungry for several days. At least they could eat their fill tonight. Shun Zichuan had grown terribly thin after his teacher's passing, but this forest had been long cleared out, and there was not even a rabbit around. Xiao Qie took out the steamed bun and meat jerky he had hoarded and gave it all to Shun Zichuan, while he himself ate dry biscuits and rice water just like everyone else. "I've done as per master's arrangement and sent someone to notify Ju Gui so that he can get prepared." Tan Tai who crouched down next to the fire and said, "Master will be able to go home once we make our way past Sizhou the day after tomorrow." Xiao Qie threw firewood into the bonfire and said, "Informing Ju Gui is just to get him to play along with us. With Han Jin in our hands, he will have no other choice but to give way." This Han Jin really came at the most opportune time. Tan Tai who grinned. "Just the day before, we were still thinking about how to get past Sizhou, and he delivered himself right to our doorstep." Shun Zichuan warmed his hands by the fire and said nothing as he looked at the fire. Tan Tai who soaked the biscuit and said, "I've eaten this kind of provision when I was a part of Dengzhou's garrison troop a few years back. Zhongbua, looking at it again now, is different from the Zhongbua of the past. I almost can't recognize it." Ding Dao poured out a bit of rice in his bowl to feed to the sparrow in his sleeve. When he heard this, he said, "It's still not too bad here. Go further east, and that's what it truly means to be totally a different sight." Ding Dao had a photographic memory. He still remembered the tragic scenes he had seen in Duanzhou and Dunju 6 years ago when he followed Xiao Qie and the army to clean up the mess. That year, he was only 10 years old. He had just gotten a little notebook and was just starting to take notes just like his father did. And consequently, he had nightmares the entire journey. You were merely passing by after the battle. You've never seen how Zhongbua used to look like. Tan Tai who lowered his eyes to look at the soup in the bowl. I followed my parents to Dunju when I was a child. It was really big, and almost as bustling as Kudu. The display of fireworks and lanterns during the New Year too was very beautiful, as was the Turtle Mountain Lantern display. 3 people crowding and jostling with one another, so many people. Shun Wei was the Prince of Jianxing, and the Prince of Jianxing's manor was in Dunju. For a moment, all of them lowered their heads. No one dared to glance at Shun Zichuan, not to mention that they were also afraid of offending Xiao Qie too. These few days on the road, the Imperial Army had gradually come to discover the subtle and delicate relationship between Shun Zichuan and Xiao Qie. It was a completely different feeling to come face to face with it compared to when it had been merely rumors to them before. How should they see Shun Zichuan? Do they regard him as their madam, the wife of their commander-in-chief? But which household's lady could command the imperial bodyguards to raid others thrice? When he hacked off the heads of all those old subordinates who were protecting Han Jin, not one of the Imperial Army's military officials could bring themselves to watch. Shun Zichuan was too different from Xiao Qie. He did not look and behave like the commander-in-chief the Imperial Army was familiar with. He seemed to be gentle and modest, yet he rarely changed his mind during official discussions. He would even overrule Tan Tai Hu outright. Compared to Xiao Qie, he was a lot more cold-blooded. In the past, they all privately saw Shun Zichuan as a mere beauty, a delicate fragility that clung on to the stronghold of power. But after Shun Zichuan put on the scarlet python robe, for everything that he had once concealed was exposed to the public. He became someone different from that last remnant of the Shun clan they knew of in the past. His beauty was no longer a vision anyone could wantonly admire at will, that was an unrivaled allure that bespoke a ruthless strength. There were very few people in the Imperial Army who were willing to look at Shun Zichuan in the eye, other than the totally clueless Ding Dao. Even Tan Tai who could sense a certain kind of pressure. They took their orders from Xiao Qie, and they did not mind if Xiao Qie liked men, but they had to figure out what Shun Zichuan's position was soonest possible. Shun Zichuan had the might that put him on par to vie with Xiao Qie for power and authority. This was what they were most unaccustomed to these few days, the subtle fear. Xiao Qie rubbed his thumb ring gently. He was just about to speak when Shun Zichuan turned his palms over and said, "The wild herbs and vegetables in Duanzhou are delicious." The tension in the atmosphere eased a little. Sure enough, Ding Dao raised his head and said, "I heard from others back in Lebei that a handful of wild vegetables in Duanzhou during the winter are as expensive as gold. I want to try them. Young master, do you eat them often? When the ice and snow melt in spring, my Shenyang would choose the most tender wild vegetables to make dumplings." Shun Zichuan replied in his usual tone. His fingertips were clean and free of dust, as if they had never been tainted with those bloodstains before. He said with a smile, "I rarely eat them. That's why I remember it so clearly." Ding Dao gulped down his saliva and wrote carefully in his notebook with that bit of ink he had. "I want to eat it. We will definitely get the chance to in the future. If I note it down, I won't forget it." Tan Tai Hu rubbed the back of Ding Dao's head and chided him with a smile, "Grow up. What delicacy is there that you have never tasted before? To think you are still thinking about wild vegetables." Everyone laughed, and the topic of Zhongbua was thus diverted. Shun Zichuan warmed up his hands and said nothing more. At night, Xiao Qie rested his head on a stone. He had yet to fall asleep when a slightly hot oil paper stuck to his cheek. He sat up and took a sniff at it from Shun Zichuan's hands. He smiled and said, "Where did you get this bun from?" Ding Dao brought it back from the town. He said to keep it for eating. Shun Zichuan sat beside Xiao Qie. Both men sat side to side, with the already asleep forest belt at their backs, and the boundless starry sky before them. Xiao Qie opened the oil paper and pushed it towards Shun Zichuan. He said, "Then eat it. It's going to get cold if you keep it any longer." Shun Zichuan said, "I'm full. You can have it." Knowing that Shun Zichuan was keeping it specially for him, Xiao Qie took it and broke it into 2, with one half in one hand for himself, and the other half in the other hand for Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan took a few symbolic bites and let Xiao Qie finish the rest of it. You also have to decide whether the betrothal gift of 2 million should be taken to Libei or left in Xizhou. Xiao Qie drank the water from the water bag. Ji Qingqing will surely keep an eye on the Shi clan's business for you when he receives the message. Once we reach Libei, Qiao Tianya and Chen Yang should have also hurried back too. When the time comes, we'll set up a new compound. Xiao Qie stopped, acutely sensing something off in this unusual silence. He fell silent for a moment. Is there something you want to tell me? Grasping the little bamboo fan that never left his side in his hands, Shun Zichuan looked at Xiao Qie out of the corners of his eyes and said, Xian, I can't go with you to Libei. The way he spoke was so gentle. Just like that time at the top of the city gate when he had said to Xiao Qie with the same tenderness, Xian, go home. Chapter 101, Treasure. Chapter 101, Treasure. Shun Zichuan had, at Zhaozui Temple, received Qi Hualian's entire lifetime of knowledge. 6 years ago, when he kneeled at Qi Hualian's feet, he already knew which path he was going to take. It was in pain and anxiety that he tempered his body and spirit. He once naively thought that he could throw off the noble clan's restraints by relying on power checks and balances alone. But he failed. Shun Zichuan looked ahead. The murmuring waters of the river flowed, like life that had plunged into darkness, unable to turn back, and twinkling only because of the starry sky reflected in it. He slowly nudged the little bamboo fan open, then slowly closed it up again. He said, I left Kudu, but I'm still in a cage. This is a punishment to me for taking my chances. I have to find a new way out soonest possible. Teacher entrusted his entire lifetime of convictions to me. I once promised him to walk to the end of this battle for him. We endured it all in the past because Kudu did not seem to have reached the stage of no return yet. But now, I've come to the understanding that it has long been on the decline, like the sun setting beyond the western hills. Qi Hualian shouted about the decaying empire in the heavy downpour, yet his raised arms still seemed to be trying in vain to hold up the mansion that was collapsing. He had taken an entirely different path from Hai Liangyi, but yet they had both lit up the same torch. In the last moment of his life that had always blazed for the Li clan, he cast aside the crown prince whom he could never let go of in the past and chose Shun Zichuan, who was of humble origins. Both of Qi Hualian's students were what the common folks called worlds apart, like clouds and mud. The crown prince was the direct descendant of the Li clan, and he seemed to be born just to be a wise sovereign. Qi Hualian thought that they could create a new world, because they were the undisputed legitimate descendants of direct lineage in this world. But then he failed. Subsequently, he found Shun Zichuan in the Maya. A Shun Zichuan whose birth mother was of lowly birth and whose father was defeated in battle. A Shun Zichuan who was not a direct descendant. Qi Hualian chose such a Shun Zichuan. This was a change of his lifelong conviction. It was a declaration that he no longer bowed to what lineage had in store for them. He wanted such a Shun Zichuan to pierce through this wretched, decaying empire. I have given up enduring it all. Shun Zichuan rested his fan on his knee and turned slightly sideways to gaze at Xiao Qie. I'm going to choose another way to fight. I want to remain in Zhongbua. You once said to Tan Tai Hu, the humiliation of our nation has yet to be redressed, and the feuds of our families have yet to be avenged. That's right, Xian, the humiliation Zhongbua has suffered should be redressed in Zhongbua itself. This is what I want to do. One day, we will gallop under the skies of Libei, and that will be when I am strong and powerful enough. 2 million isn't enough to marry the wolf pup of the Prince of Libei. Such a betrothal gift is not worthy of my Xiao Xian. If I'm in Zhongbua, however, I will one day go on to be your indestructible shield. The water bag hurriedly fell to the ground, splashing water all over the ground and onto the corner of Xiao Qie's robe, wetting it. Under the soft veil of moonlight, Xiao Qie suddenly grasped hold of Shun Zichuan's hand and hugged him. After a long time, Xiao Qie's hoarse voice rang out beside Shun Zichuan's ear, clinging close to it, I'll leave my back to you, and you'll leave your chest to me. We cannot do without the other. I'll choose the best horse for you in Libei. We'll build a house on the Zhongbua-Libei demarcation line and meet there every month, it's a must. To marry me, 2 million isn't enough. I want lands whose priceless smile that even 1,000 gold cannot buy. Shun Zichuan raised his hands to cover Xiao Qie's back, to embrace this captivating scent. Xiao Qie was the wind traversing across the meadow to assail and invade the turbulent river in Shun Zichuan's heart, allowing him to taste the sweetness of love all over. Having lost Duanzhou and his teacher, there was not much he had left. He eventually had to stride across that ravine of unfathomable depths to become a fortress for whatever was left of these remaining treasures. Cizhou's prefect, Zhu Gui, had been busy with his official duties in recent days. He had heard that the imperial army had already passed Dancheng and was on their way to Cizhou. Because of this, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep all night. Zhu Gui's advisor was a man from the prefecture of Dengzhou in Zhongbua. His name was Kong Ling, and he used to be fellow students with Zhu Gui. He had prepared the wine and gotten the chef to make several refreshing cold appetizers, and now, he was sitting cross-legged on the veranda of the courtyard with Zhu Gui across the table for a drink and chat. White flowers were falling from the Chinese scholar tree in the courtyard, giving out a refreshing, sweet fragrance. "I can't sleep these few days," Zhu Gui said as he grasped the wine cup. With his sitting posture casual, Kong Ling picked up the appetizer to eat and swallowed a mouthful of pungent wine before he said, "I know. The bandits in Dunju have already converged into a sizable group whose force is not to be underestimated. We have no soldiers and horses, we can't afford to provoke them. But it just had to be the case that we had a bumper harvest last year. That bandit chief, Lei Changming, is eyeing the granary in our Cizhou. All the grains have been given to the Libei armored cavalry as military provisions. The granary in Cizhou is now empty. I wrote a letter to Duanzhou's prefect. But as you know, he's a puppet supported by Lei Changming. How would he dare to reason with Lei Changming on our behalf? I'm really suffering in silence." Zhu Gui could not even gulp down a mouthful of wine. Then there's that second young master of Libei who rebelled and fled the capital. 20,000 imperial army soldiers are about to arrive at the foot of the city gate. Chengfeng, I'm in a dilemma. I can't let them pass, but I can't refuse to let them pass either. Kong Ling set down his chopsticks and said, if Libei were to rebel, Cizhou, being sandwiched in the middle, won't be able to waver for long. You have to make a decision as soon as possible. It's not up to me to decide. Zhu Gui sighed disconsolately. This time we are really cornered by wolves in front and tigers at the back. We can't afford to offend both Libei and Kudu, and there's still a Lei Changming at the side eyeing us covetously like a tiger eyeing its prey. Kong Ling grasped the flower of the Chinese scholar tree and tossed it in the wine. Lei Changming is a bandit. Sooner or later, he will be besieged and annihilated. But the 6 prefectures each have their own government affairs to handle and cannot join forces to suppress the bandits. There's no knowing when the imperial court will send men over too. Seeing how Lei Changming is getting all arrogant and giving himself air day after day, he has already become the local tyrant of Zhongbua. There's no point in fretting. 6 years ago, when Biancha cavalry breached into our territory, Duanzhou and Dunju were the first to bear the brunt of the attack and became barren wastelands where bones of the dead lay exposed in the wild, and nary a rooster crowed for thousands of li to around. The ravages of war turned those thousands of li of fertile farmland into abandoned fields. Who is willing to go and serve as a soldier in the garrison troop now? Zhu Gui looked at the courtyard and raised his hand to point around for Kong Ling. Cizhou was able to conserve our strength and resources because the Libei armored cavalry came to the rescue at lightning speed. I've always kept this show of goodwill in mind, so I have no complaints whatsoever about the overall arrangements for military provisions this time. But plotting to murder the emperor is such a heinous crime that I can't even feign ignorance even if I want to. In less than a month, that Lei Changming will surely come to ask for grain and money, and Xiao Qie will just happen to arrive in Cizhou. I'm really afraid there'll be a disaster when these 2 tyrants cross paths with each other. This is truly what it means by when it rains, it pours. Kong Ling drank the wine and suddenly had a brainwave. He said, Xiao Qie brought 20,000 well-trained soldiers from the imperial army to Cizhou. Isn't that our soldiers? With him here to personally assume command, even Lei Changming himself would have to take measure of his own abilities. The imperial army remained in Kudu all year round. When had they ever seen a real battlefield? Lei Changming overthrew the garrison battalions in the 2 prefectures of Duanzhou and Dunju, and he isn't afraid of the Biancha cavalry either. What he counts on is the solidarity of the people under his command. What's more, he's familiar with Zhongbua's terrain. Even if they were to come to blows, Xiao Qie might not necessarily be his match. Zhu Gui hurriedly waved his hand. Besides, that second young master Xiao is in the prime of his youth. He hasn't fought that many battles, and he has his father and elder brother to back him. If something were to happen to him in Cizhou, I won't be able to account to Liu Bei. Kong Ling stroked his goatee and said, Xiao Qie has rendered meritorious services by helping Emperor Tianchen ascend to the throne. The fact that the imperial army is willing to follow him after he rebelled and fled from Kudu means that he has the capability to lead an army. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their heads to flee this far with him? However, seeing is believing. We'll meet him to get a proper feel of him when he comes later. I heard he's not easy to get along with. This was what Zhu Gui was worried about. And he has stayed in Kudu for a long time. If he acts all like a rich young master, then I have to hurry and think of a way to send him away. We can't afford to have him stir up trouble. A few days later, the imperial army arrived at the city walls of Cizhou as expected. Zhu Gui did not dare to let them through directly, and merely opened the gate to welcome Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan in. He had long gotten his people to prepare a banquet, but Xiao Qie turned it down with the reason that they were exhausted from being on the go the entire way here. Instead, he got Zhu Gui to prepare a table of simple home-cooked dishes to reminisce about the past. They had never met before and had merely corresponded through letters, so what past was there for them to reminisce about? He was merely looking for an opportunity to have an in-depth negotiation. Shen Zichuan changed his clothes and stood behind the screen in the room to look at the courtyard through the window. The courtyard was full of well-tended flowers and trees. Supposedly, this was a residence used specifically for receiving guests. The unconcealable fragrance of Chinese scholar trees permeated the air, invigorating those who caught a whiff of it. Xiao Qie came in late. He was still undressing himself. Having undone half of his clothes, he leaned over the top of the screen to look at Shen Zichuan behind the screen and asked, "Can you get a clear look through the screen?" Shen Zichuan saw how easily the screen was pressed down by him and thought that this person was really tall. He said, "It's only when one sees it as if through a dream or an illusion that one's heart will be moved. It won't be such an enchanting sight anymore if seen clearly." Xiao Qie's opened garment exposed half of his chest. His last piece of clothes hung uninhibitedly on him, with those firm muscles faintly visible through the screen. He was still leaning over the top of the screen. After leaving Kudu, he no longer wore a crown, yet his messy hair could not conceal how dashing he was. He seemed to be displaying more and more of his unrestrained and carefree nature the closer he was to Liu Bei. What a frivolous fellow. Shen Zichuan strode closer and raised his hand to cup the back of Xiao Qie's head before he raised his head high to kiss him. Xiao Qie pinched Shen Zichuan's chin and took advantage of the fact that Shen Zichuan was shorter than him to lift him up. "Take a good look." Xiao Qie looked at Shen Zichuan's radiant lips with a watery sheen on them. "Is this not enchanting enough?" Shen Zichuan licked the sheen of water on his lips, only to make his lips even more red and moist. He said, "Still a little something missing. 500 taels for tonight." Xiao Qie moved in closer and whispered, "Satisfaction guaranteed, for I'm afraid my delicate body can't take it." Shen Zichuan leaned back slightly. His fingertips longingly slid their way down along Xiao Qie's chest, with just the flimsy fabric of the screen separating their flesh. "Don't think so little of yourself." The expression in Xiao Qie's eyes was dangerous. "Lanju." Shen Zichuan withdrew his hand and said, "When we came in earlier, I saw another person beside Zhu Gui. Who is he? Don't recognize him." Xiao Qie nimbly changed his clothes. "Should be Zhu Gui's advisor. We'll know once we ask during the meal later. Since he did not let us through immediately, it means he still has some misgivings." Shen Zichuan watched as Xiao Qie stepped out from behind the screen, then turned his gaze back to the courtyard. "When we discuss it tonight, you mustn't." Xiao Qie suddenly picked Shen Zichuan up by the waist and turned a circle to press him against the wall by the side of the window. Pinning him down, he kissed him hard. Shen Zichuan lifted his arms to hang them over Xiao Qie's body. The sudden and unexpected kisses disoriented him and threw his breathing into disarray. "Don't abuse my power to bully them." Xiao Qie's expression was serious. "I know. I'll do as my wife says." Shun Zechuan was still panting for breath. Xiao Qie fastened Shun Zechuan's collar for him, then brushed aside Shun Zechuan's ink-black hair to pinch his right ear. I want to hang an earring here as soon as possible and engrave my name, Xiao Xian, on it. Chapter 102, Cizhou. Chapter 102, Cizhou Ju Gui did as Xiao Qie said and set up a tableful of home-cooked dishes in his own courtyard. Shun Zechuan, on stepping into the courtyard, found it to be quite unconventional despite its simple setup. It was close to nature, and had no valuable wares such as gold and jade. Ju Gui welcomed Xiao Qie and invited him to take his seat. It was presently the 6th month. The side of the small table was encircled by a cool and clear stream, with hanging branches brushing against its water. It was pleasantly cool and cheery. Ju Gui did not get anyone else to serve them. Only Kong Ling remained standing in attendance by his side to pour wine for them. Xiao Qie cleaned his hands and watched as the wine in the cup was gradually filled to the brim. He said, "Your Excellency Ju has truly gone to much trouble. Even the wine prepared is on horseback from Libei. I've been away from home for so many years, and it has been a long time since I last drank it." This wine was wine from the Libei armored cavalry made out of grains. It was bold and intense. Just a few sips in the snowy winter could warm the body up. The reason it was called on horseback was because more than 30 years ago on his wedding night, the Prince of Libei, Xiao Fengshu, received a military report of the Biancha's breach into the territory. With no time for him to remove his wedding outfit, he flipped onto the horse to head into the battlefield to kill the enemies. Before he set off, the princess consort of Libei, who was similarly still dressed in her wedding outfit, lifted the jar to pour wine and exchanged a cup of matrimony wine one with Xiao Fengshu, who was sitting on horseback. This was a common scene at the frontiers, but with this person being the reputable Prince of Libei, everyone could not help but lament the fact. From then on, for most of 360 days in a year, on horseback he rides, weapon in hand too came to be how the Libei armored cavalry was portrayed. When Ju Gui saw Xiao Qie looking calm and serene, some of his anxiety eased. He said, "We are close to the northeast provisions bridle path. When the military provisions were being escorted for delivery last month, the army sent many jars of wine over. Your lordship is about to return to your hometown, but there is nothing good in Cizhou to entertain you with, so I can only offer you such a borrowed gift." Xiao Qie laughed and said, "It's the local dishes that are the most flavorful. Compared to the delicacies of Kudu, this entire table of dishes shows more sincerity. There's no need for your excellency to be modest. The arrangements for matters relating to the military provisions are complex, and it's all because of your excellency's valuable assistance that Cizhou could finish sealing and loading in just a few short days. It's only fitting for me to give you a toast as a show of my appreciation." Ju Gui did not dare to accept the toast sitting down and hurriedly rose to his feet. He held up the wine cup in both hands for a toast, then drank up with Xiao Qie. It was only after he was done drinking the wine that he took his seat and said, "The Libei armored cavalry is fighting a battle with the Hanshi tribe at the front line, and the military provisions are crucial to their success and failure on the battlefield. What I did was merely my duty. How can it be worthy enough to have your lordship make a special point of expressing your thanks? I really don't deserve it. Although Cizhou had a bumper harvest last year, it has been continuously providing aid to Duanzhou and Libei since the start of spring. Those are all grains the commoners of Cizhou saved up. I should thank you for this." With that, Xiao Qie raised his hand and slightly stopped Kong Ling as the latter moved to pour wine. He said, "Since it's a private family feast, there's no need to stand on ceremony. This gentleman, please take a seat too." Kong Ling was swift to react. He promptly bowed where he stood and sat down. "Where is Mr. from?" Shun Zechuan asked with a smile. The gears in Kong Ling's mind turned even faster. He saw Xiao Qie starting to dig in, and so he knew the main negotiator tonight was this Vice Commander Shun. He bowed his head and answered, "I do not dare to be addressed as such, given that I'm merely a commoner from the countryside. I'm a native from Dengju. Dengju has no lack of talents. May I know how I should address you? My name is Kong Ling, and my humble courtesy name for is Chengfeng." Kong Ling sat upright and said as he looked at Shun Zechuan, "Tan Tai Hu of the Imperial Army is the blood brother of a close friend of mine, Tan Tai Long. To think one would run into an old friend in a foreign land. Shun Zichuan turned his head to the side and said to Xiao Qie with a smile, Xian, let's get Laohu to meet up with Mr. Chengfeng another day. It isn't easy to have an encounter in turbulent times. He called Xiao Qie Xian, and this address alone was enough for Kong Ling to re-evaluate this orphan of Shun Wei. Shun Zichuan was pretty much inconspicuous when he entered Xizhou, or rather, far less conspicuous than his mortal flesh. Kong Ling knew he was Shun Zichuan, the imperial bodyguard's vice-commander that Emperor Tianchen personally made an exception to promote. But after leaving Kudu, Shun Zichuan lost his basis to command the world. In Kong Ling's eyes, he had no soldiers and no men. He was merely a vassal who had fled with Xiao Qie to this place. But then, a vassal could never sit as equals at the same table with Xiao Qie and call him by his courtesy name. Xiao Qie poured wine for himself and said, You decide. Zhu Gui cast a glance at Kong Ling, then looked at Shun Zichuan. Kong Ling stood up to toast him and said, I've long heard of the vice-commander's name. You are too kind. Shun Zichuan said, Please sit and let's us talk as we drink. Kong Ling said, I'm just a minor clerk under His Excellency's command. How would I dare to discuss official affairs with Your Excellency? It's already half a lifetime of blessing for me to be able to sit here and listen to your guidance with the cup of wine I've received. The corners of Shun Zichuan's lips lifted slightly. He said, Mr. is truly too modest. I heard that you also used to be Tan Tai Long's advisor in Duanzhou. When the Biancha cavalry breached into our territories, Tan Tai Long advocated war, and you were the one who devised all his battle strategies. They had only just entered Xizhou, and they had already dug up all the inside stories. Kong Ling's heart sank. He said, I was merely an armchair strategist strategizing on paper. A pity Tan Tai Long died in Shun Wei's hands. Shun Zichuan drank his wine. And Duanzhou fell without even being attacked. Shun Zichuan said it so lightly that it was as if Duanzhou's fall was merely a stack of paper cards that had collapsed, that it was nothing worth hating, nothing worth resenting. Kong Ling's expression gradually grew glum as he remained sitting. A long while later, he forced a smile and said, The vice-commander lives a life of luxury in Kudu. How would you know the suffering of the people after the city of Duanzhou fell? White bones stretching thousands of li 5 from the Chashi River to Dunju remained uncollected. It's not that big of a deal that Shun Wei was a rat who shrank from battles. But he and Shun Zhouji set up a banquet to strangle Tan Tai Long to death. The troops of Zhongbua suffered a defeat. I, Kong Chengfeng, was able to have a change of master and continue living. But the pro-war faction led by Tan Tai Long was completely wiped out. You're right. It's a pity Tan Tai Long died in Shun Wei's hands. He was a good man of Zhongbua. Shun Zichuan said, Mr. had a narrow escape. With your talents and learning, you'd be able to come across a Bo 6 Sierra Leonean Leones even if you go to Kudu. Yet you remained in Xizhou. I don't understand. Kong Ling wanted to stand up, but then he could not leave his seat arbitrarily. He could only raise his head to look at Shun Zichuan and said, The vice-commander doesn't understand. How can you understand? The calamity that is the ravages of war came out of the blue and turned Zhongbua into a scene of devastation everywhere. But here, there is no fame nor fortune here. Perhaps in the vice-commander's eyes, it is just like the scattered willow catkins in the air, but to us, Zhongbua still has hope of getting back on its feet. Shun Zichuan smiled and said, Duanzhou lost its garrison battalion, and subsequently a band of bandits proclaimed themselves king. The fields have fallen into disuse, and there's no signs of human lives beyond half a li outside the city. So is this hope you speak of exactly the opportunity to get back on its feet for the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua, or just for the single city of Xizhou? On one hand, Xizhou intends to drag out an ignoble existence with Kudu, but on the other hand, Xizhou accedes to every one of Libei's requests. To be such a fence-sitter. I indeed don't understand. Kong Ling suddenly rose and said, How would you know of Xizhou's difficulties? Kudu had their hands full with internal strife after the defeat of Zhongbua's troops, and we never got a reply despite our numerous memorials to ask for help. It was His Excellency who personally handled the reclamation of the wasted fields. It took 3 years before we could have this bumper harvest. That's right. Xizhou is indeed stuck in a dilemma between Kudu and Libei, but Tizhou has always gone all out to help each time Li Bei is faced with a difficulty. Vice Commander, isn't it a tad too cutting to say that Tizhou is a fence-sitter? It is as you said. Shun Zichuan suddenly changed his expression and said with a stern countenance, I know Tizhou has its own difficulties, so we've come for the specific purpose of talking things out with both of you. We'll go straight to the point. Your Excellency isn't willing to let the Imperial Army pass for fear of being censured by Kudu in the days to come. But with the disintegration of the current state of affairs, holding on to what is left is not the wisest strategy. Han Cheng devised a scheme to murder the Son of Heaven. The reason Xian and I left Kudu was not to flee for our lives, but to pick up the pieces. The Empress Dowager now has control over the administration of the Imperial Court, and the noble clans have once again sealed off the main gate of Kudu. How long can the Imperial College still thrive? Wasn't it precisely because of Hua Xiqian's perfunctory attitude back then, when Your Excellency and Mr. Chengfeng submitted repeated memorials after the defeat of Zhongbua troops, that Zhongbua has no hope of getting back on its feet? I've long heard about the bandits in Zhongbua back then when I was in Kudu. As long as those bandits aren't eliminated, Zhongbua will remain unstable. So how are you going to continue in your plans to restore Zhongbua to its former glory? The beginning of an undertaking is full of hardships, like one driving a wooden cart in tattered clothing to blaze a new trail through the mountains and forests. 7. I very much admire both gentlemen's determination for restoration. It's just that the road ahead is difficult. So why not change your course and leave Zhongbua's affairs to Zhongbua itself to handle? Holding his wine, Zhu Gui held Kong Ling in place and said, since the vice commander is so frank, then I shall not beat around the bush. It's indeed the case that I'm not willing to let his lordship pass because I'm worried that Kudu would hold us responsible and increase Tizhou's tax as a punishment. If Tizhou disregards Kudu's deployment order and acts on its own, I fear it'd be hard for us to accomplish anything in the future without support. We have no military force and no wealthy merchants to provide financial aid. Furthermore, we don't have the same level of confidence as Li Bei. The vice commander may persuade me thus, but there is no way I can use the lives of Tizhou's commoners to take a gamble. On the contrary. Xiao Qi motioned for Kong Ling to sit. By saying this, Lanju is not persuading Your Excellency to fight alone. Tizhou is close to the Northeast Provision's bridle path, and it has, at present, yet to establish a fully working garrison of its own. As long as Your Excellency is willing to allow my troops to come and go without obstruction, then, until Tizhou's garrison troop is formed, my imperial army of 20,000 men can take over the patrol duty in its place. Zhu Gui contemplated it in silence. Kong Ling said, Your lordship will naturally keep your promise. But I also have to ask your lordship, if Li Bei were to revolt, the Northeast Provision's bridle path will naturally become obsolete. Where then will military provisions for the Li Bei armored cavalry come from in the future? Tizhou. The Northeast Provision's bridle path is a key route that was opened up for the specific purpose of escorted transportation after the establishment of Li Bei armored cavalry. Isn't it too much of a pity for it to go to waste just like this? Shun Zichuan fiddled with the wine cup. The expression in his eyes was calm and unhurried. The Li Bei armored cavalry and the Imperial Army has a total of 140,000 soldiers and horses. The military provisions will still have to go through the Northeast Provision's bridle path in the future. Kong Ling exchanged a glance with Zhu Gui and said in astonishment, Your lordship currently has the charge of regicide hanging over your head. How would the 13 cities of Jueshi still dare to prepare military provisions for the Li Bei armored cavalry again? Shun Zichuan smiled and said, Jueshi is Jueshi. Kudu is Kudu. Mr. Chengfeng, since I dare to say so, I naturally have my means. How about it? As long as Your Excellency Zhu is willing to let the Imperial Army pass through tonight, Tizhou will never have to fight alone in the future. Zhu Gui hesitated and held his voice steady to say, I can trust his lordship's moral character, but I can't trust this rapidly changing situation. Both of you keep saying that the Imperial Army will suppress the bandits after passing through. But if both of you renege on your promise after the transit, then Tizhou will really be caught in a dead end with no way out. No need to fret. Shun Zichuan put down his wine cup and said placidly, I alone shall remain in Tizhou until the Imperial Army squashes the bandits. If Your Excellency still has misgivings, we can hand over our current captive, Han Jin, to Your Excellency. That way, even if we go back on our word in future, Your Excellency can use Han Jin's life as an excuse to appease the wrath of Kudu. Li Jianheng was dead, and there was still no news about a new ruler from Kudu. The region was already beginning to stir and show signs of restlessness. It was only out of fear of the Qi clan in Chidong that no one dared to follow in the wake of Libe and set up their own banner to stand on their own feet. But Cizhou was different. It was so close to the Libe armored cavalry. If it could really get the assistance of the military forces, then they would no longer need to submit to the deployment orders of the noble clans. News of my entry into the city today has already spread to Kudu. Xiao Qie continued unhurriedly, whether Your Excellency let me through or not, the Empress Dowager will have misgivings of Cizhou after tonight. Zhu Gui's countenance suddenly changed. Your Lordship, Your Excellency. You. Besides. Shun Zechuan followed close on Xiao Qie's heels and said in a mild tone, if both gentlemen want to establish a fully working Cizhou's garrison troop, then the most pressing task at hand is to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Cizhou relies on the farm fields to eat and make a living. There are no businesses inside and outside of Cizhou that are connected to Jueshi and the harbors. I'm afraid it will take you until several years later to achieve this aim if you just use tax money alone. I just happen to have some savings, and I'm willing to contribute whatever little I have to the best I can, so Your Excellency Zhu, can the Imperial Army leave now? Chapter 103, Beauty. Chapter 103, Beauty. How was there still room for Zhu Gui to refuse when the words had already been laid out so clearly? Xiao Qie and Shun Zichuan had hit them right where their weakness was, using both carrot and stick. Everything they spoke about was all the most pressing issues in Cizhou at present. The private banquet could only end here. Zhu Gui personally saw both men back to their courtyard, then strolled back with Kong Ling with a lantern in hand. He asked with a worried frown, "What do you think?" Kong Ling said as he strolled, "Difficult. Both of them are tough nuts to deal with. But what they have said so far is true. At present, the Empress Dowager is in charge of the imperial court, and Secretariat Elder is old and ill. With the recent rise of disputes within the Grand Secretariat, Jiang Qingshan's transfer to the post of the Provincial Administration Commissioner of Zhongbua is no longer that certain. If they arbitrarily appoint an official from the noble clans over, then the good days in Cizhou will come to an end. That's what I think too." Basking in the aqueous moonlight, Zhu Gui contemplated it for a moment and said, "I'm worried that if we agree too quickly, both of them will think Cizhou is too easy to control. But agree too slowly, and I fear that they will run out of patience and Cizhou will lose the chance to get back on its feet. It's really hard to get a measure of this. We might not necessarily be able to trick and trap Xiao Qie by playing cat and mouse with him." Kong Ling looked back at Zhu Gui. "We should make up our minds on this matter as soon as possible. Dragging it on too long will only prove to be disadvantageous to us." Kong Ling was right. They could still negotiate with Xiao Qie and Shun Zechuan now because Xiao Qie was currently in a hurry to pass through Cizhou. Considering the influence of Cizhou on the Northeast Provision's bridle path, Xiao Qie and Shun Zechuan could not forcibly barge their way through, nor could they fall out with Cizhou. So, Cizhou was the one with the upper hand. But the longer Cizhou hesitated, the more it would be detrimental to Cizhou. This was because the group of bandits led by Lei Changming was a menace to Cizhou. If Lei Changming entered Cizhou's territory to plunder them, Zhu Gui would have to ask the Imperial Army for help. By then, Xiao Qie would trade places with Cizhou and become the one with the upper hand. Seeing how Xiao Qie isn't bothered about trifles, he shouldn't be the kind of person who will simply sit and watch from the sidelines. Zhu Gui was still hesitating. "Let's wait for Kudu to make a move. How rare of you to be this muddle-headed." Kong Ling gave a long sigh. Risking all the lives in a prefecture on just an assumption that he isn't bothered about trifles. We may know a person's face, but not his heart. If they raise their prices there and then, they won't be this accommodating and open to negotiation as they are today. It's precisely because this matter concerns the lives in an entire prefecture that I'm hesitating. Zhu Gui caught up with Kong Ling in a few steps. He shook his sleeves to extend his hands out and said to Kong Ling, "Chengfeng, Is it really that easy to go independent and make yourself king? Think about the former crown prince. That's truly a real fall from grace. Liu Bei has revolted now, but if you think about it from various angles, how is this battle an easy one to fight? It's not all that beneficial to Liu Bei. They not only need to take the Bianxia cavalry into consideration, but also be on guard against Chidong's advances. If the northeast provisions bridle path is cut off too, then wouldn't they become a trapped beast in a cage? They can't survive for long. When the time comes, Liu Bei won't even be able to fend for themselves. Then what should our Zizhou do? Won't we end up at others' mercy like meat on a chopping board? We will even have to live with the infamy of being a traitor. With matters already coming to this stage, it's impossible to think of escaping unscathed. Kong Ling said in all earnestness. You should think it over carefully again tonight. The moment Xiao Qie stepped into the room, a graceful, delicate figure walked towards him. This fair-skinned maidservant with jet-black hair worn in a bun daintily kneeled before Xiao Qie, exposing a large portion of her nape through her low neckline. Smoothing over the lock of hair at her temples, she called out in a soft voice, Your lordship. Xiao Qie did not look at her and moved to take off his outer garment. On hearing his movement, the maidservant hurriedly got up to take off the clothes for Xiao Qie. Shun Zichuan bumped into Xiao Qie's shoulder, and Xiao Qie grasped hold of him. Letting Xiao Qie support him, Shun Zichuan lifted his chin slightly and gently kicked off his shoes. Xiao Qie said, Go prepare some hot water. The vice commander is drunk. The maidservant gathered her clothes around her and bent over to pick up Shun Zichuan's shoes. But Shun Zichuan lowered his little bamboo fan to lift her face up. She did not dare to move and could only look up along the fan at Shun Zichuan. She saw that Shun Zichuan's brows were slightly knitted, yet the corners of his eyes looked as though they were soaking with wet peach blossoms that accentuated the glistening in his eyes. A sense of inferiority overwhelmed her, and she hastily averted her eyes, not daring to look right at Shun Zichuan again. Shun Zichuan said nothing. He merely took a few looks at her and moved his fan away. The maidservant deferentially put the shoes together neatly, then retreated quietly with her head lowered. Pretty. Xiao Qie waited for the door to close before he pulled Shun Zichuan closer into his arms and asked. With his fingers over the bamboo fan, Shun Zichuan did not answer and merely stepped on Xiao Qie's insteps with feet covered in clean socks. He pulled at Xiao Qie's outer garment that had yet to be taken off and moved in closer. As Xiao Qie led him, he saw the indolent expression on Shun Zichuan's face. It was a relaxed expression of one after having drunk wine. He lowered his head, wanting to kiss him. But Shun Zichuan leaned back slightly and did not let Xiao Qie kiss. The breaths of both men carried with it the sweet intensity of on horseback. All the weariness of being on the go the entire journey eased up during these few days of rest. Shun Zichuan always looked pale after leaving Kudu, but with Xiao Qie's care and affection, he began to look like a jade stone that had been warmed up by his caresses. In Xiao Qie's palms, he was both hard and hot. Kong Ling is Tan Tai Long's old subordinate. As long as Lei Changming is not eliminated, the anxiety in his heart will remain. Xiao Qie helped Shun Zichuan to undress. He pulled off Shun Zichuan's clothes and caressed Shun Zichuan's lower back, even though the words from his mouth were, Lei Changming is anxious to get his hands on grains. Sooner or later, he will target Zizhou. As long as the stakes are conveyed to Kong Ling, he will think of a way to persuade Zhu Gui. Shun Zichuan could not take such a strong wine like on horseback. His cheeks were flushed, but he was still gazing at Xiao Qie and listening to him seriously. Yet the expression in his eyes revealed another kind of seriousness. Letting the Imperial Army take the place of Zizhou's patrol feels a little like holding them under duress. Never mind if it's just for the time being, but if it goes on for long term, Zhu Gui will definitely not agree. It's all thanks to Ding Dao this time for finding out so quickly that Kong Ling was once Tan Tai Long's old subordinate. As if Xiao Qie could not read the expression in Shun Zichuan's gaze, he muttered under his breath, Chem? Shun Zichuan stood on tiptoe slightly, then dropped back down. The more calm his expression was, the more intense the scarlet grew. The potency of the wine made him sweat. Give me a kiss. Xiao Qie said in a deep voice. I did as you said today and did not bully them the slightest. Shun Zechuan clenched Xiao Qia's clothes until it was all wrinkled. He endured it for a moment, then said, "I can't reach you." Xiao Qia's heart thumped, and he lowered his head once more. Shun Zechuan wanted to kiss him, so he lifted him up and said, "Let's take a bath first." Shun Zechuan raised his chin high and half opened, those lips moistened red by the wine. His tongue, which was wandering between his teeth, licked the corner of his parched lips. He was merely gazing at Xiao Qia like this, and he set an entire body aflame with lust, seducing Xiao Qia until the latter no longer teased him. In the past, he did not understand the air of extremely seductive allure he had about him, but with their constant intimate interactions, he seemed to have learned how to fan the flames of lust without saying a word. Zhu Gui had only just woken up the next day when he saw Kong Ling leading the maidservant in. Stunned, he said, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to stay by the Marquis's side and serve him well?" The maidservant clutched her handkerchief and turned aside to hide her face as she said, "Your Excellency, shouldn't one get it clear before taking appropriate actions? Who do you think is the man standing beside his lordship? I don't even dare to touch the corner of his clothes. Both of them have the hots for each other. Neither of them even looked at me in the eye." At first, Zhu Gui did not understand, but the color drained from his face soon afterward, and the handkerchief he was wiping his face with fell. He was a scholar over the age of 40 who did not even frequent the brothels. Even the running of his household was very much in order, with a concubine he took at his mother's directive. In the past, he had only heard a little about other men's pangshang for men. He never expected the relationship between Xiao Qia and Shun Zechuan to be of this kind too. This. Zhu Gui wiped his face and groused to Kong Ling, "Why didn't you remind me of this? Now we have offended him through and through." Kong Ling did not look too good either as he said, "How would I know?" Both men looked at each other and sighed in unison. During the stalemate, they heard a young servant lad kneel outside the door and shout, "Your Excellency, an urgent report from last night. Lei Changming of Dunju has gathered 40,000 bandits and is heading towards Artsizhou. Why are there so many people?" Zhu Gui's heart suddenly went cold. Half a year earlier, he only had about 10,000 or so people. "It's truly the case that what you fear will come," Kong Ling promptly said. "Quick, go and invite his lordship over. Tell him we agree to last night's Treaty of Alliance." Chapter 104, Elder Brother. Chapter 104, Elder Brother Lei Changming was a native of Chazhou. In his early years, he served as an armed escort with the others and carried out manual labor. He never studied or attended school. During the reign of Yongyi, the commander of the Duanzhou garrison troops took his younger sister as a concubine, and she pretty much gained favor in the commander's residence. Because of this, Lei Changming had a comfortable life for a period of time and spent all day at the gambling dens. A pity the good times did not last long. The Duanzhou commander was not a devoted man, and within a few years, he spurned Lei Changming's younger sister. With no one to repay all those debts he owed, Lei Changming could only set out once more to work as an armed escort. At the end of the reign of Yongyi, Lei Changming took on a job from the Yang clan of Hezhou. During the journey, he risked his life to fight off the robbers and protect the youngest young master of the Yang clan, Yang Haru. Consequently, he got into the Yang clan's good books. In the reign of Xianda, after the defeat of the Zhongbua troops, he used money borrowed from the Yang clan to recruit men and buy horses. He then started a mutiny against the Duanzhou garrison battalion and killed off the commander that the imperial court had appointed at that time. From then on, he became a bandit of Duanzhou. Lei Changming initially only had a few thousand men, but with the imperial court's passive course of action after the defeat of the troops, Zhongbua was never able to recover from the heavy blow. People who were reduced from being commoners to being bandits increased, and he gradually became an overlord of sorts in Duanzhou. To date, the troops under his command had already far exceeded the numbers of garrison troop soldiers in the various Zhongbua prefectures. Half a year earlier, Lei Changming had a total of 14,000 people or so in the prefectures of Duanzhou and Dunju. Zhu Gui held up his sleeve and pointed at the map for Xiao Qia. He used Mount Luo between Duanzhou and Dunju as his base camp and established his own nest of brigands. When the imperial court rebuilt the garrison troops of Dengju, they once tried to besiege Mount Luo, but they always returned empty-handed the few times they tried. Thus, they gave up, and no one bothered about it anymore. As Xiao Qie secured his armed guards, he leaned partially against the table to look at the map. He said, "He's bringing 40,000 people to Cizhou. No doubt he still has to leave behind enough men and horses to keep guard at Mount Luo. So it seems that he has at least 60,000 soldiers and horses. This number is 2 Chidong commandery's garrison troops worth of men." Although Xiao Qie had no intent of blaming anyone, he still made Zhu Gui sweat. This was because the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua all fell under the jurisdiction of legitimately appointed prefectural prefects, and yet, in the span of 6 years, they simply just watched the bandits grow in dominance until they were on the same scale as a regular army. Although His Excellency has no dealings with Duanzhou and Dunju, there are usually field officials who would go forth to handle the military garrison's cases. Kong Ling sat in his chair and said, "He has assembled this many people in just half a year, and to think we never got wind of it." "Your lordship," Zhu Gui said earnestly, "I originally thought that Lei Changming has merely 10,000 men or so, and besieging him to annihilate him would be merely a matter of a month or so. But now, he's charging towards Cizhou with 40,000 troops, and we only have 20,000 men from the imperial army. I fear we are in a perilous position. Why not get someone to head for Libei immediately to pass the news to Xiao Fengshu and have him deploy the Libei armored cavalry troops guarding the northeast provision's bridle path south to provide reinforcements?" Xiao Qie finished securing his armed guards, yet he did not speak. Zhu Gui still wanted to persuade him, but Kong Ling sensed something else from Xiao Qie's silence. Taking advantage of his action as he served tea, he pressed down Zhu Gui's arm, and Zhu Gui promptly swallowed back his words. "There's no need for Your Excellency and Mr. Chengfeng to panic." Shun Zichuan sat on another chair. He was still looking at that courier report. Lei Changming's 40,000 men have to eat too. He can't travel fast, and his logistics squad needs to carry along sufficient rations in order to sustain them as they stride across hundreds and thousands of li to Cizhou to fight a battle with us. Besides, a peculiar expression materialized on Shun Zichuan's face. "This report might not be accurate either. Why does the vice commander say so?" Zhu Gui hurriedly lifted the hem of his robe and approached him to look at the courier report as well. "This is an urgent report sent back personally by the official who went to Dunju to handle the bandit case. How can it be inaccurate? He didn't see Lei Changming 40,000 soldiers and horses with his own eyes." Shun Zichuan mulled it over. "It's too hasty and sloppy to believe Lei Changming's words based on just the traces of earthen stoves. I suspect Lei Changming already knows that the imperial army has arrived in Cizhou. That's why he put up the banner of 40,000 men to throw us into disarray." "That's right." With his eyes lowered, Xiao Qie said, "If he really has 40,000 people, the battle would be a lot easier to fight. A war of attrition depletes way too much resources. He would be in more of a dire strait than us. But he still has the support of the Yang clan of Hezhou," Zhu Gui said anxiously. It was all because of the Yang clan's financial assistance that he was able to expand to such a scale. There is a river course in Hezhou that leads right to the granary in Jueshi. It's easy to supply him with additional rations. How muddle-headed Your Excellency is." Shun Zichuan suddenly laughed. If Lei Changming still has the Yang clan's full support behind him, then why would he be in such a hurry to rush to Cizhou? Have you forgotten that his purpose in coming to Cizhou is to get his hands on the grains? He came once before the new year, and came visiting again a few months later. Xiao Qie said, "This not only indicates that he might have fallen out with the Yang clan, but also that his assets back at Mount Luo are no longer enough to fill his tummy. It's the Chashi River to his east, and the Biancha cavalry is even better at plundering than he is. He has no one to turn to, so he could only come repeatedly to Cizhou to demand grains. Then why did he have to wait until the imperial army arrived at Cizhou to make another trip instead of coming here earlier or later?" Kong Ling circled around the table, slowed down for 2 steps, and said, "Your lordship's arrival in Cizhou is clearly disadvantageous to him. Because Han Jin is in the imperial army's hands." Shun Zichuan closed the report and stood up. He said, "It's all because of the Yang clan's help that he can survive this long. Now that he has parted ways with the Yang clan, He will have to seek new help if he wants to continue holding on to his mountain stronghold and keep on being his overlord. He's a bandit. The more people he has under his command, the more troublesome it will be. Those living on the other mountains can live off the mountain one, but Zhongbua is poor and barren. Even if he digs out the entire mountain, all he can eat is soil. This person is very good at grabbing opportunities. He's able to gain fame and fortune because he made the right choices at the 3 turning points in his life. He has soldiers, and Zhongbua just happens to be short of soldiers. However, he has no connections, and Xian just happens to lead the Imperial army here to pass through Cizhou. If he is able to defeat the Imperial army and save Han Jin, then he would be able to report this meritorious service of his to Kudu and seek a military official position in Zhongbua through the Han clan. A good plan indeed, to have his eyes set on metamorphosing into a real official of the imperial court. Indignant, Zhu Gui stomped his foot and said, "Is he totally showing no regards for the commoners of Cizhou? This is merely just a conjecture. We still have to trade blows with this person before we can get a better feel of him." Xiao Qie hung up Longli blade and said to Zhu Gui, "Libei lies behind Cizhou. If Lei Changming can't sneak through Cizhou and go around the back, then he won't be able to surround the city and trap us. Your Excellency can then immediately get people to seal the city gate. Even the dog holes have to be filled up and sealed. Those under his command are all a motley crew not registered in the household registers. They will not be able to guard against this. By this, is your lordship going to fortify the city and face them off in a confrontation?" Kong Ling looked to be in a spot. Cizhou's city walls are old. I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand Lei Changming's assault. The Imperial army can't enter the city and defend to the death. Xiao Qie held his sword and slightly bared his teeth. "I'll make a bet with you. Lei Changming will definitely not dare to charge head-on at my soldiers. This is what he fears." At dusk, Xiao Qie and Shen Zechuan made an inspection tour of the city walls. Both men brought their blades with them and walked side by side atop the city wall. This city wall was last repaired during the reign of Yongyi. Shen Zechuan attempted to push at the battlement of the wall, and earth and clay that had been eroded by the wind and rain tumbled to the ground. That's because Zhu Gui is poor. He's been urgently trying to resolve the issue of food these few years. Naturally, he would be too preoccupied to pay any attention to the city's military defense. Xiao Qie picked up a chunk of earth and rubbed it into pieces in his hand. The Imperial army can stand before Cizhou to defend it, but it cannot retreat into the city. Xiao Qie was well aware that Zhu Gui wanted to seek assistance from Libei, but he was unwilling to ask for help. He could return to Libei soon, but the arrangements for these 20,000 Imperial army men he had brought with him was something he had yet to discuss with his father and eldest brother. He understood the Libei armored cavalry. Such a complete army like that would be unable to come to a swift acceptance of the Imperial army. These two armies would predictably have to go through a very difficult bonding process for them to learn to get along with one another. If he opened his mouth at this time to ask for help and Xiao Fengshu came, then Xiao Qie would never have the chance to shine again when he returned to Libei. This battle was his first battle on returning home. He had to win it. He had to win it on his own. The sunset clouds on the horizon spread out and tinted half of the sky red. Rows upon rows of houses with curling smoke lined the city amidst the clamorous buzz of human voices. Shen Zechuan lowered his hand to cover the center of Xiao Qie's head. Both men, one standing and one squatting, looked at the scene beneath them. Lei Changming can be considered a capable man, Shen Zechuan said. But you are the one who decides whether he is a bandit or an ambitious man. Ambitious men are born out of troubled times. Xiao Qie put his arms on his knees and propped himself up. I'll take the conqueror's bow with me. He stood here, like a lush tree bathed in the dimming light of dusk, like a mountain standing tall before the city wall. Shen Zechuan watched those shackles gradually vanish. Poised and ready for action, it was time for Xiao Qie to show his real mettle in this chaotic situation. When you return to Libei, Shen Zechuan gazed at him. His lordship will realize that you've grown taller again. I was already taller than him the last time I saw him. Xiao Qie smiled. As a child, I thought my father was like a towering tree. He put me on his shoulder and lied to me that I'd be able to touch the clouds. My eldest brother wanted to sit on my father's shoulder too, but he was already old enough to attend school then, and he felt that he had to maintain his dignity as the older brother, so he never said a word to my father and would be happy just to watch me sit. Shen Zichuan smiled too. He gazed back at the sky and said, "They all said that the hereditary prince looks like the princess consort of Libei. Somewhat, I guess." Xiao Qie's eyes reflected the entire sky of rose-tinted clouds. "Not as much as I resemble my father. Actually, my eldest brother was once miserable. When my father retired back sick to the prince's residence, my eldest brother was only in his teens. All of a sudden, he had to fight a way out from those ferocious men. Tough. Initially, he was mocked the most for being unlike father. He did not have a sufficiently strong and well-built physique. He once said to Zhao Hui, the side of Xiao Qie's face was calm and serene. He seemed to recall that day, but then a certain wave of sadness inexplicably washed over him. He turned his head and took Shen Zichuan's hands. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times before he said, "Us brothers are truly strange. I envy my eldest brother's steadiness, and I also envy his composure. I used to think, if only I had been born a few years earlier. Then I would be the eldest brother, the hereditary prince. I would have been able to go galloping to my heart's content. I wouldn't have to leave Libei a single step. But one day, he came home wounded and saw me in the courtyard shooting arrows. And he said to Zhao Hui, 'I really envy Yi. I thought my father and eldest brother would never feel pain and would never fall. They would shed blood and never tears. But on the day my eldest brother got married, he drank himself drunk. Yet, such a steady person like that gingerly took my eldest sister-in-law's hands and got all teary-eyed at her. It was as if he had already anticipated the future. He saw her as his precious treasure. He would feel fear too. There is nothing about me that is better than my eldest brother. If I had to say, then it'd be that I've totally inherited this fine physique from my father." Xiao Qie gripped Shen Zichuan tightly. "I never really understood in the past why he had to get all teary-eyed at my eldest sister-in-law. But now, I do." Chapter 105, Cunning. Chapter 105, Cunning. Lei Changming arrived at the mountainous area 100 li away from Cizhou. It started to drizzle. He did not act rashly and march his troop on. Instead, he occupied the area to take a break and started to set up camp. They meant to fight a protracted battle. Tantai, who crouched in the grass and looked down. He drags out the troops in such a long line that it's impossible to tell how many soldiers and horses there are. But their stoves are so densely clustered together that it makes me afraid just to look at it. Ding Dao drew a circle at the spot where Lei Changming stationed his troops. I went to the towns along the way to probe for information. All of them said he indeed brought more than 40,000 men this time. They took in all the bandits near this part of Cizhou on their way here. It's by mixing falsehood with truth that would make it impossible for others to distinguish between truth from lies. Xiao Qie rose and brushed aside the branch of leaves with water droplets on it. If he really has that many people, why would he still need to recruit deserters and traitors? An army that's about to fight a battle fears last-minute addition of soldiers the most. That will forcibly throw the long-standing rapport between the soldiers into disarray, thereby turning a ferocious army into a motley crew. That's what I surmised too. Tantai, who followed Xiao Qie out of the forest. The more he wants others to know he has 40,000 men, the more he has a guilty conscience. Master, he's afraid of us. Xiao Qie took off his cloak in the drizzle and tossed it to Ding Dao behind him. As he hung up his blade, he looked at Tantai Hu and said, if he's afraid, he wouldn't have come. By doing this, he's seizing the opportunity to intimidate us. He saw that we were from Kudu and wanted to scare us. A battle did not break out at the Nanlin hunting grounds because Qi Zhuyin led the Chidong garrison troops to suppress the rebellion. On the surface, it looked like it had nothing to do with Xiao Qie. The 8 great training divisions used to belittle the seemingly obsolete imperial army in the past back in Kudu. Although the imperial army had taken over Kudu's patrols these few years, the substitution was due to a change of hands in authority. They never fought a decent battle, and so they, along with Xiao Qie, were deemed by Lei Changming to be lads who were still wet behind the ears. His underestimating of the enemy is to our advantage. But if we follow suit and underestimate him too, then we deserve to be beaten. Lei Changming is no ordinary man. He must have his own strengths to be able to dominate the southeast of Zhongbua. Xiao Qie flipped atop the horse, lifted the reins, and said, Tan Tai Hu, 6 years ago, you escaped from Dengju to Kudu, and now we have returned. Let me ask you, do you still remember what I said when you led your troops to register and join the Imperial Army? The rain dropped into Tan Tai Hu's eyes. He looked up at Xiao Qie and said, this humble subordinate would not dare to forget for even a moment. Master said that the humiliation of our nation has yet to be redressed, and the feuds of our families have yet to be avenged. That's right. Xiao Qie reined in the horse and lifted his eyes to look at the dense cluster of heads in the rain. He said in a quiet voice, the people from Bianxia carried out massacres in several cities of Zhongbua. Libei armored cavalry and Chidong garrison troops fought them off, but was this enmity avenged? To the Bianxia cavalry, this was merely just them riding their horses to and fro for amusement. What was that circulating around in Kudu? They said they'd rather be a dog than a man of Zhongbua. So how can we now just hand over the humiliation Zhongbua suffered under those slaughter blades to others to redress it for us? We gallop all night without stopping in our dreams, and now, Lei Changming is the obstacle that stands in our way. The opportunity to battle with the Bianxia cavalry is right before our eyes. Do we lose? Victory and defeat were commonplace in the military, but no army would be willing to keep losing forever. In the past 6 years, they have transformed from a motley crew lacking in cohesion and organization into a well-trained and combat-ready army. The Imperial Army was just like Xiao Qie's silhouette, buried among the golden sand as tens of thousands of worthless bugs in the crevices of Dazhou's mighty army. Never mind how the others describe them as in the past. Never mind if they were slapped with the label of a good-for-nothing. They were finally about to reveal their true mettle from the gravel. A sudden gust of strong wind blew the banner open. Tan Tai Hu pursed his lips tightly and said, we must win. The sound of rain swiftly grew urgent. Tan Tai Hu wiped his eyes roughly and said in a hoarse voice as the shouts behind him gradually became a wave, we must win, we must win. From this time on to the moment they battled to the death, we must win had to become the Imperial Army's one and only creed. Faced up against their senior who had made a name for himself a long time ago, they had to draw their blades, they had to spur their horses on swiftly in an advance, and they had to defeat everyone standing in their way. One at a time, they could only win. The Libei armored cavalry could lose, as could the Chidong garrison troops. Even Lei Changming's forces could suffer a defeat. But the Imperial Army and Xiao Qie could not. At the same time they broke free of their shackles, they also left their backer. If they could not win, then they could only die. Xiao Qie turned his horse around and wiped away the rainwater on his chin. It was as if he was a wolf who had caught a whiff of blood and meat. He drew out that blade which symbolized avarice and ruthlessness and said to the wolf pack behind him, time for us to eat. The rain pitter-pattered down and broke up the water surface. Lei Changming heard that the special envoy from Xizhou had arrived, so he received him in the tent. Mr. Cheng Feng. With a cloak around him, Lei Changming sat on the raised tiger seat and scrutinized Kong Ling. It has been quite some days since we last met. Kong Ling bowed in greeting and said, the chief often comes to our Xizhou in the past. We're all old acquaintances, so why take up arms and create such a big stir this time? Surprisingly enough, Lei Changming was not a boorish fellow. There were no ornaments adorning his scarred arms, and his clothes were simple and plain. The broadsword he carried with him had already been polished until there were visible marks. If one were to suddenly look over, he was no different from the peasant commoners of Zhongbua who always had their face to the ground and back to the sky. He never studied before. He had the aura of a bandit who bumbled his way around the martial fraternity all year round. But that seemed to be only a disguise, for he was quite perceptive. Lei Changming did not feign civility with Kong Ling. He next fixed his eyes on Shen Zechuan and said with a grin, since we are old acquaintances, why did Mr. Chengfeng bring along an imperial bodyguard when it's just for a drink? With a composed expression, Kong Ling said, didn't the chief bring such a large number of troops to put pressure on the city all to see his lordship and Vice Commander Shen? Today, I'll be so bold as to mutually recommend both of you to each other. Your Excellency the Vice Commander, this is Chief Lei Changming, whose name is renowned in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua. He's the one of highest power in the 2 prefectures of Dunju and Dunju. Chief, this is Vice Commander Shen Zechuan, an official in the Son of Heaven's inner ministerial circle whom Kudu personally made an exception to promote. I've heard much of your great name, Lei Changming said, as if he was a little interested. Shen Zechuan. You're Shen Zechuan. I heard Han Cheng devised a scheme to seal the city and besiege you. You alone killed his remaining elite troops. Every strike of yours was lethal, and each blow was so fast it was hardly visible. Why are you hanging out with Zhu Gui and the others instead of following Xiao Qie to Libei? Such a law-abiding prefectural prefect like him can't accommodate a killing machine like you, can he? I'm also a law-abiding person. Shen Zechuan lifted his right hand slightly to reveal the side of his waist. I didn't even bring my blade along to see you, Chief Lei. Lei Changming raised his hand to wave back the guards who were pressing in because of Shen Zechuan's movements. He pointed at Shen Zechuan and said, You don't even remove your blade when you see the Son of Heaven. Yet you do it wholeheartedly on seeing me. He laughed out loud in a booming voice, and said loudly, Could it be that I'm even more honorable than the Son of Heaven? The Empress Dowager is in charge now, and court discipline is lax. There has long been no such thing as the Son of Heaven. Shen Zechuan smiled. The chief is a peerless hero. I naturally have to observe the etiquette. You are all people who have been in Kudu for a long time. Your words are all pleasing to the ears. Lei Changming leaned against his seat and pried apart the sweet potato on the plate. He took 2 bites and said, Spit it out. What do you want with me? My purpose for coming to the chief's tent today is to, firstly, pay you a special visit, and secondly, express my willingness to discuss with you about the future. Shen Zechuan scrutinized the tent as he spoke. Pitching camp here is, after all, not a long-term measure. If the Imperial Army doesn't come, then is the chief going to keep waiting day after day? You understand Xiao Qie better than me. Lei Changming finished his sweet potato in a few bites. His father and eldest brother are all renowned generals. How bad can he be? I'll wait for him to come to me for a discussion. Cizhou is only just this big. I can guess where he is hiding even without searching. I can't enter Cizhou if he occupies Cizhou and refuses to leave. There has to be a resolution to this matter, right? I'll wait for him. I'm in no hurry. His 20,000 Imperial army are skilled in horsemanship and archery. Their capabilities on horseback are no less inferior to the Libei armored cavalry. Fighting with him now would be detrimental to the chief instead. Seeing those guards about to move again, Shen Zechuan let out a preemptive smile and said, He is in the city, and has Cizhou granary for sustenance. The chief is outside the city, and can only rely on army rations from the back end to sustain the forces. The expenditure of 40,000 men is an appalling amount. The longer this battle drags on, the more the chief will lose out. I'm sure the chief understands this more than me. So what? I can afford to dawdle. But the Imperial Army can't, right? Xiao Qie can't live on Cizhou's grains for an entire lifetime. The Prince of Libei is still fighting a war in Libei. Xiao Qie is in a hurry to go home. I'll only stand to lose money the longer this drags on, but it's lives that hang in the balance for Xiao Qie. He rebelled, but Chidong garrison troops didn't. Qi Zhuyin only needs half a month to lead her troops here. When the Libei armored cavalry comes forth to provide reinforcement then, they will have a headache on both ends. Qi Zhuyin is not easier to fight than the Biancha cavalry. This lass's capability is something you people who have had frequent dealings with her know best. She even dared to set the Biancha's throne on fire. It's simply too easy for her to fight against one Cizhou. But, does Xiao Qie dare to? Lei Changming wiped his mouth. His smile was casual, and the expression in his eyes was cool and collected. Is Xiao Qie even worthy? Shen Zechuan revealed a regretful expression and said, If the reserve rations the chief has is truly adequate, then there's no need for me to say a word more about it. Truth be told, it's precisely because I'm worried about Commander-in-Chief Chi's arrival any time now that I thought of discussing a deal with you. Kong Lin turned slightly pale and walked 2 steps closer toward Shen Zechuan. he said. Vice Commander, we have yet to. What deal do you want to discuss with me? Lei Changming interrupted. Kong Ling. Shenzichuan said, if Xiao Qie is able to pass through Cizhou without a hitch, then it's all good and well for everyone. But since the chief has come forth with your own soldiers, then that 20,000 imperial army of his is no longer my only choice. The deal I wish to discuss with the chief is precisely regarding the army rations. I still have 2 million silver in my hands, and I'm willing to invest it in the chief to be used for food rations expenditure this battle. But in exchange, you have to vouch for me before Han Cheng to preserve my life when you become an official in the imperial court in the future. Stunned, Kong Lin said, Shenzichuan, how can you dupe us? Didn't we agree that those 2 million will be given to Cizhou to rebuild the garrison troops? I only said I was willing to. Shenzichuan tilted his head a little and said to Kong Ling with sincerity, I didn't say I definitely would. Kong Ling grabbed hold of Shenzichuan's sleeve and said, you lied to us. You treacherous lad. Lei Changming laughed again. With his hands on his knees, he said, are you for real? Shenzichuan, if you really have that much silver, would you still have let the imperial army gnaw on mud the entire way while fleeing for their lives? You people are not plotting to deceive me, are you? How was Kong Ling still of the mind to listen to what he was saying? His face flushed red, and his goatee trembled as he said to Shenzichuan in disbelief, was that impassioned speech of yours a lie too? You used Zhongbuo's calamity to lie to us and lay a trap. Are you still human? Every man has his own ambition. Shenzichuan smiled lazily. Cizhou and the imperial army are already cornered like turtles in a jar. It's natural for me to seek a new master. Mr. Chengfeng, you of all people should understand it best. If you can really produce 2 million silver, still sitting in place, Lei Changming said, and help me to save Han Jin. Then I'll take care of it on Han Cheng's end for you. I've already gotten someone to bring some silver over. Shenzichuan said. So is this proof enough of my sincerity, Chief? Chapter 106, Crude. Chapter 106, Crude. Shenzichuan was unable to bring 2 million this trip, but he brought sincerity. Lei Changming looked at those few chests of silvers. They were all genuine stuff, stacked neatly in order. He grabbed a handful at random to get a feel of that heavy weight and said, these few chests of silver are something that even the brothers under my command selling sugared biscuits can produce. Aren't you looking down on me a tad too much? The chief might not necessarily dare to accept it if I had really brought over 2 million. Shenzichuan had already taken his seat. He said, good deals are worth discussing over slowly. The ones who should be anxious at present are Cizhou and Xiao Qie. Lei Changming waved a hand to get his men to drag Kong Ling out of the tent, leaving only his own guards and Shenzichuan behind. From start to end, he remained unwilling to leave his seat. Without taking even half a step closer to Shenzichuan, he said, you and Xiao Qie broke out of the siege in Kudu. You could be considered sworn friends who have been through life and death, so why did you fall out with him suddenly and come to beg me instead? Since the chief knows of me, then you must have also known that Shen Wei is my old man. Shen Wei let the enemies into Dunju and caused a long-standing grudge to form between me and Li Bei. Xiao Qie and I may be able to bury the hatchet, but Xiao Jiming may not necessarily be willing to use me. Shenzichuan looked troubled. A man's aspiration is to make a name for himself. Xiao Qie is like a clay Buddha crossing the river who can't even save himself. So how would he have the energy to carve out a path for me? There is some misunderstanding between me and His Excellency Han, but those are all minor issues that do not warrant the death penalty. As long as someone can vouch for me, I'll be able to return to Kudu to serve the imperial court again. So that means you still want to be an official, huh? With both hands on his knees, Lei Changming said, brother, to tell you the truth, I want to be an official too. We used to hang out in the mountains and wilderness back then, and we lived pretty much a carefree life. But when all is said and done, it's not a proper job. Every single one of our movements will come under close scrutiny by the Chidong garrison troops. The chief and I have a common goal. Shenzichuan lifted his little bamboo fan slightly. Isn't this just perfect? But, I've been deceived by scholars like you until it scares me now. Lei Changming put on a look of dread. This 2 million of yours are still in Cizhou. How are you going to get it to me? And that Han Jin too. How are you going to help me save him? Make yourself clear today, so I know how things stand. Only then can I truly take you under me. The silver is not an issue. The chief can pick a trusted man to go to Tsizhou and ask Ju Gui for the money. He knows where the silvers are kept. As long as you can move it, you can take the money away now. You think he would be willing to give me if I ask him for it? Lei Changming rubbed his fingers together, as if he still wanted to touch those silvers. You have Kongling in your hands. That's Ju Gui's trusted aide. Shen Zichuan said with a smile. You have 40,000 soldiers and horses too. How would Ju Gui not dare to give you? He always wanted to be a good official who loves his people like his children. He won't infuriate you at this critical juncture. Lei Changming looked at Shen Zichuan, as if he was getting a measure of him. The tent quietened down. It was all Lei Changming's guards to Shen Zichuan's left and right. He touched the teacup, but did not drink up. In this long standoff, Lei Changming suddenly laughed and said, I have ample reserve supplies. I'm not in a hurry to ask for money. It doesn't matter if this 2 million is left there for a few more days. Men, serve tea to young Master Shen. Our top priority is to discuss how to save Han Jin. After all, our meeting of Han Cheng in Kudu hinges on him. Kong Ling was locked up in a stable. He lay across the weeds and panted heavily, securely bound by coarse hemp ropes. The horse that was resting before him stuck out its hoof and discharged steaming hot dung. That stench made Kong Ling dizzy, and he tried to turn his head away to gasp for breath. The band of bandits surrounding him outside the stable roared with laughter. Kong Ling shouted indignantly, the traitor deceived me. Bah! A gentleman would rather die than be humiliated. Don't even dream of using me to threaten Tsizhou. Horsewhips jabbed at Kong Ling's face. He was covered with mud and horse dung all over, and being watched by these people all around him caused waves of giddiness to wash over him. He said with shame and hatred, You people are in cahoots. You. Lei Changming. What good end will you come to by conspiring with such an unrighteous person? But no matter how Kong Ling cursed and cussed, there were only roars of laughter all around him. He was a well-read and well-educated man. Whether it was Tan Tai Long or Ju Gui in the past, they all treated him with courtesy. Who would not respectfully address him as Mr. Chengfeng everywhere he went? But now, not only was he tied up in a stable, he was even ridiculed and laughed at by these people. He thought again of the snowy night when he fled Dunju. The face of these bandits gradually overlapped with the faces of the Biancha cavalry, with vague sounds of laughter everywhere. Unable to restrain his emotions for a moment, Kong Ling started to choke with sobs. Patrol guards. An officer suddenly walked out from the other end and bellowed, What are all of you gathering here for? Is this old fart more important than the task of patrolling the camp? If the patrol is delayed, I'll see how all of you will get skinned. Move it, disperse. The surrounding people broke up noisily. Kong Ling shifted over to the edge of the stable and put his head against the railing to let the dripping rainwater wash away the filth. He took deep breaths, as if he was breathing in fresh air. His goatee was so dirty that it had become a cake of mud. People went in and out of the tent in the distance. When they lifted the flap of the tent, he could see Lei Changming preparing to host a feast to entertain Shen Zichuan. Kong Ling spat and closed his eyes in the rain. An unspecified amount of time later, someone gave Kong Ling's cheeks a light pat. Kong Ling opened his eyes. It was the man he had seen earlier. This person seemed to be in his early 30s. His face was dark, and he had an air of toughness to him. He called out, Mr. Chengfeng. Kong Ling was alarmed. Don't be afraid. I'm Tan Tai Long's old subordinate. I used to hold a post in the Dunju garrison troops. I've met you once. This man forced a smile, then sighed and said, Mister, really ought not to have ended up in such a state. Since you are Tan Tai Long's former subordinate, how can you follow a bandit like Lei Changming to stage a rebellion? Kong Ling said woodenly. Tan Tai Long hated these villains the most when he was still alive. I was driven into a corner. This man said with a bitter smile. After Dunju was recovered, the imperial court transferred the grains away and used it to fill up Juesh's deficit. Those of us who survived were so starved that we had to chew tree barks. Although the chief is a bandit, he is righteous and generous. It's only by following him we can have enough food to fill our stomachs. We have no choice. Kong Ling knew he was telling the truth, but words failed him, and he could only remain silent. This man helped Kong Ling up and said, I heard the intent of the chief earlier at the table. He's prepared to use you to negotiate with the prefectural prefect of Tizhou. I was worried that you would be too strong-willed and could not bear the humiliation. So I found a chance to step out. Mister, I'll take you away on horseback right now. Kong Ling looked at his sincere expression and said, if you let me go, Lei Changming will definitely not let you off lightly. This man untied Kong Ling's ropes and quickly said, I'll send you to Tizhou and come back to apologize. I was originally a loyal and righteous soldier under General Tantai's command. But now, I've been reduced to a bandit just so I have food to fill my stomach. I can't live with myself deep down. But the chief has been kind to me, so I can't turn my back on him either. Mister, let me help you up the horse. After being helped up the horse, Kong Ling held his arm and choked with sobs, you are a sensible man. The man got onto the horse too and draped a cloak over Kong Ling. With a shake of the reins, he led Kong Ling around to the main gate of the camp. There were still people patrolling in the rain. On seeing him, they all paid their obeisances to him. Without saying a word more, he flashed his token and brought Kong Ling out of the camp. Both men had been galloping for only a moment when they heard the sound of berating behind them. It was soldiers in pursuit of them. This place is still 1,000 li away from Tizhou. Mister. The man braved the rain to guide the way. We'll run without a break all night. Kong Ling swayed from the jolts and bumps. He clutched the reins tightly and followed swiftly after the man. The sound of pursuit behind him never stopped. Branches in the dark night lashed at his face. Kong Ling did not even dare to look back. He endured the pain, determined to hurry back to Tizhou and waste no time in tipping off Ju Gui. Shun Zichuan ate very little. He ignored the singing and dancing in the tent and sat down at the lower area to drink wine. Lei Changming had brought along quite a number of concubines with his troops in their march forward. Many of them were women he had grabbed in broad daylight back in Duanzhou. He told one of them to go over and pour wine for Shun Zichuan, then urged him with great gusto as he sat on his seat. Brother Shun, drink up. I bought plenty of excellent wine this trip. Drink as much as you want tonight. Shun Zichuan saw that Lei Changming had drunk until he was flushed in the face. His voice was growing increasingly loud, and he did not hold back as he teased the others. The woman in his arms had been pinched until her neck and shoulders were covered in bruises. Shun Zichuan raised the cup slightly and downed the wine without saying a word. Lei Changming said as he ate the meat, You're the son of the Prince of Zhenxing, Shun Wei. You never had to endure hardships since you were young, so you don't know how valuable grains are. But you sure have the candor of someone from the marital fraternity by giving this 2 million at the mere drop of a hat. Brother Shun, not that I'm bragging, but I think you did well by throwing in your lot with me now. That Xiao Qie is just a brat. He could still be of some use in Kudu, but now that he's returning to Libei, what available path is there for him? He still has 20,000 soldiers with him. The Libei armored cavalry will definitely not take them in. Don't tell me the Prince of Libei can still make him the commander-in-chief of Libei? That Xiao Jiming is the one who's truly formidable. Not letting those women touch his wine jar, Shun Zichuan poured himself a cup of wine and said with a smile, Yeah. Lei Changming gobbled down the pork shoulder and wiped his mouth before he said, Speaking of these generals, I'm only afraid of Chidong's commander-in-chief, Qi Zhuyin. Of the 4 great generals of the world, she's the only woman. I saw her once when I worked as an armed escort in Hezhou. What the fuck? Such a pretty lass, and yet the weapon she wields is an executioner's blade. An executioner's blade. Too, the blade Xiao Qie uses is also an executioner's blade, isn't it? One straight slash, and it can cleave apart bones and flesh. What it relies on is real physical strength. It's also to do her a favor that I came to Tizhou this time. I'll capture Xiao Qie on her behalf and send him back to Kudu. This will allow their Chidong to break with Libei without being directly involved. Say, with such a merit like this, Will I be able to get a position as a general under her command? I heard that Commander-in-Chief Qi has 5 great generals under her command. Each of them is skilled in combat, and they are all men she single-handedly trained all these years over at the Chidong garrison troops. Shun Zichuan said. If you really go over, you'll naturally come up top and be the big brother of them all. Lei Changming boomed with laughter. He scooped up the woman in his arms and kissed her haphazardly in spite of the cries. He wiped his greasy hands clean on those silk fabrics and said, "It is from the mountains that I made my mark. I've been running all over all these years, and I've also fought some battles. Mention me, Lei Changming, in Zhongbua, and who doesn't know that I can fight? Brother Shen, you know Lu Guangbai of the Bianjuan Commandery, right? Their Lu clan is poor as heck. He gives one the impression of being an unyielding man, and it's all by virtue of his vigor that he could keep up the desperate fights at Bianjuan. He doesn't have any other capabilities. In my opinion, Lu Guangbai is the most incompetent one among the 4 great generals. He's called, what do you call it, the fire beacon amidst blowing sand or something. Bianjuan lights up the beacon towers every year, so what's so special about this? Might as well vacate his post and let me take over instead. I guarantee I'll be way better than him." Seeing that he was drunk and starting to boast, Shun Zichuan lowered his fingers and gently righted the chopsticks on the table. He said with a smile, "He's indeed not very impressive. Men like Commander Zhuo are the real heroes." Lei Changming poured wine into his mouth, which leaked over half of his body. Too late to wipe it, he tossed the wine cup away and said to Shun Zichuan, "He who took down the enemy's heads from 1,000 li away, and he who struck fear in enemies' hearts with 1 arrow. He was all the storyteller in the tea house in Huzhou spoke of in the past. Said he killed his wife to protect the city, and consequently, his hair rapidly turned white. Oh man, one can't help but shed tears to hear his story. A pity there was no avoiding the disillusionment of a hero, and he still ended up retiring early. Otherwise, he and I might even get to be sworn brothers." It was pandemonium in the tent, as if a host of demons were dancing and running wild within. Those so-called guards, deputy generals, all showed their true colors as they stood or lay down and pulled the prostitutes over to drink and make merry. Such an army like this has no military discipline to speak of. They were the same as Lei Changming bandits who depended on weapons at the very beginning to plunder and loot. Sitting among them, Shun Zichuan had a subtle sense that something was off. Lei Changming should not be such a man. If he was this kind of short-sighted man who enjoyed life while he could, then how could he have stood out from among the crowd of bandits? What this man had on display was completely different from what Shun Zichuan had heard of him from rumors. Lei Changming got up to chase after the prostitute and pulled her into his arms to fondle and grope. He drank the wine, sang some obscure farm song from Dengju, and danced and gesticulated with merriment like a bull that had rashly crashed its way onto the chessboard. He enjoyed himself to his heart's content, and drank himself drunk. But unexpectedly, he smacked his forehead and said as he pointed at Shun Zichuan, "Your mother is a dancer from Duanzhou. Brother Shun, quick, get up and dance for us." Chapter 107, Odd. Chapter 107, Odd. The sound of rain outside the tent grew softer, and the tent flap was opened, dissipating the heat within. Lecherous howls of the drunk men rang out from the camp in the deep of the night, while soldiers with arms around one another played guessing games. Lei Changming was so hot that he undid his clothes and laid his chest bare. His chest was tanned, with plenty of scars and a tuft of chest hair that grew unchecked like weed beneath his clothes. Drunkenly embracing the woman in his arms, he sang and danced, and even called out to Shun Zichuan, "Brother Shun, get up." At this point in time, the flap moved, and several servile and submissive soldiers entered to place down the food. Shun Zichuan partially opened the little bamboo fan and stood up. The candle flames in the tent were not bright enough. He raised his hand to block the side of his face at an angle with the fan, then looked at Lei Changming and said softly, "What dance does the chief want to see?" Lei Changming felt that Shun Zichuan was really good-looking. He was not only astonishingly beautiful when seen this way, but also so gorgeous that he overshadowed and outshone everything else in the room. Lei Changming drank the wine to embolden himself, then shoved the woman away and pounced on Shun Zichuan. He did not expect to trip over the wine jar at his feet and cut a sorry sight as he fell at Shen Zichuan's feet. It was in this way Lei Changming sprawled on the ground and gasped for breath that reeked of wine. He wanted to grab the hem of Shen Zichuan's robe, but he grasped at nothing but empty air. He let loose a chuckle and began to laugh. "Smell nice." Lei Changming stretched his neck out and sniffed the air hard. "You really smell so good. Brother Shen, come on. Help me up. I'll dance with you." "Dance whatever you like." "Damn, so this is what others mean by the fragrance of a beauty." Shen Zichuan looked askance at him and watched him crawl on the ground like a pot-bellied hairy spider as he chased after the corner of Shen Zichuan's plain, white clothes. For some reason, Shen Zichuan felt an extremely sudden wave of abhorrence wash over him in this absurdly comical moment. His hatred, which had broken free of its dam, was just like magma, so scalding that his fingers, which had been gripping the fan, went white. His teacher told him to leave Kudu and return to Zhongbua. Yet the Duanzhou, which he once pined for, was successively handed over to men like these. Lei Changming and the others were just like personification of malice. They were the evil ghosts who had taken over the state. Shen Zichuan lightly rested his bamboo fan at the side of his lips. He let out a smile and slowly took a step back. In the din under the flickers of ghostly shadows, he bent over slightly and said, "Come over." Lei Changming originally wanted to climb to his feet, but now, it seemed like he could not care less as he crawled on his hands and knees towards Shen Zichuan. In his trance, he felt that what he was seeing was not a human being, but an untouchable, nocturnal demon. He salivated and swallowed his saliva before he realized that Shen Zichuan had a tiny white jade stone on his right ear. Someone had carefully polished that jade into a perfect sphere, and it looked exceedingly gentle on Shen Zichuan's earlobe under the glow of the light. It was the only accessory he had on his entire body, other than his bamboo fan. "Brother Shen," Lei Changming said with urgency. "Quick, help me up." The soldiers set down the plates with their heads lowered. Then, with trays in hands, they stepped aside as if they were preparing to leave. The shouts and laughter of the men and women were like the drizzle which, in Lei Changming's ears, became another seemingly elusive world. He seemed to be a drooling jackal that had been chained and pulled towards Shen Zichuan by an invisible force. The tent was all upside down. Lei Changming felt a little dizzy from drinking too much. "Brother Shen." Lei Changming chanted as though he was paying religious homage. "Shen Zichuan. Beauty. Brother Shen." Lei Changming haphazardly tore away at his own opened clothes, feeling as if the scars on his chest were burning. He had never been like this before. His eyes were clearly opened, yet he seemed to be asleep. He was still crawling. It seemed as if he had finally gotten near to Shen Zichuan's feet. He tilted his head up and let out a vague laugh as he tried to tug at the hem of Shen Zichuan's white-as-clouds robe. "What a temptress." Lei Changming reached out a shivering hand and murmured ingratiatingly at Shen Zichuan, "How ravishing can you be?" Lei Changming killed people like flies in Zhongbua, grabbed countless women, and coerced many children. He was the kind of person who seemed to love beautiful and exquisite people by nature. He wanted to tear all those who were delicate, untainted, and even ignorant into blooded, tainted masses. He committed much evil, and he even thought that ghosts would all take a detour on seeing him. He did not fear karma at all. They had done wrong, and yet they were still able to sleep well with dreams of limitless wealth and glory. They would not think back of all those bodies they had trampled into pieces. All those were like the clouds, people they once could not touch. Lei Changming's vision was somewhat blurred. Shen Zichuan's face gradually became more and more vague. On the contrary, that round little jade stone increased in clarity until it turned into a little jade stone that he seemed to have seen before. Little buddy. Lei Changming once hoodwinked a child in this way. He pinned down the other party's limbs, and violated the other party in the pitch-dark tent. He still remembered drinking that day too. The scars on his chest were burning like this too. Those hands and legs he was gripping were so thin and slender that Lei Changming even had the thought to break them in his stimulated state. He bent and twisted them hard and watched as that rosiness turned pale until it eventually turned into a mess of rotten flesh. Panting, Lei Changming pounced at Shen Zichuan several times and attempted to grab the latter, but failed. He shook his head hard. The cacophony of human voices gave him a splitting headache. He hastily crawled forward and bumped into a small table at the side. Wine and dishes splattered all over his half-naked body. He shouted, "Shun!" The tent reflected in Lei Changming's eyes suddenly righted itself. Blood splashed over his cheeks. He opened his mouth wide. His body was still frozen in place, but his head had already gone rolling. It knocked against the wooden leg of the small table, its expression so vivid that it was nauseating. The laughter in the tent came to an abrupt stop. The candle flames were still flickering. Everyone still maintained their initial actions, but they looked like they had all gone stiff and were already dead. Wind blew through the opened flap, revealing the drizzling scene outside where night was like the creeping silence, and extinguished the last of the candle flame. Shun Zechuan placed Yang Shan Shui, which he had pulled out from under the cushion, and wiped it in silence. Fresh blood, removed from the blade, left behind a long red scar on the cotton cloth. He wiped it very slowly. No one saw when he had drawn the blade, so they could only appreciate the sight of him wiping it patiently. Shun Zechuan inexplicably started to laugh. This laughter seemed to be the most unbridled one he had ever let loose these days. He kept the blade, held up his folding fan again, and stepped on Lei Changming's head to correct its position. "Dancing, huh?" Shun Zechuan lowered his eyes and said to Lei Changming, "Are you even worthy?" The soldier who was about to pee had only just let his pants down when someone sliced his throat and dragged him into the undergrowth. Small groups of Lei Changming's soldiers gathered at the foot of the watchtower to play dice, unaware that their own men were silently dwindling in numbers. "Tell the mess cook to save some meat and serve a plate to us. This rain falls like diarrhea. It's so unbearable. It'll be too hard to bear if we don't drink a little wine." The squad commander tossed the dice and lifted his head to yell at the man behind, "You go." "Yes, you. You're getting in the way by standing here." With that, he lowered his head again. They put their heads together and chewed on the meat jerky as they tossed the remaining bit of copper coins they had left in the waistband of their pants into the bet, all of them hoping to get lucky. "Ain't this hand way too cursed?" One of them slapped his palm as if he was swatting at bad luck, then wiped and rubbed it on his thigh. He said, "I'm not playing anymore." "No." Another one tugged at him. "That'd be no fun. We're entering the city tomorrow. Don't you need money to visit the brothels and get on the pleasure boats? Give it another go. You might get lucky." Bah. The one who wanted to leave spat at the face of the other party. "With our chief's reputation, do we still need money to enter the city and visit the brothels? Slutty whores don't deserve to ask for money. We are already doing them favors by patronizing them. Who knows if they will spread some filthy diseases to me? I'm not playing." Those in the tent seem to me like they are going to stay up all night. With the state they have drunk themselves into, I doubt they can even fight a battle tomorrow. I'm going to sleep for a few hours. As soon as this person turned around, he bumped into someone else. He hit his head on the armor and heard a thwack. The collision dazed him, and he blanked out for a moment before he started to push and shove at the other party. He cussed, "The fuck you blocking?" There was a muffled sound of stabbing. This person did not even have the chance to speak when he fell forward with a blank stare. The forward trajectory of the body was blocked by the other party, and it fell back towards the crowd, who were still shaking the dice, and crashed into them. The dice promptly tumbled to the ground. The men were already in a bad temper from having to take the night watch, so they grabbed the man's collar, wanting to hit him. But when they turned him over for a look, they saw those eyeballs of his bulging out in a glare. The man was already dead. The Imperial Army swiftly drew their blades. Without giving these bandits the chance to react, they charged forth and cut them down. Blood splattered onto armors. Tantai, who wiped his face and shouted, "Kill!" Without the tip-off from the patrol squad, the soldiers that had already gone to rest in the camping grounds were caught off guard by the Imperial Army. Leading his men, Tantai, who charged into the tent and covered their mouths and noses, and stabbed them one at a time, leaving behind a mattress of crimson red. The surviving bandits ran out of the military camp in a panic. They did not receive any orders, and so they ran around flustered in the rainy night like headless chickens. The campsite was already completely surrounded by the Imperial Army. The moment those wily old foxes who had hung out in the martial fraternity all year round saw those drawn blades, they instantly surrendered without a fight and crowded together as they waded across the muddy waters to kneel and beg for mercy. Xiao Qie spurred his horse over. Lang Dao Shui Jin trod its hooves before the crowd of people. The gerfalcon descended from the sky and landed on Xiao Qie's shoulder, bringing along a gust of bitterly cold wind as it closed up its wings. Xiao Qie's well-built body was like an ink-black cloud in the rainy night that blotted out the light. His back was to that faint and distant candlelight in the tent, while his gaze was like a blade so cutting that those prying glances vanished in a fluster. Tantai, who was doing a head count. Xiao Qie turned his horse around. His shoulders were already drenched. Meng tilted its head to look askance at that deadly still military tent, as if it knew that there were bloody fleshes inside for it to eat. Shun Zichuan was not in the tent. He was standing outside, carrying an umbrella with his head lowered to look at his own blood-stained boots. Xiao Qie leaned down, and Meng hopped onto Shun Zichuan's shoulder. Shun Zichuan raised his head and met Xiao Qie's eyes. This young master, Xiao Qie lifted a finger and lightly scraped it across the tip of Shun Zichuan's nose. "Why are you standing here alone in the rain?" Shun Zichuan spread his little bamboo fan open to show it to Xiao Qie. He said a little sulkily, "My fan is dirty." There were a few splotches of blood splattered on the feebly opened fan, like red plums spilling over the words. It was unlikable, no matter how one looked at it. What's more, these words were written by Xiao Qie himself. Ever since this fan was gifted to him, it never left Shun Zichuan's side, just like that blue handkerchief. The way those drops are splashed is pretty unique. Xiao Qie's gaze never left Shun Zichuan's face. He said, "Give this fan to me. I'll make you another one." Shun Zichuan inserted the fan at a slanting angle into Xiao Qie's back collar and nodded his head. Xiao Qie smiled at him and asked, "Was the feast delicious?" Shun Zichuan shook the umbrella open to shield both of them and answered, "Passable. It's too noisy." Xiao Qie dismounted and took over the umbrella. He only covered Shun Zichuan, leaving half of his own body exposed outside in the rain. He lifted the tent flap with one hand and surveyed the interior. After a period of time, he said, "There's something odd with this camp." Shun Zichuan raised his hand to cover up Meng, who wanted to fly inside, and said, "I don't think he's the same Lei Changming who is rumored to be able to subdue the two prefectures of Duanzhou and Dunju." Both of them were still talking when they suddenly saw Tantai Hu hurrying over to them. The blood on Tantai Hu's body had yet to be wiped away. He did not look too good as he paid his respects to both men and said, "Master, their numbers don't tally at all. I asked some squad commanders, and they couldn't even say how many men they have under them. It was only after I pressed them further that I learned that they are all bandits Lei Changming had just taken in. They are not men he brought along from Mount Luo." Chapter 108, Silver. Chapter 108, Silver. No wonder it was all so easy tonight. In that instant, Shun Zichuan came to an understanding about many matters. He abruptly looked back and was about to blurt it out when he held back and looked at Xiao Qie. "Laohu," Xiao Qie said swiftly. "Separate out 2,000 men to guard this place. Ding Dao, get on your horse and go around to the northeast of Zizhou. Tell the men lying in ambush to head south immediately and block the road on the southern side of Zizhou. The rest of you, follow me back to the city." This strategy of luring the enemy away from his base had been planned for a long time already. Very likely, it was already in the works before Lei Changming left Mount Luo. Those reports that were sent back to Zizhou from Mount Luo were all vague statements, the most frequent of which was their sightings of the earthen stoves built by the bandits in Mount Luo. This turned the precise number of Lei Changming's men into a matter of opinion. The mix of truth and falsehood, reality and pretenses, lured them into conveniently guessing that the 40,000 men were just a front. And so, they assumed that the other party would not dare to launch a surprise attack without careful consideration. No one would have expected the other party to harbor no intent to fight with Xiao Qie head-on at all. It's impossible for Kong Ling not to recognize Lei Changming. Shun Zichuan got on the horse using Xiao Qie's arms as support. "I suspect at this point that all the rumors about Lei Changming are false. Lei Changming is just this person's shell. Xiao Qiye tossed the umbrella to Tan Tai Hu and covered Shen Zichuan up with his cloak. Then he put up his arms and turned his horse around. He said, "It's useless even if he holds Kong Ling under duress. Most likely, he wants to rely on Kong Ling to open Xizhou's gate. By doing this, he will be the one inside, and we will be the ones outside." Xiao Qiye was able to fight against Lei Changming's 40,000 men all because he still had Xizhou's granary behind him to back him up. This allowed him to act promptly and swiftly cut down this mixed batch of soldiers who were already weary from being on the go. To think the other side knew their own shortcomings and did not fight with Xiao Qiye head-on. Instead, they drew on their foe's strength to make up for their own deficiencies and turned Xiao Qiye into a stray dog in the wilderness. They reversed everyone's initial position, causing the imperial army to be stranded outside with access to the military provisions cut off. "He has always been in the shadows all this while," Shen Zichuan said in the wind with his cloak around him. "He knows all our moves like the back of his hand. Xizhou is not our territory after all. He must have an informer in the city. Yet we know nothing about him." Xiao Qiye suddenly laughed when he spoke to this point. He tightened his arms around him and said, "This man sure is something." By now, the rain had subsided. Only the night breeze still carried with it a few threads of rain. Horses' hooves trampled upon mud as they galloped noisily towards Xizhou. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not catch up with the speed of the other party. Kong Ling had already arrived in Xizhou. Kong Ling had been a weak scholar ever since he came out of obscurity to take up an official post, and he was almost 45 now. His bones almost fell apart on impact when he reined in his horse, and he could hardly catch his breath as he slid off the horse to the ground. He let the man hold him up in support, then cupped his hands at the man and said, It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mister, you are too courteous." Even though this man looked competent and tough, he had been looking after Kong Ling the entire journey. "I'm afraid the pursuing soldiers behind us will be here in a flash. Mister, drink some water, and we'll move on. Once we reach the foot of the city gate, get them to open the gate as soon as possible." They rested midway in an inn that still had lanterns hung up, although it was not to stay overnight, but to allow Kong Ling, whose legs were still trembling, to drink some hot tea and take a breather. The sides of Kong Ling's legs were badly scraped, making it inconvenient for him to sit down. He held the bowl in the hall to gulp down. As they were resting, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves outside. Although the man did not stand up, his hand quietly fell upon the blade at the side of his waist. He turned slightly sideways to hide his face in the darkness and looked at the door. A group of travel-worn travelers strode through the door, led by two men of similar stature. The strange thing was that this group of people were all tall and similarly well built. Even though they were wearing the cotton clothes of commoners, they still had an imposing aura around them. One of them removed his bamboo hat to reveal a face with stubble and a lock of hair hanging down over his forehead. He swept a seemingly nonchalant glance at the two men in the hall who were still drinking tea. With a smile on his face, he tossed out a bag of money and said to the innkeeper, "Staying for the night. 1 deluxe room and 3 wide beds. Any cooked food left? Give us some steamed bun and braised beef with shaojiu wine. We have money, so why do you have to be so frugal?" The other one removed his bamboo hat too. He was powerfully built. He opened the bag of money and said to the innkeeper, "Deluxe rooms for all." A muffled cough rang out from the center that was surrounded by the men. An old man who was wearing a cloak all this while said in a lowered voice, "It's not easy for us to save up this money. We still have not reached the place. Let's endure it for one more day. Tianya. Let everyone rest after eating their fill. Don't goof around." Qiao Tianya blew at the hair that had fallen and took the bag of money back from Fei Sheng's hands. He tossed it into the innkeeper's hands and said, "Do as I said earlier. Serve the wine and dishes as soon as possible, don't drag your feet. Shifu, you have braved the elements with us the entire journey, so how can we still let you sleep on the wide beds with us now that we are here? You are our elder. This is something we should do as a show of respect to you. Furthermore, if Master were to know that I let you sleep with us on the wide beds, he will definitely not be happy. Please take a good rest, and you'll be doting on us." Not to be outdone after Qiao Tianya was done talking, Fei Sheng immediately said, I was too insensible earlier. Shifu, let me help you up to rest. Once the dishes are served in a while, I'll bring them up to you. Ji Gang's physical strength was not as good as it was before, so he did not turn Fei Sheng down and let Fei Sheng guide him upstairs. Although Kong Ling did not know who these travelers were, he could sense that they were not one to be messed with. He was worried that they were also bandits, as they were all armed with blades. He thought about it, then put down his teacup and said to the man beside him, Warrior, I've had enough rest. Let's continue on our way. But before they could move, those travelers had already taken their seats. The inn was not big, and all the 4 square tables were fully occupied. No one knew if it was intentional or a coincidence, but Qiao Tianya sat down right beside Kong Ling and cut off Kong Ling's access path. Yo! Qiao Tianya poured tea for himself and said offhandedly, Are both of you in a hurry to get on with your journey too? The man curbed his air of toughness, turning himself into an ordinary farmer. He rubbed his hands and smiled shyly, as if he was not accustomed to dealing with unfamiliar inquiries like this, and said, I'm hurrying along with my eldest brother. Qiao Tianya did not think to make way on his own initiative. He drank the tea and narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was scalded, and said, Where are you going? Perhaps we are going the same way. It hasn't been easy for us on this journey. Didn't some marquis in Kudu rebel? It's all men from the local authorities on our way here. They are all so good at fishing for bribes that we are forced to take a detour. Sorry about this chatty mouth of mine. I've gotten carried away. Where are you going? Kong Ling could neither sit nor walk out. His inner thighs burned with pain. Maintaining his composure, his goatee quivered a little as he replied in Dengju dialect, Malian town. You know of Malian town, buddy? The town near Tsizhou, Then we are going the same way. We're heading for the city of Tsizhou ahead of Malian town. As Qiao Tianya spoke, he put up an arm on the table. He stared at the man and said, Buddy, you look familiar. At this point, the man had already sensed that he was being watched. He glanced at the figures of these travelers in his peripheral vision. The wheels turned a little in his mind, and he more or less could make some guesses about them. But he thought that these travelers were imperial bodyguards disguising themselves to hunt down and capture Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan, and that they were only suspicious because of the blade he was carrying. So he relaxed to appear more simple and honest as he answered, I'm a farmer from Dengju. As he spoke, he fumbled around his bosom and fished out a crumpled travel permit and a hand-copied household register. There was the official seal of Dengju on it. He opened it to show Qiao Tianya and said, We are going to Malian town to visit our elder sister who has married over. She has just given birth, and they are hosting a banquet. Oh, a joyous event. Qiao Tianya was even happier than the man was. He said, I love kids the most. And when it comes to drinking wine, I love the ones at baby's 1-month celebrations best. Seeing as Qiao Tianya was still prattling on, Kong Ling forced a smile and said, The rain has stopped. In that case, we shall continue on our way. If not, it'll cost us money to stay here overnight. On the other side, Fei Sheng had already come down the stairs. He did not notice it at first, but seeing as Qiao Tianya had never moved away after so long, he started to size up the man too. He suddenly flashed over and sat down behind the man, boxing him in from the front and back together with Qiao Tianya. What are you chatting about? Fei Sheng picked up a steamed bun from the plate the waiter brought over and took a big bite out of it. He looked at them. Look at how well you're hitting it off. Chatting about sons. Qiao Tianya moved the chopsticks over and said warmly, Have both of you eaten? You didn't have the time to yet, have you? Then, come on, let's have our meals together. Waiter, bring over 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Kong Ling also sensed something off by now. He wanted to sit down and interact with them, but the teacup suddenly overturned, splashing tea over the man. The man hurriedly got up. As he hastily wiped himself with his sleeves, he said to Fei Sheng before him, Sorry. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he squeezed past Fei Sheng and took 2 steps towards the waiter, pleading, Buddy, lend me a towel to wipe myself with. Fei Sheng had already stood up. He exchanged glances with Qiao Tianya. Their astute brothers, who had already taken their seats, all grasped their blades. Fei Sheng strode out from behind and bumped into the man's right back shoulder fast and hard. He pulled the man up by his clothes and said, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" The impact of the bump sent the man knocking into the table and chairs right in front of him. He almost lost his balance. His temples were drenched in sweat, and he was so anxious that he did not know where to put his hands. He repeatedly bowed to Fei Sheng in a conciliatory manner and apologized. Sorry, this man did not know martial arts." Fei Sheng cast another glance at Qiao Tianya and shoved the man again. He yelled, "Just my fucking luck." The man's entire body fell backward, tilting the table and chairs over as he crashed into them. He cut a sorry sight as the back of his head struck the corner of the table. Kong Ling exclaimed in surprise and said anxiously, "Why did you hit out at him?" "He's bleeding." Only then did Qiao Tianya feign to stop Fei Sheng. He said to Fei Sheng, forget it. We are all travelers. Why put others in a spot?" Fei Sheng let loose a torrent of expletives and acted all like a bigwig as Qiao Tianya persuaded him to go back. He even glared at that man several times. Their party started digging into their food. Fei Sheng stood up again and said, "I got so pissed that I forgot I still have to deliver the meal to Shifu." Kong Ling had already helped support the man to the entrance. The man touched the back of his head and came away with an entire hand full of blood. He glanced back at Qiao Tianya and the rest as if he was fearful of them, then hastily shrank his head back, looking all timid and afraid of incurring trouble. He untied the horse and walked off into the night with Kong Ling. Only then did Fei Sheng drop his act and asked, "Why are you interrogating them? We are on the wanted list too. It's better to lie low now that we are about to reach the threshold of Zizhou. Don't stir up trouble." "I always feel like this man." Qiao Tianya drank 2 mouthfuls of xiaojiu and thought about it for a moment with a frown. "Is there really no reaction from him when you bumped into him?" "Nope." Fei Sheng took 2 bites of the beef. "The person himself can put on an act, but once his body is accustomed to reacting swiftly, then it'll be very difficult to control himself from parrying a sudden blow. This man is pretty weird, but he indeed doesn't seem to be a martial artist. What if he can indeed control himself?" Qiao Tianya suddenly asked. "Then he's a formidable one." Fei Sheng gestured with his chopsticks in the air. "He will have to be of the same caliber as Ji Gangshifu. Think about his lordship. With a body like his lordship, there will be no way to hide it. His naturally endowed physique has blessed him with explosive strength. You have to be careful even when you approach him while he's asleep or you risk your own life. What's more touching him? This endurance can only be built up through years and years of practice. This man doesn't seem to be that old. So, I doubt he can." Qiao Tianya ate the dishes and did not ask further. When they had eaten and drunk their fill, the innkeeper worked out the bill for Qiao Tianya. As he returned the silver, Fei Sheng had nothing better to do, so he felt it up and realized something unusual. The weight and relative purity of this silver were subtly different from the silvers they had brought out of Kudu, the ones that had been minted and directly issued by the Ministry of Revenue. Although Fei Sheng was usually a competitive man who loved to fawn on others, his special skill was unrivaled. With his suspicions aroused by these subtle differences, he held the silver high and scrutinized it for a moment before he asked Qiao Tianya, "Zhongbua has had dealings with Jueshi all these years. Most of the silvers in circulation come from Jueshi, right?" "So it is said." Qiao Tianya propped himself on the counter and turned his head aside to look at those silvers. This kind of new silvers is rarely seen. The businesses they do are all shady scalping deals, and the general public typically won't dare to use silvers from Jueshi directly. Everyone will exchange them into copper coins, or use silvers issued out from other areas. But with the state treasury empty during the reign of Xianda, there have been very few newly minted silvers from the various areas. The only one who can still have very new silvers is the Shi, the silver warehouses of the Shi clan, who owned silver mines and mined silver. If these money did not come from Shenzichuan's hands, then it came from the people who schemed to empty out the Shi clan's silver warehouses. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, both were important to them. Qiao Tianya straightened up in a flash and said, "Leave half of the men in place to keep night watch and take care of Shifu. The rest of you, come with me." Fei the 10th, you were fucking wrong about him. Chase. Chapter 109, Jingzhe. Chapter 109, Jingzhe. Qiao Tianya led the men out of the inn in pursuit. There were already no traces of both men on the streets. Fei Sheng mounted the horse from behind, pointed to the west, and said, since he has been alerted, he should know that he can't remain here for long. He definitely won't be able to escape our eyes if he's in town. In all probability, he will choose to leave the town and take a detour to hurry towards Cizhou. According to the information Qiao Tianya knew of, Shen Zichuan should still be in Cizhou. He stuffed that silver ingot back into his bosom. Before he could speak, he heard Ji Gang's voice behind him. Ji Gang gathered the cloak around him and drank up the bowl of medicine in his hand in one gulp. Don't stop for my sake tonight. Let's head for Cizhou now. No matter what, we have to inform Chuan'er of this matter first. As this concerned Shen Zichuan's safety, Qiao Tianya knew that Ji Gang would definitely not rest tonight, so he motioned for the imperial bodyguards at the back to lead the horse over. Ji Gang got onto the horse and straightened his back. Then, with a jerk of the reins, he led the men in a charge towards the town gate. Kong Ling was miserable beyond description. Both his legs had been scraped until they were burning with pain. He did not say a word and followed with a frown behind the man's horse. Just as Fei Sheng predicted, they did not linger further in the town, but left the town quickly with the man leading the way as they took a detour. Mister, please bear with it for a few more hours. As the man spurred his horse on, he looked back to shout. We will be able to reach the foot of Cizhou's city gate before daybreak. Kong Ling panted as he nodded and said, seems like the road is full of forked paths around here. I don't think they would be able to catch up even if they wanted to. But the rain has already stopped. The man's stamina was so good that he did not even gasp for breath once the entire journey. He continued, Mister, there's no way our trail can be covered up now. They are bound to speed up their pursuit of us. Kong Ling pulled at the robe on his knees. He gritted his teeth and said, continue on, warrior, we'll continue on our way. As long as we can reach the foot of Cizhou's city gate, we can avert disaster. That might be the case. But the path they had been taking was very muddy after they diverged from the public road. With their hooves stuck in the mud, the horses could not run at their original speed, and so it was with difficulty that both men traveled. Looking at the man's back, Kong Ling sighed and said emotionally, it's all thanks to your help this time. If you still insist on returning to Lei Changming after we arrived at Cizhou, I'll select the best horse for you. The man let out a hearty laugh and said, Mister, there's no need to stand on ceremony. This is what I should do. I'm just a soldier who only knows how to fight and kill. There are some things that need to be done by lofty scholars like you. I hold you in great esteem, and I'm already content to be able to travel with you tonight. Kong Ling was taken by surprise. He found this man to be a righteous man and felt a lump in his throat. Then he remembered Shen Zichuan, the turncoat who switched his allegiance to the enemy at the critical juncture, and could not help but wipe his eyes with his sleeve and said, to think there are still such good men like you in Zhongbua. There's hope for Zhongbua's rejuvenation yet. Warrior, may I know how I should address you? The man looked back and said, my name is Piaopo. A crude and inelegant name like this isn't fit to be heard by Mister's ears. My parents are both honest people who make a living on the few mu-1 of fields they have. There was a drought the year I was born, that's why my father gave me such a name too. Kong Ling hurriedly said, Brother Piaopo is a righteous man. A name is but a momentary form of address. It sounds good to me. It was too dark for Kong Ling to see the path ahead. He did not know if the route Piaopo picked was too well hidden, but there were really no soldiers in pursuit of them. Kong Ling pounded his thighs. After looking up at the sky several times, he finally saw the first rays of dawn on the horizon as well as the city walls of Cizhou at the end. Mr. Piaopo suddenly pulled at Kong Ling's horse and led him to ride alongside. Tell the city officer to open the gate. We shall go pay our respects to His Excellency Ju now. Both men galloped out of the path and trampled through the puddles of water. They had already arrived at the foot of Cizhou's city walls. Kong Ling hugged the neck of the horse, his energy all spent. He smoothed his goatee to tidy it up, then lifted his head to shout in a hoarse voice, It's me. Heads popped out above the battlement of the city walls. A military officer was shocked to see Kong Ling and could not help but blurt, "Mr. Chengfeng, quick! Go get His Excellency." Kong Ling dismounted the horse with trembling legs. He handed the reins to Piaopo. "Tell him I'm back. Open the city gate immediately," Piaopo said. "Mr." Then, Kong Ling nodded in response. At the same time he gasped for breath. He bent over, with his hands on his knees, and said with a bitter smile, "Let me catch my breath. We are going to enter the city soon. It's only when we meet His Excellency that we can clear all suspicions of you. Otherwise, we will still end up delayed by the city officer's interrogation of you." Not long after, Zhu Gui hurried over. When he saw Kong Ling from above, he immediately said, "Chengfeng, what's going on? Quick, open the gate." The city gate made a dull noise as several soldiers from within lifted the horizontal bar and pushed the city gates open, letting through the first rays of the morning sun through the gap. Kong Ling wiped his sweat and moved to stride in first. There was a section of bridle path behind the city gate. Zhu Gui hurriedly descended from the city gates and led his man to the head of the bridle path, wanting to meet and receive Kong Ling. But Kong Ling, who had been walking in front, abruptly changed countenance and bellowed, "Shut the gate." The soldiers behind him who were still pushing against the city gate froze. But in that instant, Piaopo had already burst forth. He grabbed hold of Kong Ling's back collar and dragged him back in a swift retreat. However, Kong Ling staggered and half-kneeled on the ground, dragging his body and waving his hands as he shouted at Zhu Gui, "This man is up to something. Zhu Gui, tell the men to release the arrows. You mustn't let him go free." Zhu Gui had already taken a step forward. He shouted, "Take him down." That originally docile horse suddenly neighed. It raised its hooves and turned around to trample over the soldiers who were pushing against the gate. Piaopo flipped atop the horse, and the horse instantly crashed its way out of the city gate. He hauled Kong Ling with just one hand, causing Kong Ling's entire body to be partially suspended at one side of the saddle with his legs and feet scraping across the ground as he was forcibly dragged along. Excellent strength. Such strength was by no means inferior to Xiao Qie. Kong Ling was unable to break free as he was dragged along at high speed. His back hit the iron buckle at the side of the saddle, which knocked the wind out of him. That thin and frail chest of his seemed as if it was about to be perforated from the strikes. He was forced to look at the sky while he struggled with his arms and kicked out with both legs as the man's grip on him tightened increasingly. He said, "Zhu Gui, release the arrows. This man has reinforcements." An irritated TSK escaped between Piaopo's lips. He suddenly lifted Kong Ling up by the neck and hollered at the soldiers surging out from the city gates, "Go ahead. Zhu Gui, release the arrows. We'll see if I die first or Mr. Chengfeng dies first." Zhu Gui was but a mere civil official. At this startling change, he pushed away the guards and shouted, "Stop." Kong Ling had been strangled until his face had gone all red. He clawed at his collar with his 10 fingers. Piaopo moved his head closer to him and said with a smile, "Mr. is truly sharp. Weren't you still regarding me as a righteous man on our way here? So why have you turned against me?" Tantai Long's soldiers," Kong Ling gasped and said with difficulty, "are all from the three prefectures in the east. None of them is familiar with the roads in Xizhou." Piaopo burst out laughing. He settled down on the horse and said, "So I see. Mr. is truly formidable. You were still acting with such sincerity earlier. But since I've already arrived at Xizhou, do you think you can simply settle the matter by tricking me into the city and killing me?" He turned his head to the side and spat. Too late. With that, those pursuing soldiers who had vanished earlier came forth from behind. Although they did not have the uniformed armor expected of a regular army, their numbers were terrifying. They were all dressed in various kinds of clothes, holding up their broadswords and swords as they urged their horses through the woods and grasses in a straight charge forth. Kong Ling could not even catch sight of the end of their line. "I told Lei Changming to tell you people a few months back that we want grains. Instead, you let the Imperial Army into the territory and let Xiao Qie take over our granary." Lei Jingzhe flung Kong Ling to the ground. Reining in the turning horse, he motioned to Zhu Gui, Do you think you can scare me into retreating by relying on Xiao Qie's 20,000-strong imperial army? I repeatedly sent men to persuade you to surrender and pledge allegiance to me, but you keep putting off giving me an answer. Zhu Gui, you are now a traitor who financially aids the rebels. I'll rid the people of a scourge by massacring Xizhou today. Zhu Gui looked at those more than 10,000 men, and his heart went half-cold. He even felt a little dizzy. He hastily held on to the person beside him for support and squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, I can open the granary and give you grains. But you mustn't hurt the commoners of Xizhou. Lei Jingzhe cracked the whip, and the bandits behind him roared with laughter. The hooves of his horse trod around Kong Ling, and those people surrounded Kong Ling, forcing him to roll and crawl. Lei Jingzhe pointed to Kong Ling on the ground with his horsewhip and said, Now I'm the host, and you're the guest. The granary is already mine, whether or not you open it up. The fuck you still dare to negotiate with me when I'm taking my men home to eat? Zhu Gui staggered a few steps and fumed, We have already filled up half a granary worth of grains for you Mount Luo bandits last year when Xizhou was hit with famine. If not, how many people on Mount Luo would have starved to death? Can't you spare the commoners of Xizhou on account of this favor we've done you? What nonsense are you spouting? Lei Jingzhe's expression suddenly underwent a change. He said coldly, Lei Changming bought those grains last year with money at my behest. That was right. Lei Changming did indeed pay for the grains last year. But he bought half a granary worth of fine rice in Xizhou at the dirt-cheap price of unpolished rice. The total amount paid was so meager that it was not even enough to send away a beggar in Xizhou. Zhu Gui was so stunned by his brazenness and shamelessness that he could not breathe. Thumping his chest and stamping his foot in anger, he said, Are you people still human? Don't even think of entering the city today. Lei Jingzhe had already run out of patience. He knew that he would not be able to hide the truth at Lei Changming's end for long. The imperial army was very likely to be on the way already. So he lowered his voice and growled, Zhu Gui, I merely want to enter the city to play for a few days. Must you insist on fighting with me against overwhelming odds like you would throw an egg against a rock? Kong Ling trembled as he hunched over in the mud and let loose a sneer. With a fling of his sleeve, he pointed at Lei Jingzhe and let fly a torrent of curses. Play for a few days? When have you ever kept your men under control of all the times you people entered the city? For each time Lei Changming comes, more than 10 of the womenfolk in Xizhou would meet their end. Bah! You're clearly all rotten eggs, so what benevolent and righteous act are you putting on? Everyone will die if we let you enter the city today, so we the folks of Xizhou might as well fight you to the death together. The horsewhip at the rear struck Kong Ling so hard on his back that his skin and flesh split apart. Kong Ling initially thought that they could take this man down at the city gate, but he never expected the other party's soldiers to be following right behind them. He was very much aware that his gullibility this time had brought a catastrophe upon Xizhou. Overwhelmed with grief and sorrow, he bent over the ground and started vomiting. Lei Jingzhe rode his horse out and led his men in a straight charge towards Zhu Gui. He said, Kill our way into the city. Once the imperial court's appointment order is issued, we will become the garrison troops of Xizhou who have eliminated the rebels for the imperial court. Zhu Gui saw that fierce horse charging right for him and those countless blades reflecting the morning rays behind him. With an unexpected burst of strength, and despite knowing that he should not do so, he still spread his arms apart and bellowed, Even if I die today, I cannot let you enter the city. Sunlight pierced through the clouds on the horizon, and that wave of golden light broke through the darkness like the raging tides. With his eyes wide open, Zhu Gui watched as those blades came rushing right towards him. In that moment, the ear-piercing sound of a string being pulled rang out, and that twang from close to the ground reverberated through the air as an arrow hurtled right for Lei Jingzhe's head with a violent gust of strong wind following in its trail. The conqueror bow stood firm and steady in the wind. Under the shocked gazes of all those around him, Xiao Qie held his pose of pulling the bow. The opening of the bone ring on his thumb shifted, revealing the penetrating and forbidding eyes behind the bowstring. Chapter 110, Son of a Concubine. Chapter 110, Son of a Concubine. Lei Jingzhe did not dare to be too complacent. Unable to dodge in time in his haste, he could only brandish his broadsword to ward off the blow. The arrow struck the blade with a loud clang, and the impact numbed Lei Jingzhe's entire arm. He promptly and decisively spurred his horse past Zhu Gui in an attempt to lead his men into charging into the city. "Shut the gates quick." Zhu Gui was swept off his feet and thrown to the ground. Paying no mind to the sorry sight he presented, he lifted the hem of his robe and shouted at the city soldiers. Pressing their shoulders against the city gates, the city soldiers bellowed in unison and shoved the gates towards the center to shut it. But Lei Jingzhe's horse was faster. His blade arrived at the same time as his horse, cutting down the men who were pushing away at the gates. He was just about to drive straight in to take over Tizhou, but in that critical moment, Lei Jingzhe felt a chill at the back of his head and swiftly bent the upper half of his body over. Following right after, the back of the horse sank as a youth of about 16 or 17 of age climbed onto it. Ding Dao's slashed his palm towards Lei Jingzhe's neck. Lei Jingzhe turned aside to dodge it and backhandedly made a stab at Ding Dao's chest and abdomen. Ding Dao clung onto the saddle and slid down to evade the blade. His legs touched the ground, and he raced along with the madly galloping horse for a few moments before he hoisted himself up with his arms and clambered back up again. "Hey!" Ding Dao gripped Lei Jingzhe's arm and raised a hand to fling a brush worth of ink onto Lei Jingzhe's face when he turned back. For all Lei Jingzhe's plotting, he never expected such a move from the youth who had come to the rescue. He could no longer see his surroundings with the ink splashed in his eyes, but he had a keen sense of hearing. The instant Ding Dao launched a sneak attack on him, he sensed Ding Dao's movement, and in their confrontation, he hauled Ding Dao by the collar and flung him off the horse. Ding Dao fell heavily on the ground and felt the stab of pain in his back. He yelled out in pain, but before he was done yelling, a horse's hoof came aiming right for him. Ding Dao hurriedly rolled over to dodge the hoof. But as he rolled over, his back was inadvertently exposed right under Lei Jingzhe's eyes. "It's now or never." Lei Jingzhe promptly hurled his steel blade out. Ding Dao wanted to evade it, but a bandit who had caught up with them from behind grabbed hold of his ankle. He was forced to sprawl flat in the muddy water. He propped himself against the ground with both arms, wanting to lift himself up, but he was dragged down again. The steel blade was already right behind him. With his face all smeared with filthy mud, Ding Dao gritted his teeth and straightened up his upper body to shout at those in the city, "Open up the south gate. The reinforcements are here." Lei Jingzhe cussed in fury. But then he saw the steel blade he had hurled out intercepted mid-air by an extremely narrow sheath. The impact of the collision sent his blade hurtling off course until it stabbed into the ground at a slanting angle and remained there. Ding Dao was still badly shaken as he turned back for a look. The bandit who had been yanking his ankle earlier was already dead, his head separated from his body. Ding Dao immediately crawled up from the ground, hopped several times in succession, then poked his head out from behind Sun Zichuan and said to Lei Jingzhe, "You're dead meat." One side of the city gates had already been shut. Lei Jingzhe led his men to crowd at the entrance of the bridle path to squeeze their way through but was obstructed. He recognized the man blocking his path. The entire outfit of white peeking out from under the cloak was a color the other man had not changed out of after leaving Kudu. Lei Jingzhe's horse took a few steps back, but then, in the next instant, he brandished his whip and barged his way over. Sun Zichuan pulled off his cloak and tossed it into Ding Dao's arms. Lang Dao Shuijin raised its hooves and charged forth. In the split second the wind rose, Yangshan Shui had already left its sheath. Lei Jingzhe's broadsword slipped out of his hand. Right before he was about to collide with Sun Zichuan, he drew out his subordinate's broadsword in passing. The neighing of the horse was just like the sounding of a war horn. The forces of both powers collided as the edges of their blades met and let out a shrill shriek in unison, the sound so piercing that it made one quake with fear. Lei Jingzhe had encountered an opponent who was completely different from the ones he had faced in the past. That terrifying strength of his seemed to have plunged into water. No matter how forceful and fierce he was in wielding his blade, it would all be neutralized by a force as gentle as water until it eventually dissolved into nothingness. The more he went all out, the more it felt like he was being led around by the nose by Sun Zichuan. Gradually, he found himself trapped into a vicious cycle in which he could never escape from. Lei Jingzhe was very shrewd. He held up his broadsword and pushed back, pretending as though he was going to launch a sudden strike, but in the next instant, he turned around and fled. The earlier opportunity had already slipped him by. He was already harboring thoughts of retreating at Ding Dao's reinforcements are here earlier, and it was also evident that his men had already been surrounded by Xiao Qie. If he did not withdraw post-haste and insisted on staying on to attack the city, then he would be trapped in a situation where he was besieged on all sides. He would not be able to hold out for long. Retreat. Lei Jingzhe took the lead and turned his horse in the southeast direction. Sun Zichuan did not give chase. Xiao Qie, who was still in the east, leaped onto his horse and led his men to follow after Lei Jingzhe in hot pursuit. Lei Jingzhe whipped his horse and tore off at great speed. Amid all the jolts and bumps, he looked back and pointed at Xiao Qie from afar, then at Sun Zichuan, and bellowed savagely, "We will meet again." The bandits wore no armors, so their speed was faster. Plus, they were already good at fleeing to begin with. All of them dashed back to the mountain forest without any regard for battle formation. In the blink of an eye, all of them had fled helter-skelter, shouting loudly as they hid among the undergrowth. Once again, Xiao Qie lifted the conqueror bow. The sound of the string being drawn on that powerful bow that weighed 100 kati was bone-chilling. Xiao Qie's eyes stared fixedly at Lei Jingzhe's back. Lei Jingzhe was about to dart into the mountain forest, yet Xiao Qie still seemed to have no intention of releasing the arrow. With a cry, Meng whirled around and nosedived down to pounce right at Lei Jingzhe with its sharp talons held in a hook, aiming right for Lei Jingzhe's eyes. Lei Jingzhe knew that this did not bode well, and he was forced to slow down. He waved his hands to cover his face and turned around to dodge the incoming blow. At this precise instant, Xiao Qie, who was behind him, released his fingers. The arrow burst forth like a golden ray shooting out from the blazing sun, its afterimage and the wind trailing closely behind its tail. In just the moment it took to gasp for breath, it had already arrived right before Lei Jingzhe's eyes. In this perilous juncture of life and death, Lei Jingzhe dragged over his subordinate beside him and leaned the entire half of his body back at the same time he exerted all his strength to shove the man before his own body. The arrow pierced through the chest of the subordinate, and the force of it sent Lei Jingzhe falling off his horse. He rolled on the ground, climbed to his feet, and tossed away the body, then got on his horse and continued to flee. Zhu Gui met Sun Zichuan at the foot of the city gates. Not knowing if he should cry or laugh, he wiped his face and said, "What perfect timing. You came just in time." Sun Zichuan dismounted to help Kong Ling up personally. He said remorsefully, "I'm sorry to have made Mr. Chengfeng suffer." Seeing his impeccable etiquette, Kong Ling waved his hand. Supporting himself up, he looked at the Imperial Army and said, "There's no need for the Vice Commander to take it to heart. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to take down the bandits. But when all is said and done, I did not inform you in advance." Sun Zichuan turned his head back to call out to Ding Dao, "Go get a clean robe for Mr. and call the physician over too." For Zizhou's sake, Kong Ling would not hold a grudge against Sun Zichuan. Although he still had some ill feeling, he understood that there was a reason for Sun Zichuan's actions, and so he let Ding Dao support him as he bowed to Sun Zichuan. Xiao Qie, who had also gotten off his horse, walked swiftly towards them. "I never thought there would be another person behind Lei Changming." Kong Ling looked at the mountain forest. He had just survived a great catastrophe, yet he was still plagued by worries and anxiety. He said, "This man is heartless and skilled at disguises. He's also cautious to boot. Now that we have let him escape today, there will surely be trouble again in the future. If his lordship and the vice commander had not arrived in time, Zizhou would not have escaped this calamity." Zhu Gui put down his sleeves and gave both of them a long, deep bow. "It was because your excellency showed no fear in the face of danger that bought us time." Xiao Qie turned his head aside to wipe away the dust off his face. He said, "The Imperial Army still has troops lying in ambush at the public road south of Zizhou. There are also troops stationed at the old camp Lei Changming left behind in the east to stand guard. He is already surrounded by the Imperial Army. It won't be easy for him to escape. It's all thanks to your lordship's reinforcements from the south that he eventually retreated." Kong Ling sighed with emotion. "Your lordship is wise. We'll send someone to open the south gate right away." Xiao Qie laughed and looked at Shen Zichuan. But he did not say a word. Shen Zichuan said, "There's no need for your excellency and Mr. to rush. The Imperial Army's reinforcements are still on the public road more than 10 li away." Stunned, Zhu Gui looked at Ding Dao and said, "Then, that means," Ding Dao's back was still hurting. When he saw everyone looking at him, he hurriedly nodded his head solemnly and replied, "They are still on the public road and are not heading towards Cizhou. On our way here, young master told me to yell that phrase when I'm in a desperate situation, saying that it's a magical weapon that would lead us to victory. Sure enough, that man fled after I shouted it." Kong Ling faced Shen Zichuan and made to bow again. He said, "Vice Commander, please accept this bow of mine." Lei Jingzhe wanted to lure the Imperial Army away and charge right into Cizhou, all because he feared a confrontation with Xiao Qie head-on. This man was very smart. He did not know if Xiao Qie had real capabilities to speak of, but he was unwilling to stake his troops on this gamble with Xiao Qie at this point in time. That was why Shen Zichuan knew for certain that he would flee instantly as soon as he thought there were still reinforcements at the south. However, if an adult among them were to speak of reinforcements, they would not be able to convince Lei Jingzhe right away. Only Ding Dao, who yelled it out at the most critical juncture when his life was hanging in the balance, would be able to make Lei Jingzhe believe him without a doubt. My good lad. Zhu Gui liked Ding Dao so much at this moment that he wanted so much to acknowledge the latter as his son. He patted Ding Dao several times and praised, "You make it sound so convincing that even I believed it." Ding Dao's back was in pain, but he did not dare to voice it out, and so he could only endure it and nodded his head vigorously. "I initially thought he was merely a bandit who had forcibly occupied the mountain forest." Kong Ling walked into the city with them and said, but his way of speaking throughout the journey here was really out of the ordinary. Although he claimed to be from a poor and humble background, I don't think that's the case. He had control over Lei Changming, yet he's a generation younger than Lei Changming. I made several attempts to guess who he is, but I couldn't figure it out. He let Lei Changming be the chief, yet he could freely deploy these bandit soldiers. This is a clear indication that this man is someone who moves around Lei Changming year in and year out. Seen from an outsider's perspective, this man is likely a trusted subordinate or equivalent. Xiao Qie lifted his hand to lead Lang Dao Shuejin. Not only that, Shen Zichuan, who had given it some deep thinking last night, added, given Lei Changming's headstrong character, he would not be willing to lower himself to be someone else's chess piece. The fact that this man has such power and influence among the bandit soldiers shows that Lei Changming had never suspected him before and believed in him completely. It's much easier for blood kin to achieve such a level of trust with Lei Changming. Mr. Chengfeng, does Lei Changming have any relatives? Kong Ling thought for a moment before he replied, Lei Changming's family is poor. I only heard that he has a younger sister who married the commander of Duanzhou's garrison troops as a concubine. Later, Bianxia invaded, and his younger sister and the commander were both massacred. He sucked in a breath and said, that's it. His younger sister bore the commander a son. The son of a concubine from the Zhu clan in Duanzhou. Zhu Gui added. I remember it now. When I was still a tax circuit intendant during the reign of Yongyi, I followed His Excellency to participate in the baby's 1-month celebration banquet. Although the child Lei Changming's younger sister gave birth to was a son of common birth born of a concubine of the Zhu clan, he was the eldest son, the first son of Zhu Jie, the commander of Duanzhou at that time. If it's really him, then it's not surprising for him to have that kind of shrewdness. Kong Ling turned his head to explain to Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie. The value of the mother depends on her son, and mother and son lived well in the Zhu's residence. But after Zhu Jie's principal wife gave birth to a legitimate son of direct descent, they were both disdained and spurned by Zhu Jie. Just as Shen Zichuan was about to ask the name of this person, Zhu Gui suddenly exclaimed aloud and stared dazedly at Shen Zichuan. The vice commander's mother was also present at the full-month celebration banquet. Chapter 111, Mother. Chapter 111, Mother. The moment the words left Zhu Gui's mouth, he felt he had been too presumptuous. Shen Zichuan's birth mother was called by Cha, but she was not a lady of the Bai clan from the Chidong Sijuan commandery. She was called by this name because when she was still in the establishment, someone praised her for being as pure as white jade, as if made out of porcelain. Whether her face is heavily or lightly painted, she beats them all in the establishment. At that time, Duanzhou was still a well-known red light district in Zhongbua, where the world's beauties gathered. The literati vied with each other to organize banquets to critique these flowers, and came out with a ranking list for those in the establishments. Every season, they would deliberate over the commentaries and adjust the ranking of the beauties on the list. Bai Cha was the most popular flower during the reign of Yongyi, and in all of 5 years, she was never dethroned from her top rank. Each time she listened to the commentary of the courtesans through the screen, everyone in Duanzhou would turn out en masse. When she danced for the Prince of Zhenxing, Shen Wei, there would be huge crowds of people thronging the streets of the establishment. Countless people climbed onto the ridges of roofs or stepped on the shoulders of others, all just to catch a glimpse of that faint figure of hers through the layers upon layers of hanging drapes. Her beauty became more and more legendary in those odes of the flowers that others fall over themselves to sing. Even Emperor Guangcheng, who resided deep in the imperial palace, had heard of her. Wanting to take advantage of the emperor's inspection tour to catch a glimpse of this beauty in person, he had repeatedly asked Hai Liangyi, who was still the Grand Secretariat Deputy Grand Secretary back then, when will the inspection tour be scheduled? Zhu Gui had previously seen Bai Cha during the Zhu clan's newborn baby boy's full-month celebration banquet, but he had only sneaked a peek at that legendary beauty through a gap in the screen. Lei Changming's younger sister was initially from the establishment too. Before she was taken as a concubine by the Duanzhou commander, she was an old hand who could be considered a mama when coaching the fledglings. It was on behalf of the girls of the establishment that Bai Cha went to attend the banquet and send congratulations. This had all happened many years ago, and Zhu Gui's memory of it was already pretty vague. But when he looked at Shen Zichuan earlier, he realized that Shen Zichuan's side profile was rather similar to Bai Cha's, and so in a moment of excitement, he had inadvertently blurted it out. Without a change in expression, Shen Zichuan said, "Then that's really a coincidence." He was not intrigued, nor was he worked up. His memory of his birth mother was a blank piece of paper. Even though he had heard hundreds of rumors about her, there was no trace of her in his mind that was worth remembering. The role of mother in his life belonged to his Shenyang, Hua Pingting, just like the role of the father belonged only to his Shifu, Ji Gang. That was why he would go to great lengths to kill and destroy Ji Lei, who had harmed Hua Pingting. The two people who gave him life were never involved in Shen Zichuan's life. Bai Cha died early and never left so much a word for Shen Zichuan, while Shen Wei detested Shen Zichuan. The princess consort of Zhenxing was in charge of all domestic matters in the residence. Before the age of 7, Shen Zichuan and Shen Wei had only met a grand total of 7 times, and all of that had been during the family feast during the spring festival celebration. He and Shen Wei never even had an exchange of words that would have been expected between a father and son. Shen Wei's loathing of him, however, was evident. They were not like father and son, rather, they were more like mortal enemies born to abhor each other. Shen Zichuan's life in the Prince of Zhenxing's residence was confined to a corner of an eave in the inner courtyard. He could not leave his own courtyard arbitrarily. His daily leisure activity was to sit on the veranda and count the white clouds that drifted past that small corner of the blue sky every day. When he was 7 years old, he could already recognize a lot of words, and he learned all these on the sly by digging his way out of the dog hole in the courtyard every month to eavesdrop under the windows of the school Shinjoji and his other older brothers attended. At that time, the power struggle between several of his older brothers, who had already come of age, was extremely intense. Even the various concubines of his father were scheming against one another. It was pandemonium in the entire inner courtyard, so much that even Shen Wei himself was reluctant to return home and stay. He kept a mistress outside the residence, and lived there for several months in a year, turning a blind eye to the strife within the residence. Later, Shinjoji, who was a son of direct descent born by the principal wife, emerged victorious and sent all his brothers, who were born by the concubines and who had already come of age, away to the various prefectures to take up various respectable sinecures. The princess consort of Zhenxing was worried that those sons born of concubines who had yet to grow up would later cause trouble again in the future. So she decided to send them away, ostensibly to settle them down in their ancestral home in Chazhou with a teacher hired to teach them. In truth, however, It was to eliminate the possibility that a son born of a concubine could ever compete for power again. Shun Zechuan was the only son whom Shun Wei personally issued a directive to have him sent to the old residence in Duanzhou. Shun Wei even refused to let him attend school or even hire a teacher for him. In that residence, he was taken care of by a deaf and dumb old woman servant who was also hard of seeing, while a maidservant his mother had left in the old residence would take over the job if he stepped out of the residence. That woman was greedy for money. Every month, she would siphon off the silver allocated by the Prince of Genxing and cut down on Shun Zechuan's meals. 3 meals a day gradually became 2 meals a day until it eventually became 1 meal a day. What's more, these were all cold leftovers. Shun Zechuan felt the hunger in his tummy when he thought to this point. He loosened his grip on Yang Shan Shui and said, "Ding Dao, help Mr. Chengfeng inside to have a change of clothes. Xian and I will play the host today and invite both gentlemen to a meal. We will talk about it in detail during the feast." Zhu Gui was not an articulate speaker, and Kong Ling was afraid he might say something else to incur Shun Zechuan's displeasure, so he hurriedly grasped Zhu Gui by the arm and let Zhu Gui support him into the city. Zhu Gui was still turning around in circles after Kong Ling finished changing his clothes. He said anxiously, "Say, why did I go and mention that?" "Really?" Kong Ling said, "Of all things to mention, you had to go and mention that. Doesn't bringing it up make it seem like you are suspecting him of being involved with the traitors? Fortunately, both of them are not suspicious by nature. Otherwise, we would be in a quandary. It was a slip in a moment of haste. I'll have to apologize to the vice commander later during the feast." Zhu Gui sighed and said, "He came to help Cizhou out of a fix. I can't trample on his goodwill like this. Don't make a conscious effort to bring it up during the feast." Kong Ling sat up and thought for a moment before saying, "If Shun Zechuan is such a narrow-minded person, he wouldn't have come. If you take this matter too seriously and insist on apologizing to him, then it'd look like you and I are the ones who are bothered by it. Besides, he might not really care about this matter. Compared to his mother, Shun Wei is the one who is truly abominable." It was not appropriate for them to let Shun Zechuan and Xiao Qie wait for long. So they only took a short break before setting off for the feast. Despite it being called a feast, it was actually just a simple lunch. Everyone had been rushing on their way over last night, and then they had engaged in close combat with the bandits at the foot of the city today. Shun Zechuan took Kong Ling's age into consideration and did not keep them further for social engagement. Once they were done with their meals, he let Kong Ling head back early for a rest. Xiao Qie had to make arrangements for the Imperial Army's patrol, and he still had to dispatch someone to the old camp to keep in touch with Tan Tai Hu. By the time he was done busying around, it was nearly dusk. He searched around and found Shun Zechuan at the top of the city walls. "There's still work to be done after tonight." Xiao Qie climbed up to the top of the city wall and said, "I thought you were still taking a short break in the courtyard." "I slept for an hour." Shun Zechuan turned his head back to gaze at Xiao Qie. "There is still something on my mind. I won't be able to sleep even if I try." Xiao Qie inclined his head and patted Meng, who was perched on his shoulder, to tell it to go and play by itself. He did not have the time to change his clothes, and so there was still dust and dirt on him as he stood beside Shun Zechuan. He asked, "What can you see from here?" Shun Zechuan looked at the rise and fall of the mountain forest. The impending darkness that was about to blanket the sky was still huddled among the shade of the trees, while the inclining orange-red sunset shone in the sky at a side. Meng soared among them, like a pebble running rampant among a sea of silk-tree flowers, stirring up clouds of waves. "The future," Shun Zechuan answered calmly. "In the future, Cizhou will be the button that connects the Libei's merchant route. We'll open up a bridle path in the southwest that leads straight to Hezhou, and it'll end at the entrance of the berth in Hezhou. That way, from dismounting to embarking, all the commercial goods can arrive at Yongyi Harbor in half a month. The Shi clan's fleets of ships can open up trading opportunities with local specialties internally and exotic rarities externally. The silver warehouses that had been cleaned out can one day fill up again. I do not begrudge those money or where they have gone. We will have even more in the future. Cizhou is also behind Dunju and Duanzhou, which have become the gates of Zhongbua. If they want access to the grains and commodities in the future, then they can only live in harmony with Tizhou. No doubt there is a need to strengthen defenses after the reclamation of Dunju and Duanzhou. The rebuilding of the garrison troops is of urgent priority. You have to be very careful in your choices. Let those you can trust and who are up to the task attend to garrison duties. But those who are capable might not necessarily be willing to submit to another. When the time comes, Xiao Qie turns around and points in Libei's direction. I'll build an armored cavalry barracks on the southeast of the northeast provisions bridle path. If anyone dares to mess around, just send me a whistle, and I'll lead my men right over. Shun Zichuan laughed and said softly, Tizhou is too important to you and me. This city cannot be ceded over to anyone else. Zhu Gui is a good official, but he isn't suited to be the prefectural prefect of an entire prefecture. He can't save anyone by relying on zeal alone, especially in this situation where he is surrounded by a pack of wolves lying in wait on all sides. We are short of people. Xiao Qie had been thinking about this matter ever since he left Lei Changming's old camp. If Tizhou were to be the starting point for both of them, then they would be increasingly stretched as the territory expanded. This strain referred to the lack of capable, right-hand men to administer official affairs. If Qiao Tianya or Chen Yang was still around, then the perilous situation of Tizhou today might not have materialized, but their position that was currently not obvious would still gradually go on to reveal contradictions. Zhu Gui is suited to be the tax circuit intendant of the 6 prefectures. His love for the people is fundamental. A man like this would never let officials and merchants collude for selfish gains when he goes around on an inspection tour. But he's also too benevolent. He won't dare to mete out severe punishments. That's why he can't suppress the local hoodlums. It was precisely because Kong Ling has an assessment of Zhu Gui's character that he went to him to help him get rid of the obstacles in his way and to help him handle matters efficiently. Shun Zichuan spoke unhurriedly. If both of them can continue to work as one, then they would still be able to achieve plenty in the future. That Lei Jingzhe? Xiao Qie asked. What do you think of him? This man must be defeated without a doubt. Shun Zichuan moved along the battlements of the city wall and took a few steps forward. He said, I also thought he was something when we left the camp. But I no longer think so after seeing his bearing and behavior today. As expected, you and I are on the same wavelength. Seeing as it was getting dark, Xiao Qie moved next to Shun Zichuan and walked together with him. He said, Lei Changming is his uncle related by blood. In order to get a head start in Tizhou, he left Lei Changming behind at the camp as an abandoned chess piece. In doing so, he might not be able to win his men over. And in his attempt to dodge the arrow when he was fleeing, he used the henchman by his side as a shield. From these 2 incidents, we can see that this man has no lack of shrewdness but is severely lacking in benevolence. If he wants to submit and pledge allegiance to Kudu and obtain an official position there, he will have to turn the bandits under his command into a regular army. But he still doesn't seem to understand yet that being a bandit is very different from being a general. Prestige and trust are not something that can be accumulated by brutality alone. He keeps changing his orders again and again on the battlefield. As they say, a general does not retract the order he has given, he has to be impartial in dishing out rewards and punishments, and he must remain steadfast and unwavering, only then will he be able to lead and command the soldiers. He is simply not cut out to be a general at all. That's why I'm more worried about Qi Zhuyin than this man. Shun Zichuan hesitated before the stairs. He said, the marriage alliance between Chidong and the Hua clan cannot be reversed. Now that Li Bei has rebelled, Chidong is the last crutch that Kudu has left to rely on. Within the next few days, Qi Zhuyin will no doubt receive a promotion and a noble rank. The Empress Dowager already has great admiration for her to begin with. Once her noble title is confirmed, it would be time for her to deploy troops north. No matter what, I have to turn Tizhou into an impregnable fortress before Qi Zhuyin arrives. The commander-in-chief isn't an easy one to fight. My eldest brother is the heavy cavalry, Lu Guangbai is the guerrilla, while Qi Zhuyin is the cavalry and infantry combined. Having resided in the Tsangjuan commandery for a long time, she won't deploy the troops easily, but she has a tendency to launch a violent assault and storm the enemies. Back then when she penetrated deep into the desert to save Qi Shiyu, she was like the sudden onslaught of rainstorm that gave her opponents a jolt. It's her usual practice to cut down foes with one blow to strike fear in the heart of others, so that when they faced her in battle, they will not help but be frightened. Xiao Qie mulled it over for a moment. I want to fight a battle with her. Shun Zichuan looked at him. Xiao Qie patted his shoulder and said, It's not like I want to fight her now. The way you look at me is so fierce. Shun Zichuan took a step down the stairs. As if remembering something, he looked back and asked, Where's my fan? Xiao Qie pinched his chin and strode down 3 steps with one stride. Then he crouched down before him and said, Come on up, and I'll give it to you. Chapter 112, Chasing the Stars. Chapter 112, Chasing the Stars. The setting sun faded away, replaced by a scattering of stars that adorned the sky peeking through the tree branches. The Imperial Army's patrol squad made their rounds around the streets and alleys. Giving Shun Zichuan a piggyback, Xiao Qie walked along the street shrouded under a cloak of shadows. It was a little hot this summer night, and Xiao Qie had his ceremonial outer garment open as he walked at a speed that was not fast. Shun Zichuan lifted his head high and put his chin on top of Xiao Qie's hair. Xiao Qie was too tall, causing the upper half of Shun Zichuan's body to be exposed to the moonlight. He only had to turn his head, and he would have been able to look over the wall into other people's courtyards. I'll head for the old camping grounds tomorrow morning and intercept his escape route from the east. He won't dare to head north, and there are troops lying in ambush to the south. I'll be back in 3 days, at the very latest. Supporting Shun Zichuan, Xiao Qie said, It has been a long time since we last got news of Kudu. We have to send someone to make inquiries as soon as possible. Only then will we know of Qi Zhuin's movements. The marriage between Hua and Qi has been delayed again and again. To seek external aid, the Empress Dowager will not let Qi Shiyu wait any longer. Shun Zichuan estimated the dates and said, The wedding will not be delayed beyond the 8th month at the very latest. Hua Xiangyi can go right ahead and marry all she wants. Xiao Qie said. As long as she doesn't have an heir, it's still Qi Zhuyin who has the final say in Chidong. She's going there to be the second wife, and she's even younger than Qi Zhuyin. If she gives birth to a son, he will be Shishiyu's legitimate son of direct descent. Once Qi Shiyu croaks, mother and son will be the hidden obstacle that stands in the way of Qi Zhuyin from holding on to military power. The prestige of the commander-in-chief among the troops cannot be underestimated. Will she really fear a brother of direct descent who is younger than her by so many years? Shun Zichuan thought and said, if she seeks peace back at home and lives in harmony with Hua Xiangyi, then she would instead save herself a lot of trouble. It hasn't been easy for Qi Zhuyin to be conferred a title. It's evident from the setbacks she faced when she took over Chidong's 5 commanderies. Not only is Kudu deeply uneasy over her gender, but even Chidong internal military administration officials had also begun to stir. At this point, Xiao Qie paused for a moment before he continued, Besides, I have already handed over the genealogy records that I got someone to copy to Qi Zhuyin a long time back in Kudu. Just with this alone, she will never let Hua Xiangyi give birth to a child. As long as Hua Xiangyi's standing in Chidong remained shaky, the Empress Dowager would never be able to turn the Chidong's garrison troops into her own right-hand men. However, this was all based on the premise that Kudu still had no real emperor. If Kudu were to push forth a new emperor before winter arrived, then Qi Zhuyin would be on track to face off Li Bei. I'm worried about Lu Guangbai. Xiao Qie kept his relaxed expression in check and said, after autumn, the Biancha cavalry will cross the boundary into our territories to plunder food. This is the time when their horses are plump and well-fed, and they will choose to take a risk in order to better survive the winter. The Bianjuan commandery relies on Dazhou to allocate and distribute their military provisions. The 12 tribes of Biancha are well aware that they are poor, and they also know that the granary is built right in Bianjuan, and it's close to the camps. That's why they would go after Lu Guangbai every time. Chidong's military provisions this year were cut by half. He's by far the worst off when it comes to surviving and defenses. My leaving of Kudu only serves to exacerbate the situation and make matters worse for him. But this was something that even Shun Zichuan had no way to help. If Bianjuan's position had not been so far east, and if there had not been Tianfei Watchtower and Suotian Pass stationed on both sides, then perhaps they could still send a message to Ji Qingqing, who was still in Jueshi's Yongyi harbor, and get Shidan to think of ways to buy a batch of grains from Jueshi and send it to Chidong through Hezhou as an emergency measure for Lu Guangbai. But Bianjuan just had to be to the east of Cangjuan. There were obstacles both to the left and right, and there was no other passage unless they transported it right under Cangjuan's nose. Chidong was not Jueshi either. Qi Zhuyin had set up layers upon layers of impenetrable defenses there. It was simply impossible to think of passing through it without so much a sound. Tu Bianjuan was just like the night watchman standing on the edge of a cliff. It was a place similar to a desperate and hopeless situation. Finding the atmosphere heavy, Xiao Qie turned a circle with Sun Zichuan on his back and said, "The utmost priority now is still to pursue and attack Lei Jingzhe. Once we manage to secure Zhongbua, it'll be easier to help Bianjuan. As long as we can cross over Tianfei Watchtower, we will be able to arrive there directly. Why are you still sniffing when I'm reeking of sweat all over?" Sun Zichuan wiped off the beads of sweat on the side of Xiao Qie's neck with his fingers. He snuggled against his cheek and said, "Start running." Xiao Qie jerked him once and answered, "Too tired to run." Sun Zichuan pinched Xiao Qie's cheek and said, "If the second young master can't do it, then I'll do it." Xiao Qie made a show of going to put him down and said, "Get down. This second young master shall see how you are going to carry me back tonight." Sun Zichuan tightened his arms around him. As he lifted his legs up, he said in all seriousness, "Why get so fired up over a minor matter? You can do it." Xiao Qie lifted him up again. Sun Zichuan clung onto his back and edged his fingertips down along the front flaps of his clothes, pulling it down as he said into his ear, "Why can't Erlang do it?" "Erlang can do anything." Xiao Qie turned his head. He was surprisingly calm as he asked, "Where to?" Sun Zichuan said, "To." Sun Zichuan had not finished his words when Xiao Qie took a stride out with his long legs and broke into a run. Carrying Sun Zichuan on his back, he ran past the tree shades, stepping upon the moonlight of the summer night as he made his way into the alley where the lights were already extinguished. The patrol squad came and went, but they never noticed both men's figures. Xiao Qie easily leaped across the small steps, where dappled shadows of trees fell upon his hair. There was a clatter as their shadows crashed into and broke up the starlight on the ground, like the free and reckless wind among heaven and earth. The young servant boy guarding the door to the small courtyard was still yawning. When he heard the knock on the door, he thought the Marquis and Vice Commander had returned. With his clothes draped around him and with a lantern in hand, he went to open the door with a smile on his face. But it was empty on the other side of the door. "A poltergeist." The young servant boy blurted in a soft voice and poked his head out, but he did not see anyone to his left and right, so he quickly shrank back and trotted back to his room with his outer garment wrapped tightly around him. The corridor was dark, with no lit lanterns. Sun Zichuan's footsteps were in such disarray that he almost tripped Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie pressed Sun Zichuan up against the door panel and pulled off the ribbon, which Sun Zichuan had used to tie up his hair, as they kissed. The kisses left Sun Zichuan gasping for breath. He reached out both hands behind his back and felt around in search of the door lock. "No key." Xiao Qie lifted Sun Zichuan slightly. His eyes pressed in close before him, and he looked greedily at Sun Zichuan. "Can't enter." Sun Zichuan's heels slid down along the back of Xiao Qie's waist, but then he raised his hand and pressed his palm against Xiao Qie's approaching chin to stop it in place. He breathed out a double entendre, his breath hot, "If you can't enter, then you can't enter." Xiao Qie pinched Sun Zichuan's mouth open and lowered his head to take in that sliding tongue. All of last night's exhaustion from the rushed journey seemed to have been swept away clean. Sun Zichuan swallowed the saliva and listened to the creaking of the door panel from the bumps. He wanted to ease that jarring sound, so he pulled Xiao Qie closer until the latter was right on him without the slightest gap between them. "Let's build a home." Grinding against soft flesh, Xiao Qie's throat tightened as he said with a sigh that had escaped, "Here. Or anywhere else." Sun Zichuan was sweating as he raised his head with misty eyes blurred by tears. He did not make a sound. He had not done it for a very long time, and he was being so stimulated tonight that he was trembling slightly. Just a few times, and it was all about to come out. He clenched the clothes on Xiao Qie's shoulder, creasing it as his chest heaved violently. It was only when he calmed a little after a while that he said under his breath, "No. Can't. Into the room." But Xiao Qie took this no as a reply to his earlier question and abruptly straightened his back, almost causing Shen Zichuan to cry out involuntarily. "Why can't Erlang do it?" Xiao Qie held Shen Zichuan firmly in his arms and pinched the latter's face to correct its position. Then he said, ruthlessly and wickedly, "Erlang can do anything," for Shen Zichuan's words were cut off by Xiao Qie's kiss. The corners of his eyes quickly reddened, and even his half-exposed neck had gone red. He opened his mouth several times in an attempt to answer in between the kisses, but Xiao Qie would not give him the chance. All he could do was to let other kinds of sounds loose. Sweat drenched through his clothes, and Shen Zichuan gradually found it hard to breathe. His forehead pressed against Xiao Qie's chest as the waves of ecstasy crashing over him made him dizzy. It was not even an hour, and he had already surrendered twice. Xiao Qie was done taking his bath only after Shen Zichuan fell asleep. Seeing the first glimmer of dawn outside the window, he did not take a rest but instead drank a cup of strong tea and crouched by the bedside to watch Shen Zichuan sleep soundly. He still fell asleep, after all. Xiao Qie raised his hand to caress Shen Zichuan's cheek. Once he returned to Li Bei, he had to invite the venerable Yigui over. Having turned it over in his mind from different angles after the episodes, his conclusion was that the frequent recurrence of Shen Zichuan's illnesses, whether it was the cold or the epidemic disease, definitely had something to do with that medicine. Too thin. Xiao Qie gazed at Shen Zichuan and thought in the silence that reigned. Although he had also previously found Shen Zichuan thin back in Kudu, it was still much better than now. Shen Zichuan's bout of illness after Qi Hualian's death came and went quickly, but he had still yet to be fed back to health. There was nothing the entire journey here. Xiao Qie held him, watched him, protecting his growing reliance on him every way he could. Shen Wei and by Cha did not matter. Xiao Qie lowered his head and pressed up against Shen Zichuan's cheek as he stared, with deep hostility, at the sunlight which was attempting to cloak Shen Zichuan. Shen Lanju was his Xiao Xian's. When Xiao Qie spurred his horse out of the city, Zhu Gui and Kong Ling saw him off. Reining in the reins, he said, "I will return in 3 days, regardless of success or failure. The Imperial Army stationed here will stay put for the time being. The instant they detect Lei Jingzhe's trail, send someone to inform me post-haste. Although Tizhou's city walls are old and worn out, you cannot simply just let it be and brush it aside. Lanju will explain the specific arrangements for reinforcements to both of you later. Rest assured, your lordship." Zhu Gui said. "All our men in Tizhou will go along with the vice-commander's arrangements. As for matters relating to the reconstruction of Tizhou's garrison troops," Xiao Qie paused for a moment and said, "I won't concern myself with it. That will be military affairs Lanju will be deliberating over with both of you. The Imperial Army is only standing in as the authority on patrols. I can't overstep authority to handle it. So if there are any issues, please discuss them over with Lanju. I'm not at liberty to decide." Kong Ling felt a warm buzz in his heart before it went cold again. They were originally worried that Xiao Qie would use the patrols he was standing in for as an excuse to interfere with the reconstruction of the Tizhou's garrison troops. So he was relieved to hear him say so, but following right after, worries overtook him again. Xiao Qie did not want Tizhou's military power. He would not accept Tizhou's remuneration, nor would he take Tizhou's grains. Then why did he go to the trouble of running all over to duke it out with Lei Jingzhe? He might as well head north and return home to live a free and unfettered life. Kong Ling deliberated over his words, but before he could speak, he heard Xiao Qie continue, "Since I've agreed to suppress the bandits for both gentlemen, I'll not renege on my promise. Your Excellency Zhu is willing to risk his head to let the Imperial Army pass through Tizhou. I naturally have to reciprocate this friendly sentiment. Moreover, the Imperial Army's food supply these few days is being borne by the common folks of Tizhou. We have eaten your rice, so we will surely fight the battles." Zhu Gui bowed to him in farewell and said, "Then we shall wait here for your lordship to return in triumph. There are a few more matters I'll just tell both of you at the same time." Xiao Qie's horse took a few steps around as he looked at Zhu Gui and Kong Ling and said, I do not have the intention to take a concubine in this life. Now that I'm temporarily residing at Your Excellency Zhu's residence, there's no need to send any more people to the courtyard. Man or woman, I don't want any of them. Moreover, we are currently bogged down with work. I don't have the spare energy to beat around the bush with you both. So I'm throwing this out here today to make it clear to both of you. Kong Ling knew he was referring to the incident the last time, and he could not help but look embarrassed, stuck in a predicament where it would be inappropriate for him to smile or answer. Lanju has lived in Zhongbua for a long time, and it's inevitable that there will be someone bringing up old affairs. But, Shun Zichuan, Xiao Qie raised the horsewhip and pointed in the direction of Kudu, is the student of Qi Hualian, the grand mentor of the crown prince in the Eastern Palace, the last disciple of Ji Gang of Duanzhou, the former northern judge-cum-vice commander of the imperial bodyguards, and the head of household of my, Xiao Xian's, future residence. He has nothing to do with any other names. This time, even Zhu Gui did not know how to answer. He was not a person who would fob others off or give others the runaround to begin with, and Xiao Qie's words had rendered him dumbstruck. His mouth opened and closed as he said, Xiao Qie turned his horse around and rode away with his gerfalcon in tow. It was a long time before Zhu Gui returned to his senses. Clutching his sleeves, he asked Kong Ling, What did his lordship mean by this? Then the Prince of Libei, he has already laid out his cards on the table this clearly. He doesn't give a hoot about the troops in Xizhou. But don't mention Shen Wei. Kong Ling calmly wiped his sweat and said, and don't bring up by Cha again. Chapter 113, Reunion. Chapter 113, Reunion. Ding Dao sat cross-legged on the veranda, moving aside the fruits on the silver plate as he counted them over and over again. He stood guard here, preventing anyone from coming near. It was getting late, with a few rays of the evening sun still adorning the courtyard walls as bits and pieces of the setting sun peeked through the leaves of the Chinese scholar trees. Shun Zichuan had just awoken. He had slept for too long and too soundly, so his back and waist were sore and aching. He felt exceptionally tired. He opened the door, blanking out for a moment when he saw Ding Dao. Ding Dao scratched his cheek, feeling uncomfortable with the way Shun Zichuan was staring at him. He put the hand that was still grasping the fruit behind his back and asked with apprehension, Young master, dinner? Shun Zichuan held onto the door and stood there for a little while, before asking in a hoarse voice, What time is it? It's the hour of you. One. Ding Dao was surprisingly aware today, and he quickly followed up with, Young master has slept for the entire day. Master left the city at the hour of Maro too earlier. His Excellency Zhu and Mr. Chengfeng went to send him off together. The corners of Shun Zichuan's eyes were still a little red, and under the lingering reddish-orange glow of the evening sun, he looked as if he was drunk. He was pale to begin with, and Ding Dao found the way he looked when he lowered his eyes to slip on his shoes really handsome. Still no word from Jueshi. Shun Zichuan went down the steps, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood under the Chinese scholar tree and tilted his head up slightly to look at the sky as he slowly recovered from the lingering effects of last night's exertion. No. Ding Dao followed behind Shun Zichuan. Seeing as Shun Zichuan did not look back, he seized the opportunity to hastily stuff the other uneaten half of his fruit into his mouth and gobbled it down ravenously. Shun Zichuan did not see any sign of Meng, and knew that Xiao Qie had brought it along with him. He turned back, startling Ding Dao so much that the latter choked and coughed. Shun Zichuan paused for a moment, then said, No one is going to snatch it away from you. Take your time. Ding Dao was choking so much his eyes teared up. As he waved his hand, he tugged at the front of his clothes and said with difficulty, Why, young master, are we going to look for His Excellency Zhu? His Excellency and Mr. Chengfeng had taken their dinner in the front hall and are presently discussing matters. Shun Zichuan nodded and said, Let's go. Zhu Gui had just finished his meal. At present, he was having a discussion in the study with Kong Ling and the various Xizhou officials of differing ranks. When he heard that Shun Zichuan had come, he immediately got up and dismissed the others. His lordship has told us that the vice commander is feeling unwell today, so we thought that we would only be able to discuss military affairs tomorrow. We didn't expect the vice commander to come over today still. Kong Ling showed Shen Zichuan a seat, then sat down after him so that he would not feel awkward. He faced them slightly and continued, although it's still the 6th month, the trees we have planted in the residence are all tall, lush trees. It's often cold at night. The vice commander is used to kudu after staying there year in year out. Now that you're here, you have to take care of your health. Shen Zichuan took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, easing up the dryness and hoarseness a little until it was not as obvious. Only then he said, Mr. Chengfeng is right. Mr. said that we would be able to discuss military affairs tomorrow. Have both of you already drawn up a charter today? Ever since the vice commander agreed on a treaty of alliance with us, I have gathered the advisors along with the various ranking officials in Tsizhou over these few days to draft up a simple copy. With a hand on his knee, Zhu Gui watched as Kong Ling got up to hand a book to Shen Zichuan. He continued, these are all tentative. We will still need the vice commander's approval for the specifics. Take a look. If there's anything inappropriate, we can lay it all out for further discussion tonight. Although he said that they were waiting for Shen Zichuan's approval, he also said they could lay it all out for further discussion. This meant that most of the content within this book was actually already finalized. Such was the awkward situation in which Shen Zichuan had found himself in right now. He had the money, but no other real powers on hand to speak of. Xiao Qie's attitude was the key to the fact that he could even be at the discussion table with these two. Zhu Gui could thank him or even hold him in high esteem, but he would not hand over Tsizhou's policymaking power to him. Because what they had agreed upon was a treaty of alliance, not a pledge of allegiance. Shen Zichuan read the book amidst the silence in the study. Only Ding Dao was on the outside, teasing his sparrow. There were no servants walking about to disturb them. As Kong Ling drank his tea, a sudden uneasiness overtook him. He maintained his composure as he studied Shen Zichuan's expression, but he could not discern any sentiments on Shen Zichuan's face. He then looked at Zhu Gui, who was already letting his expression betray his urgency. He could not help but think to himself. This Shen Zichuan was still young, yet he was an extremely deep and shrewd one. After spending several days together, Kong Ling still could not tell whether he was a willing party or not. There was no way they could find an appropriate way to deal with him. So the drafting of this book was also meant to sound out his intention as well. It was only when the sky had slightly darkened that Shen Zichuan closed the book. He rubbed his fingertips against the teacup without saying a word. Kong Ling was the advisor, so when they were engaged in a serious discussion of official affairs in the study, he could not overstep his authority and bypass Zhu Gui. At the same time Zhu Gui got him to light the lamps, he turned slightly to his side to face Shen Zichuan and deliberated over his words. So what does the Vice Commander His Excellency think? Your Excellency has also recorded the price fluctuations of the daily necessities of fuel, rice, oil, and salt in Tsizhou over the past few years in the book, and the accounts are all clear enough that there won't be a problem estimating next year's approximate expenditure. I've also seen that Your Excellency has also written about the proportion of military pay and provisions to be allocated for the garrison troops in the future. Your Excellency has worked day and night tirelessly, taking all the various aspects into consideration. Shen Zichuan said with a smile. Zhu Gui let out a light sigh of relief. He did not know why he was so strung up. Upon hearing Shen Zichuan, he then replied, "This book is not something I alone can write. I still have Chengfeng and my fellow officials to thank for this. Then, shall we begin to discuss the defenses of the city walls?" Shen Zichuan's fingertips paused in place. He said, "There's no rush. I have some questions." To which Zhu Gui hurriedly prompted, "Please, go on. Going by Your Excellency's estimation of Tsizhou's next year approximate expenditures, there is also a remuneration of 16,000 dan 3 of grains for the 20,000 Imperial Army troops other than the rebuilt garrison troops. The total sum for both armies is 110,000 dan of grains." Shen Zichuan pondered it over. This is allocated according to the amount of bumper harvest in Tsizhou last year, and it's also what had been saved up for the original number of people in Tsizhou at present. But I can see that Your Excellency still has a remaining 10,000 dan of grains left unmarked. "That's right," Zhu Gui answered. Although Xiao Qie said he did not want any remuneration, they could not really not give any for real. This 16,000 dan of grains was only enough to last the 20,000 imperial army troops 2.5 months. This was more than the monthly amount they allocated to the 20,000 Tizhou garrison troops. Although they were unable to supply a year worth of grains, they had already done their best. Zhu Gui was worried that Sun Zichuan found it too little, so he said with sincerity, "It is with the hope that the vice-commander and his lordship can understand that I showed Tizhou's accounts to the vice-commander today. Because of the instability in Dazhou this year, our grains from last year were all successively allocated to Libei and Mount Luo. This is something that we could not have foreseen. We had the Juesh's granaries to assume responsibility for the supply of military provisions in the past years, but now this responsibility has been split between the two prefectures of Tizhou and Huaizhou. I don't know about Huaizhou, but our Tizhou really had to skimp and save in order to be able to ship out the grains. It's not that I'm complaining to the vice-commander, but to tell you the truth, we are gritting our teeth as we shoulder the burden of the temporary supply of grains from Tizhou to his lordship's 20,000 imperial army. But even then, we will only be able to hang on for a couple of months. Fortunately, it's nearing the autumn harvest, and we will be able to make it till then after counting the days. That's why we are still not at the stage where we are at the end of our rope. I would like to ask the vice-commander to intercede with his lordship on behalf of Tizhou regarding this 16,000 dan of grain. It's not that we want to go back on our words by shifting it to next year, but there is really too much to consider. There was already an imprint of a frown permanently etched between Zhu Gui's eyebrows given how he was always knitting his brows in worry. He rose to his feet and paced for a few steps in the open space before he said to Sun Zichuan, "Tizhou is a place where the people's livelihood is at the mercy of the elements. But who could say if heaven would still be willing to grant us food next year? Seeing as Dazhou has already come to this stage, I fear that once war arises next year, the fertile farmlands that Tizhou had just cultivated would be destroyed in just a moment. When the time comes, even the common folks in the city will not be able to eat their fill. And we won't be able to afford to provide for the garrison troops even if we established one. We kept a surplus of military grains not only to keep them as emergency life-saving food relief but also as preparation for the Libei armored cavalry. Vice-commander, it's not that we are not willing to take out big sums of money for his lordship to use, but the Libei armored cavalry is the first line of defense guarding against the Biancha Hanshi tribe. It's a fact that they are more important than the 20,000 imperial army troops. Half of the reason why Tizhou is willing to sign a treaty of alliance with both of you is that I was thoroughly heartbroken and disillusioned by the Wei clan's military provision case. It's also because his lordship is the second young master of the Xiao clan that dispelled many of my misgivings. I did this favor not just for both of you, but also for the hereditary prince. Although the vice-commander has promised that we can still continue to use the northeast provisions bridle path, I still have to leave myself a way out. After all, Jueshi is Dazhou's granary. To the various clans, that is a place of strategic importance. The vice-commander covets it, and the Empress Dowager, even more so. Everything I have just said to the vice-commander is heartfelt words from the bottom of my heart. Zhu Gui finally paused. He slowly bowed to Sun Zichuan and continued, "No one has it easy trying to make a living in turbulent times. I'm the prefectural prefect of Tizhou, and to me, Tizhou's safety is of utmost importance and priority. His lordship and the vice-commander have helped Tizhou out of a spot this time, and I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for both of you. If Tizhou still has a bumper harvest this year, then we can still add on to this 16,000 dan of grains next year. But Tizhou really can't supply the imperial army in the same way we are supplying to the Libei armored cavalry. I'll be frank with you. If Biancha were to invade us in autumn, or if Libei is hard-pressed for grains next year in spring, then Tizhou will allocate the grains to Libei armored cavalry first before we allocate it to the imperial army." The candle flames in the study were not very bright. Zhu Gui lived frugally, eating and dressing simply. Other than the time he had to entertain Sun Zichuan and Xiao Qie, his entire family would usually have common dishes for their meals. They even cooked tree barks during the years they were hit with disasters. Tizhou currently seemed to be the most prosperous and well-off place in Zhongbua, but in truth, it was still in shambles compared to the other lands. His willingness to take out the grains was a great load of pressure on his shoulders. Zhu Gui's suggestion that they request the aid of the Libei armored cavalry the first time Xiao Qie left the city was not made on the spur of the moment, it was an idea that was already deeply ingrained in his mind. The defeat of Zhongguo's troops had been said countless times, both implied and stated, but outsiders would never experience and share the same pain as those who had been through it. Zhu Gui even developed post-traumatic symptoms because of the troop defeat case. If he so much heard a whistle at night, he would toss and turn all night in a constant state of anxiety. The defeat of the Chashi River along the boundary was really too tragic. Massacre, massacre, this word made its way back to Kudu from Duanzhou. Everyone was reading this word aloud back then. But to Kudu, bloodbath was merely a smudge of ink on the memorial. To Zhongguo, however, the destruction of properties, loss of lives, and ruin of families were all too real. It was all because of the Libei armored cavalry that Cizhou had a narrow escape. In the eyes of Zhu Gui and everyone in Cizhou, the Libei armored cavalry was far more important than the imperial army. Xiao Jiming led his godly troops down to save them, and River of Ice armored cavalry was thus the death exemption token in the face of the Bianxia cavalry at the two borders to Dazhou's north and east. Lei Jingzhe dared to angle for Cizhou, but he did not have the intent to settle down for long. He was even ready just to rob Cizhou's grains and leave to seek credit right away from Kudu. What he feared was precisely Xiao Jiming's deployment of his troops south again. Xiao Jiming suffered a loss and was wounded in the military provisions case. But none of them had seen it with their own eyes. Those who were waiting for him did not dare to believe it, while those who feared him did not dare to bet on it. If the old-school senior officials headed by Hai Liangyi feared Xiao Fengshu, then the one those juniors down the ranks feared more was Xiao Jiming. Silence reigned in the study. The candlelight flickered. Shun Zichuan felt his back and waist aching. There were still traces of Xiao Qie's bites on his collarbone, which had been covered up by his collar. Strangely enough, even at such a serious and solemn moment, he remembered Xiao Qie's sweat-drenched face, Xiao Qie's strong arms, and Xiao Qie's kisses that wandered around his neck as Xiao Qie gasped for breath. He remembered everything about Xiao Qie. The only thing he could not think of was a way in which Xiao Qie was inferior to Xiao Jiming. Shun Zichuan was silent for only a few moments, and his mind wandered for only a fleeting instant. He said, "I understand all that Your Excellency has said. We will return the exact same amount of the grains that Xian and I have temporarily borrowed after our arrival here next year." The color promptly drained from Zhu Gui's face. He tried to explain, "Vice Commander, that's not what The issue I wanted to discuss with Your Excellency is not that the grains you are allocating to the Imperial Army are too little, but that it's too much." Shun Zichuan motioned for Zhu Gui to sit and lay it out with clear reasoning. The fact that Cizhou is willing to allocate so much grains for the Imperial Army's use is proof enough of your sincerity. But as we mentioned at the beginning, the Imperial Army will only use the grains from Cizhou at this point in time. The Imperial Army has a supply channel for future military provisions, so it doesn't need to draw from Cizhou's granary. Zhu Gui felt foolish and did not dare to interject arbitrarily, so he looked at Kong Ling and said, "Chengfeng is the one who supervised the drafting of the book, so there are some matters that he understands better than I do." Chengfeng, explain to the Vice Commander. Holding on to the back of the chair for support, Kong Ling rose to his feet. Instead of explaining, he asked, "The Vice Commander is so certain that the Imperial Army would not lack grains in the future, and you also said that the Northeast Provisions bridle path can still be used as usual. We really can't think of any countermeasure that would allow us to do this. Would the Vice Commander be so kind as to explain to us? Otherwise, we will still have to ask the Imperial Army to accept this batch of grains." Shun Zichuan gently stirred the tea in the teacup with the lid and said, "Before this, I still want to ask both of you if Cizhou is going to live off the land in the future." Kong Ling replied, "Cizhou is limited by its geographical position. If not, then how can we survive? What I see is the exact opposite of Mr." Shun Zichuan put down the teacup and said, "It's true that Cizhou was initially in a non-ideal position. There's Libei to the north and Chazhou to the south. It is obstructed by Dunju and Duanzhou to the east and restricted by Dancheng to the west. It doesn't dare to move as it pleases, and it can't move at will either. But that was when Cizhou was still subordinated to Kudu. You are now on good terms with Libei. Dancheng can no longer rely on Kudu's power and influence to force Zizhou to carry out orders. Meanwhile, Dunju has been occupied by the bandits, and a purge is imminent. With these, the three-sided walls enclosing Zizhou have already collapsed. The remaining Chazhou is not an obstacle, but an opportunity for Zhu Gui wanted to get up again. His robe had already gone all creased from his kneading of it. He asked cautiously, "You mean, Chazhou lies along the waterway that can lead right to Hezhou?" After the defeat of the troops, the merchants in Hezhou who had come from all over took advantage of the opportunity to peddle the grains at exorbitant prices in Zhongbua, earning quick and huge profits from bandits of all sizes. It would be truly a shame if this route is only used to make someone else rich. But bandits are also currently in power in Chazhou. What's more, Chazhou has relations with the Yang clan of Hezhou. They won't let our Zizhou use the route to do business without good cause. Kong Ling was growing anxious as he spoke. Besides, what can we sell? Compared to Hezhou, Zizhou is a remote hinterland. Grains. Shun Zichuan said. The moment he said that, Zhu Gui jerked to his feet and exclaimed, "No. Isn't that the same as those conscienceless thieves who conspire with the Jueshi officials and merchants to resell public grains for profit?" "Your Excellency, please calm down." The expression in Shun Zichuan's eyes was too calm, so calm that Zhu Gui could not help but sit back down. He said, "The reason why there are people in Jueshi and Hezhou reselling grains at exorbitant prices is that there is a shortage of grains in the various lands of Zhongbua, of which Chazhou is the worst hit. In Kudu, 1 tael of silver can buy you 2 dan of grains, while the same tael of silver in Jueshi can buy you 1 dan and 5 do 5 of grains. But in Chazhou, 1 tael of silver can buy you only 2 do of grains. The money the bandits in Chazhou have on hand is all fleeced from the remaining commoners in Chazhou. Because of this, the law-abiding citizens registered on the household register cannot survive, and consequently, they are forced to take risks out of desperation. The number of people who are reduced to being bandits will only increase with time. Your Excellency, this is also the fundamental reason why Lei Changming, that is, Lei Jingzhe, is able to rapidly expand his troops to this number within 6 months. So, if Zizhou is willing to sell grains to Chazhou at a fair price slightly higher than Kudu, it would be helping Chazhou instead. But, Kong Ling frowned slightly. If we sell the grains to Chazhou, then there will no doubt be a shortage in the granary. If we only have silver in our hands, then won't we be in the same plight as Chazhou is in now? When the time comes, the conscienceless grain merchants in Jueshi and Hezhou go even further in trying to fleece money from us. Hezhou is far away. Even if Zizhou wants to do business with it, there's no hurry to do so in these 1 or 2 years. I had some understanding of Huaizhou when I left Kudu. Huaizhou contributed half the effort in the preparation of the military provision this time, and they have an abundance of grains in their granary. Dicheng, which is on the outskirts of Kudu, lies to the southwest of Huaizhou, and it leads directly to Jueshi's harbor too. Huaizhou just happens to lack money if it wants to conduct businesses through Dicheng. Zizhou can first sell the grains to Chazhou, then buy it back from Huaizhou at a price lower than Chazhou. The surplus silver can be used as a subsidy for other areas, while the granary can maintain its abundance of grains at all times. This can give the Libe armored cavalry, or Zizhou, some leeway at the crucial moments. The imperial bodyguards had an assignment to keep track and record, which is to take detailed records of the commodity prices in the streets and alleys. When Shun Zichuan was in office as the northern judge, he was in charge of the imperial bodyguard's military craftsmen and could leaf through the imperial bodyguard's annual records of the various areas. Ge Qingqing initially wanted to have it copied down, but Shun Zichuan spent the entire night memorizing it all down. He had been prematurely on guard against the unknown future and had not been willing to put all the important stuff down on paper that easily. As it turned out, he did right. They left Kudu in such haste that they had no time to bring anything else along. But all the records, files, and old registries and books he had read before went with him when he left. Zhu Gui was lost in thought. He contemplated it over and over again, then said, "If Huaizhou isn't willing, it's feasible. Luoxia Pass lies to the east of Huaizhou. It can transfer out local specialties from the frontiers of Libe, and it's a linear route to have them transported to the harbor." The more Kong Ling thought, the more excited he became. He could not help but walk a few rounds, then he slapped his thighs and said, "That's right. We should have done it a long time ago. If Tizhou still doesn't know how to adapt to the circumstances, then won't it still be trapped in the same cage as before? This is workable." Shun Zichuan never answered the question of how he would keep the Northeast Provisions bridle path in use, but Kongling was already too preoccupied to bother about it. In the candlelight, he seemed to see a new lease of life for Tizhou. From what had happened with Lei Changming, he had thought Shun Zichuan to be a man who would stoop to deception and trickery. But now, he had forgotten all about it. He wanted to grab hold of Shun Zichuan to say his proper thanks, but then, when he extended his hand, he remembered Xiao Qie, and so he hurriedly retracted them and said, "If we do this, then even if we have an oversurplus of grains in the next few years, we would not have to fear it growing mold in the granary. Then, let's discuss the garrison troops," Zhu Gui said from across the table. "And the defenses of the city walls." Shun Zichuan drank his hot tea. He had yet to open his mouth when he saw Ding Dao, who had been outside the study, poked his head in and waved his hand vigorously at him. "What's the matter?" Shun Zichuan rose to his feet and walked over to the door. Ding Dao had gone out earlier, and he had been running until his entire head and face were drenched in sweat. He opened his mouth and said, young master, they're here." Zhu Gui and Kong Ling came closer too. One moment, they saw a very worked-up Ding Dao. The next moment, he suddenly closed both eyes and burst out crying. As if sensing something, Shun Zichuan walked out of the door in a daze. "Sure enough," Ding Dao said as he choked with sobs, "Young master, the brothers are back. Qiao Tianya is back too." And that Shun Zichuan was already taking large strides out to the courtyard. It was already completely dark outside, and he was still holding the teacup in his hand. As he walked, the tea spilled and scaled his fingers until they were slightly red, but he did not seem to notice. He had completely forgotten about it. He pressed on and walked outside the residence. It was a short journey, but he was sweating all over. There were several carriages for the transportation of goods parked outside the residence, and a few tall figures were standing all spread out under the lanterns. The shorter one still in his cloak was turned sideways as he stood while resting beside the carriage. Shun Zichuan's chest heaved. The rims of his eyes were already reddened, but he forcibly held himself back, unwilling to lay his emotions bare here. Ji Gang turned around for a look on hearing the movements and saw Shun Zichuan. He forgot all about the stone steps before him and nearly tripped. He revealed a headful of disheveled white hair and opened and closed his lips. Before he had even called out the name, he was already in tears. Chuan, Ji Gang was just like a child with white hair. Even as he was miffed with himself for being inarticulate, he was also anxiously beckoning to him. You, Shun Zichuan descended the stairs in 2 steps and stepped forth to support Ji Gang by the arm. Ji Gang turned his hands around to grab hold of Shun Zichuan's arms instead and sized him up and down. In this life, he was first an imperial bodyguard in Kudu and then a blacksmith in Duanzhou. Later, a great catastrophe befell him, and he lost both of his wife and son to the Grim Reaper. Even so, he would still push himself to put on a tough act before others. But now, on seeing Shun Zichuan, he could not control the tears from gushing from his eyes. Chuana, Ji Gang wiped his tears with his rough fingers and looked at Shun Zichuan over and over again. All the thousands of words he had to say became a single line of "as long as you're fine." He was travel-worn, and he had thinned down quite a bit. Qi Hualien was dead, and he had been feeling apologetic about it. At the same time, he feared Shun Zichuan would have a rough time after leaving Kudu, and so he had traveled at top speed the entire journey, unable to eat and sleep well. All those suffering piled up over his already hunched back. He had long ceased to be the Ji Gang who was renowned in the world. But this emaciated body of his was still willing to shelter and shield Shun Zichuan from the elements. For this son, he could travel thousands upon thousands of li, and he could fight the great heroes of the world. He really had nothing else to ask for, he only wanted to see Shun Zichuan alive and well. "Why have you become so thin?" Ji Gang could barely control himself from saying. "Shifu." Shun Zichuan's voice trembled. "Why has Shifu lost so much weight? I'm too old to bear any torment." Ji Gang hastily wiped his tears and said happily, "I'm all good now that I've seen you." Qiao Tianyao brushed the shattered teacup aside and kneeled on one knee. With the intent to ease the poignant moment, he said with a smile, although it was a few extra months' worth of journey, this mission was smoothly accomplished. "Master, how about a reward of a meal and wine? Shifu, let's take a seat before we talk." The courtyard that was not big to begin with was all filled with people. Kong Ling told the kitchen to cook up some hot dishes and set up a table in the courtyard, whereupon he used on horseback 6 to treat the newly arrived imperial bodyguards and Libe guards to a dinner. Qiao Tianyao chased after Ding Dao's plump sparrow with a pair of chopsticks and said, "We've all gone thin from the running, but you fed it until it's all fat. Are you planning to make it into a dish for us to enjoy with wine?" Ding Dao was initially happy. But on hearing him, he scooped up the sparrow and said sharply, "No." Ji Jin was starving. Even in the intervals when he was busy shoving rice into his mouth, he did not forget to extend his chopsticks and hit Qiao Tianyao's chopsticks back. He said in a muffled voice, "You need a spanking or something? Why do you have to insist on bullying a kid? Your share of the food during the journey was never deducted." Chen Yang said as he sat and drank the wine. "So why are you still this hungry?" Brother Ji gave out all his food to the children begging along the way. It was then Fei Sheng socialized with them. He knew that everyone would be fellow comrades in the future, so he chose his words and picked the nice things to say. Brother Ji is quite the chivalrous one to dig out a good amount of copper coins to buy steamed buns for them. Help others in an emergency, but not if they are in constant poverty, Chen Yang said earnestly with good intentions. You really have to change that habit of yours where you go all soft-hearted when you see others weep. There's a shortage of food everywhere now. I'm not telling you to refrain from doing kind deeds, but you really need to know your limits. You spent all your money? Ding Lai sprawled over the side of the table and said, "Jinji, didn't you say the last time that you would hand it over to me? I'll save it all up for you to marry a wife. I've long said to leave it with me. I remember it very clearly." As he spoke, he fished out his little book. "It's still written here that you drank wine and borrowed 3 copper coins from me during the spring festival 3 years ago. Of course, I don't care about this bit of money. I don't care. Really, I'm just..." Ji Jin ate to his heart's content. He stuffed the cotton he always brought along with him into his right ear, then turned to the left and said, "Wine from back home? Give me a jar. Only 3 cups. Qiao Tianyao had already stopped eating earlier. He said, "You have to go with me to report to my master in a moment. Look at you drinking yourself drunk. Are you forgetting how his lordship punished you the last time? At this time, I'd advise you to act with prudence." He was usually laughing and joking. But he was the vice commander of the imperial bodyguard in the past, and he really gave off an imposing air when he played the part now. His tone was mild, but his words were not as pleasant to the ears. Ji Jin frowned in irritation, but he still nodded his head and said, "It's just a craving. I haven't had a drink for months." Gradually, Ding Dao stopped chattering. He was the youngest among these people, and they usually saw and treated him as a younger brother. None of the elder brothers had ever been stingy in buying him candy. As such, he was not afraid of anyone and would dare to get close with everyone. He was born a discerning person, one who was particularly sensitive to the exchange of emotions between people. He could sense that the various older brothers did not seem to be as relaxed as they looked on the surface, so he held his little sparrow in both hands and behaved himself while he sat at the side, making neither noise nor fuss. When they were almost done with their meals, Kong Ling arranged for some people to clear out the courtyard so that the guests who had been on the road all this while could rest. As it was already midnight, Shen Zichuan sent Ding Dao to lead Ji Gang away for a rest. The few at the head all had matters to report, and so they stood in successive order on the veranda and prepared to take turns to enter. "Come on in all at once and take a seat. We can discuss it together if there's something you need to say." After all of them had entered, Shen Zichuan sat in the main seat and asked Chen Yang first, "Did the preparation of the military provisions go smoothly?" Chen Yang sat upright and organized his choice of words for a moment before he said, "No. As young master had expected before I left, the officials of Huaizhou tried every means and way to stonewall and stall the preparations. The war in Libei was intense at that time, and Master's 2 days deadline was just around the corner. I was burning with anxiety. It was a guard of Luoxia Pass, His Excellency Jiang, who stepped forth to vouch for me that Huaizhou was finally willing to release the grains. Fortunately, we made it in time for the deadline, and the provisions bridle path leads right to Libei, so the military affairs were not held up. At this point, he fell silent for a moment before he continued. I saw the hereditary prince back in Libei. He's severely injured. When he heard that Master was caught in a heavy siege back in Kudu, he wanted to lead the troops over to receive him. Unfortunately, his lordship the prince overruled him. Sun Zichuan did not ask for further details. Instead, he turned to Jiyu Jin and said, "You came to Cizhou to transfer grains back then. Zhu Gui isn't that hard to deal with compared to the Huaizhou prefectural prefect. So why are you still looking troubled now?" Jiyu Jin looked somewhat taken aback to be called. Everyone present could notice his absent-mindedness. Sun Zichuan looked at him. Jiyu Jin replied, "It's true that I did not encounter any difficulties when I came to Cizhou to supervise the preparation of military provisions. I went along with the troops to deliver it to the front line well in advance, and I even saw his lordship the prince at the eastern range of Hongyang Mountains. He did not speak quickly, and when he stopped, he hesitated for a very long time. I heard that Master had left Kudu, so I've been waiting for him to return home. It was when I saw Chen Yang in the army later that I knew Master had stopped over in Cizhou. And so I rushed over. Libei was just to the north of Cizhou. By all reasoning, they should have been faster than Qiao Tianya." Sun Zichuan tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop. He skipped over it and said to Qiao Tianya, "How about you? Tell me the details." Qiao Tianya propped up his arm on the chair handle and answered very quickly, "I hurried on my way to search for Shifu and teacher on Master's order. I traced the trail in the inner chamber of the Shue's residence and discovered that Shui Xiuzhua had moved Shifu over to the Donglong's broker house, but there was no trace of Mr. We were a step late, and we could not get out of the city gate, so we could only go into hiding in Kudu." As he spoke, he looked at Fei Sheng. It just happened that he was also leading his men to hide from the noble clan's searches. We tried every means possible to get out of the city, but Han Cheng had the city so tightly guarded that not even a drop of water could get through. We really had nowhere to go, so we hid at his lordship's Plum Blossom residence. As luck would have it, it was in the Plum Blossom residence that I found the layout blueprint of Kudu's public ditches that his lordship had tricked out of the Pan clan. This item was obtained by Xiao Chie from Pan Lin when he had hosted a banquet after being promoted to a nobility rank. At that time, he was prepared to keep it for himself as a contingency measure. But by some unexpected turn of events, it became the key for Qiao Tianya and the rest's escape from Kudu. We crawled our way out from the public ditches. As Fei Sheng spoke, he reached a hand out to gesture with his fingers. The public ditches in the various streets are all newly dug. I don't know if this was his lordship's intent, but they are all narrow on the outside and wide inside. There are even candles and field rations stored in the dry spots. Over 50 of us relied on these field rations to circle around the 8 great training divisions for more than 10 days before we finally came out of Kudu at a place near Mount Feng. After we emerged, we realized that there were strictly enforced checks on public roads between Kudu and the 8 cities. So we pawned off the gold, silver, and jade pendants on us and disguised ourselves as traveling merchants. We made a detour from the south of Chuancheng to Chazhou, then hurried from Chazhou over to Cizhou. Qiao Tianya said. When we arrived at Chazhou half a month earlier, we heard that Han Cheng had already sent the imperial heir into the palace. But news was sparse after leaving Chazhou, so we lost track of what happened after. As for other details, we'll have to wait for Ge Qingqing's letter. No one disturbed Sun Zichuan as he contemplated it over. He heard the sound of Ding Dao walking on the veranda and waited until Ding Dao walked to the door before he said, "Both of you are tired. So go with Ding Dao and take a rest for tonight." Fei Sheng was a discerning man who could take his cues. He was not in a hurry to lay his loyalty bare tonight either, so he rose in one smooth move, took his leave of the master together with Qiao Tianya, and withdrew out of the room. The candle flame flared a little and flickered for a moment. Jiyu Jin never lifted his head to utter another sound. He sank in the darkness, with the shadows from the candle flame cast upon the side of his face like two of villains scuffling with one another. Sun Zechuan was surprisingly cool-headed as he said, "Did something happen to both of you in Lebei?" Chen Yang lifted a hand to partially cover his face and propped up his elbow on the chair handle. He said, "I've been staying close to the hereditary prince, so nothing really happened to me. It's Ji Jin." Ji Jin undid his clasps in the unbearable silence, took off his upper garment, and turned around, thereby exposing his entire back right before Sun Zechuan. He said, "These matters should have been reported directly to Master, but Master will only be back a few days later. As per Master's instruction back in Kudu, I can report to young Masters first. I arrived at the area where the war was the most intense. His Lordship and Commander-in-Chief Zhuo are both safe. After the conclusion of the military provisions investigation, I temporarily took up my original position as the vanguard of the reconnaissance squad, dealing with the cavalry of the Hanshi tribe every day. I can't remember which day, but we ran into an ambush when I was leading the squad back from the eastern mountain ranges. That back was already festered. The more severe spots had already been scraped away. Blood could still be seen seeping through the bandaged areas. I was hit by an arrow, but I managed to escape. I initially thought it was someone from the Hanshi tribe, so I led the remaining 200 men and skirted around the grasslands where the Hanshi tribe lurks to make our way back through the Tudalong Banner S7 swamps. But who knew, we got ambushed again that very night at Tudalong Banner. Ji Jin pulled up his clothes over him. As he secured the clasps, he said, "Young Master, I was initially a scout. It's because of this pair of eyes and ears that I could be chosen by his lordship the prince as a guard. I may not be as good as I was before in all these years I've stayed in Kudu, but after Master's admonition, I no longer dared to be negligent, especially on the battlefield where I tread with a lot more caution. That night, my marching route order was directly issued. I've never discussed it with anyone. Yet we got ambushed both times. So I started to suspect that there's a spy from the Hanshi tribe in the squad. While escaping the second time, I discovered there was snake venom on the arrow. This poison had been smeared on Ding Dao's steel needles in the past. It's something that came from the Hongyang Western Mountain Range. My back was festering pretty badly, and we were being closely pursued through the swamps. Then I was also bitten by some poisonous bugs. I couldn't hold out, and a fever broke out at dawn. At this point, Ji Jin stopped. He spoke dully, and he paused many times as if repeatedly confirming to himself in case he said one word wrong. He knew the implications of his upcoming words. Our horses all drowned in the swamp. I couldn't walk on anymore. The Libei armored cavalry's Changzhou camp lies about 10 li or so south of Tudalong Banner. Strangely enough, no one was on patrol that day. I had my trusted junior general head back first while I remained where I was to wait for reinforcements. But no one came even after I waited from dusk to dawn the next day. I was worried that the spy would make use of this chance to enter Changzhou camp, so I pushed myself to hurry back. I barely escaped by the skin of my teeth back to the camp, but I was stripped of my blade and held in custody. I spent the entire night in the prison shack where the Biancha prisoners of war were detained. On the second day, I was taken to the front tent to be put on trial with the general of Changzhou camp, Guo Weili, presiding over it. Ji Jin omitted the details of the trial. He had no wish to recall it either. That was, to him, not physical pain, but a mental collapse of sorts. He continued in a very, very soft voice. They said I was in covert communication with the Hanshi tribe to wipe out the vanguard squad even further east in the Tudalong Banner. They stripped me of my rank in the military and wanted me to confess if I had done so on someone else's instructions. I can't confess to something I have never done. I questioned Changzhou camp why they overlooked both of my consecutive requests for reinforcements, and they claimed that they never received it. According to military law, I would have to undergo a joint trial by 3 generals and have the current commander-in-chief give the go-ahead in person before I can be executed. But Guo Weili kept insisting that the hereditary prince have yet to recover from his severe injuries, and they had the authority to act on his behalf. If not for Chen Yang arriving in time that day, I would not be standing here before young master now. Sun Zechuan picked out the candle wick with a silver needle, and the flame extinguished. He stared at that candle, which seemed to be shedding tears. In just an instant, countless thoughts had already flashed through his mind. He did not even need to be reminded by Chen Yang and Jiu Jin to remember, from the letter of appointment by the Ministry of War, that this Guo Weili was a person Xiao Jiming had single-handedly promoted. Xiao Qie followed the trail left by Lei Jingzhe and pursued him all the way to the north of the old camping grounds. He dismounted to grab a handful of soil, then looked ahead and slightly narrowed his eyes. Tan Tai, who surveyed the mountain range and said, "They are going to step across Libei's boundary line if they continue on north. They won't dare to head there, so they can only split up and flee. Master, I suspect he is leading us on a wild goose chase. It's too strenuous to keep chasing after them like this." He's indeed doing just that. Xiao Qie loosened his grip. And they are fleeing in small groups. Naturally, we can't catch them all in one fell swoop with a large net. But if we split up now, we will fall into the other party's trap. He's unwilling to fight me head-on because he can't handle the momentum of the Imperial Army. He's worried that his own men will lose focus and morale. They are familiar with this area, so they try every means possible to lure us into splitting up into small groups so that they can break through our defenses one by one. We don't have enough cavalry. Tan Tai, who examined the terrains. This brigand is really too crafty. No rush. Xiao Qie stood up. Meng returned from his patrol and landed on Xiao Qie's shoulder. It stood together with Xiao Qie in the night breeze. The wind rustled the grass, scattering a few strands of willow leaves before him. Of the 5 arms, only fire is the most intense. 8 once again, Xiao Qie got on his horse. I want a fire so blazing that he has nowhere to hide. Tan Tai, who followed suit and got on his horse. He said, but there are more lands than trees here. If set aflame, I fear the fire will spread to the grasslands of Libei. Xiao Qie laughed out loud on the horse and said to Tan Tai, who, I'm not asking you to burn this place down. Go to the big towns and small villages along the way and get them to put up bulletins announcing that whoever harbors the bandits will be executed with immediate effect. If they inform the Imperial Army, they will be rewarded copper coins per bandit reported. I'll pay as much as they report. And tell them too, Xizhou is about to issue a conscription notice. If they go, 3 meals a day will be provided if nothing else, and informants who have been rewarded cash from the Imperial Army will be given priority. Since Lei Jingzhe doesn't want to be found by us, I'll make him expose himself. Tan Tai, who was hesitant, but still said, but didn't we run out of money? Go report the figures to Lanju. Xiao Qie urged his horse on, then reined it in and looked back to say, this second young master can't even dig out some copper coins? Tan Tai, who looked embarrassed. Xiao Qie twirled his thumb ring and said with an unfeeling expression, oh. Chapter 114, Intensity of Flames. Chapter 114, Intensity of Flames. Having gone hungry for a whole day, Lei Jingzhe squatted beside the pigsty with a bowl in hand. He shoved those hard-earned corn-won noodles into his mouth and gulped them down. One of his subordinates was also squatting next to him. He was a little imp around the same age as Ding Dao, but as strong as a young ox. He gobbled down his food just as ravenously as Lei Jingzhe did. A head poked out of the opened kitchen window, and the man used a stir-fry spatula to bang on the pot rim and yelled, "There's some soup broth left. Do you want to drink it? If you do, then get your ass over here quick." Yes, we want it." Before Li Xiong had even finished swallowing the noodles in his mouth, he was already hurriedly running to the window. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand as he brought his bowl next to the pot. His eyes never once left that clear soup. "You have quite the appetite there." The cook scraped the bottom of the pot. "Tell your older brother to get down to work and find some honest job to do. Then you wouldn't have to starve to this extent. My bro is going to do great things." Li Xiong saw the soup was about to drip from the side of the bowl, so he swiped his fingers around it and put his finger into his mouth to suck it clean. The cook was a strong man in the prime of his life, too. He pulled his apron and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Looking at how strong and good-natured Li Xiong was, he wiped the sweat off for him too while he was at it and said with disapproval, "Your face is as dark as the bottom of a pot, and there's no one at home to take care of you. Hey, you there. What are you busy with all day? At least clean this kid up a bit." Lei Jingzhe smiled simply at the cook. He was still chewing the pickled vegetables. Li Xiong trotted over and poured the soup into Lei Jingzhe's bowl as if he was offering up a treasure. He said solicitously, "Bro, you eat it. Good lad." Lei Jingzhe did not stand on ceremony as he tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. When he finished drinking, he looked up at the sun above his head. It was so scorching that it was making him sweat. He squeezed his stinging eyes shut, shifted his feet, and cursed under his breath, "Fuck his mother. Fuck his mother." Li Xiong imitated him. He stood up and shielded Lei Jingzhe from the sunlight. Lei Jingzhe propped up an arm on his knee and asked, "How is it outside?" Li Xiong stretched his neck out and looked around. He answered in a small voice, "They're still searching." Looking irritable, Lei Jingzhe hung his head down, exposing a scorpion tattoo on the back of his neck that was currently dripping with sweat. He had dispersed his people after he had fled from Tizhou, taking only this silly lad he had raised from childhood with him as he sneaked his way into a small town along the public road. He had sat and watched as the imperial army was led on a wild goose chase all over. He was waiting for Xiao Qie to run out of patience so that he would disperse his own soldiers and come after him himself. Who knew Xiao Qie was not impatient in the slightest? Instead, he had set this fire along this road, letting it blaze until all the people were burning with anxiety and panic everywhere. "Bro, the reward money of the Imperial Army's money is so pathetic," Li Xiong said with bewilderment. "It's not enough to even get the brothers some wine. Why are there still so many people going?" "It's precisely because the reward is small." Under Lei Jingzhe's sweat-sheened brows were a pair of extremely bright eyes. "The price he's offering is exactly right. If Xiao Qie set the reward money right at the price of a couple of taels of silvers, then the commoners would not necessarily be willing to be his informants." Zhongbua had been hit with many disasters in recent years. The bandits ruled by force, so the higher the reward, the more it suggested that it was no easy feat to do what was asked of them, that it was a task that might jolly well cost them their lives. But a few copper coins were worthwhile. They only had to inform the Imperial Army upon discovering traces of the bandits, and no one would know about it. It was just a few copper coins, and it was normal to spend it all in an instant. Even if this group of bandits came back to seek vengeance, they would not be able to track anyone down. "Then what should we do?" Li Xiong drenched in sweat from head to toe. He looked at Lei Jingzhe. "Bro, why don't we just fucking go ahead and do it? He only has 20,000 men." Lei Jingzhe was feeling restless too. He could not be clearer about Xiao Qie's intentions. Xiao Qie wanted to force them into making a move out of restlessness so that they would not be able to sit still and continue hiding. But he was extremely clear-headed. He knew that the people he was leading were a motley crew cobbled together from the two prefectures in the east. None of them had received formal military training. They would end up battered and defeated the moment they lost their current advantage and faced off the well-equipped Imperial Army. However, it was not an option to keep hiding either. Lei Jingzhe could hide, but could those rowdy subordinates of his hold it in? Lei Jingzhe was sweating. He stared at the muck under his feet and said, "That person is a little underhand. He won't play a game with me by the rules of benevolence, justice, morality, virtue, and the likes. I don't think he has even set up defenses in the north at all. He just wants to jostle us over. He knows very well that it's Libei in the north, and is betting that we won't dare to go there. But damn it." Feeling stifled with pent-up frustration, Lei Jingzhe spat. He really did not dare to go. "We'll wait for one more night." Lei Jingzhe suddenly stood up and said, "Go, tell Liu to notify the brothers who are still in the town tonight that we'll leave if the situation doesn't look right. If worst comes to worst, we'll just retreat back to Mount Luo first. I have all the energy to play a war of attrition with Xiao Qie." Xiao Qie was eating a few steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables. He sat on a wooden stake used for tethering horses and watched as the soldiers issued paper slips that could be used to exchange for copper coins to the commoners who came to tip them off. "Master." Tan Tai who walked over and said, "He really is something to scatter his people everywhere. How is he going to issue his orders this way? He can't be going around knocking on their doors one by one, can he? As the bandit chief, he naturally has his ways." As Xiao Qie spoke, he scratched Meng, who was perched on his shoulder. The gerfalcons raised in Libe are also able to pass on military intelligence swiftly. We caught quite a number of them. Tantai Hu said. What shall we do with them? Xiao Qie said, kill them. Tantai Hu turned to look at that other side, then looked back at Xiao Qie. He said quietly, but I heard that some of them are gentlemen from respectable families. Kill them all? Xiao Qie looked at Tantai Hu and said, since they went to Mount Luo to join the bandits and submit themselves to Lei Jingzhi's command, they should have expected such a day to come. I'm here to eradicate the bandits. There is no reason for me to show mercy to the enemy forces. Besides, let me ask you. Humans are all born with a mouth. If every one of them says that they are from a respectable family, then who do you believe, and who do you not? Tantai Hu said nothing. Xiao Qie stood up and watched as Meng flew away. He said, I know you're thinking of the Biancha cavalry. But Lao Hu, benevolence should not be used in the wrong place. You've been in the army for a long time. These are originally words I shouldn't have to make a special point of telling you. Are you not able to figure it out yourself? Tantai Hu lowered his head and made to kneel. Remain standing. Xiao Qie patted his shoulder. You are now a general leading the soldiers, not a squad commander standing guard at the main city gate of Dengju. Don't get your position all wrong. Xiao Qie was generous, but he was also quite exacting. The guards around him all knew when to advance and when to retreat. He could even make Chen Yang feel worse than if he had been whipped the last time the latter had sat on the sidelines. However, guards and generals were two different things. Why did Xiao Qie not let Chen Yang lead the troops? There was no doubt that Zhao Hui, the person by Xiao Jiming's side, was a valiant general. Xiao Qie obviously had other considerations in mind. Xiao Qie did not fly into a rage, nor was there a change in his countenance, but Tantai Hu was already looking quite ashamed. None of them could get a handle on Xiao Qie's true moods and emotions, but with just a relaxed tone like this from Xiao Qie, Tantai Hu had already begun to reflect on his own shortcomings.